Good morning. For everybody listening at home, the ringing in your ears comes from the finest mallet ever created in the North Country. Every time that drops, a lightning bolt is forged. It's unreal. It's 8:30 in the morning. We have 7 board members present here. We're ready to get back into deliberations.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 71, establish an average annual historic human harvest value for sheep to consider if sheep populations are important to providing high levels of human consumptive use.
Second.
And I think the proper course is to take it off the table. I think we tabled it yesterday.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we bring proposal 71 off the table.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Proposal 71 is off the table. I want to start off by saying yesterday, really appreciate all the board's deliberations on this. Tom and Brad's presentation at the beginning of this meeting about sheep was very informative, and it sparked a lot of new questions that the board has here. And being as that we continue to gather data, and being as that where we're at right now is we're continuing to develop all of our sheep research programs. I personally would probably like to see this proposal move to the statewide meeting in a couple years, but I'm curious to know what other board members think. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's wise and prudent. There was a lot of discussion last night on proposal 71. I think there may be a little more information that we could use, and I would recommend that we move it to the statewide meeting.
Other board members? Member Lurie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I really want to thank Tom and Brad for the presentation. A lot of information was there that wasn't available to the advisory committee members or the public prior to this meeting. And tremendous amount of information that was enlightening for me and probably all of us. And also our discussion yesterday, it was an hour's worth anyway of IM. And for a lot of folks out there, and I used to be that way too, it's really hard to understand IM and how it works and how all the pieces fit together. And that discussion, I think, brought all that together more. And for the public and the advisory committees, I think that's important. And so I think there's a lot of information out there that wasn't available when they met, when they had their discussions, when the public put their comments together, the groups put their comments together. It's out there now, and I'd like to see that information absorbed by our constituents and then presented, at a statewide meeting down the line. So I agree with moving it down. Thank you.
Thanks. Other board members on this? Member Bachtel.
Yeah, I agree with you on that I think this is a really good thing to gather more information and take a hard look at that IM classification in the future.
Thanks for that. Any further comments from board members? If not, should we do a roll call vote or Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we take proposal 71 and move it to the statewide meeting.
Second.
And that is for unanimous consent.
Yeah, it's been moved and seconded. Ask for unanimous consent on that. Looking up and down the line here, we have that affirmation, so we'll take that course of action.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Lane.
Yeah, so I just want to add some thoughts here. So I think it's a good decision to move this to a statewide proposal since it has statewide implications. But I still retain the authority to address conservation concerns with intensive management in the meantime. In addition, I think I heard from Director Scott, he can correct me if I'm wrong, but we are forming a sheep work group to kind of try to figure out what's happening with sheep and moving forward. And one of those things we'll be looking at is the role of intensive management doing that. So just because you've punted this down 2 years from now to a statewide meeting doesn't mean that we're not going to be continuing to do work on this issue and try to identify whether it's a tool we want added to our toolbox moving forward.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. Member Loring.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate Commissioner's comments, and I fully understand that they do have the ability to work, under their umbrella on this issue, and looking forward to seeing the results they come up with on their sheep management committee. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 72 due to the action taken on 71.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I believe whenever we have this proposal here too, it would be connected, and it'd be prudent to move this to the statewide meeting as well, if other board members agree with that. Oh, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we moved to take no action on it. I would probably ask for a friendly withdrawal of that, and then we'll bring it back up and move it, to a statewide meeting.
Yeah, maybe we could withdraw that, take no action.
Mr. Chair, I withdraw my, I move to take no action on I move to withdraw my take no action statement on Proposal 72.
Okay, so that's removed. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we take Proposal 72 added to the statewide meeting because we can't take any action on this proposal until 71 is addressed.
Second.
Yep, discussion on that, it makes perfect sense to me. If other board members agree with that, I'll look up and down the line here and ask for unanimous consent on that. And I'm looking there, I got that affirmation, so we'll move that along down to the statewide meeting as well. And does the department need a little bit of time to switch before we get into Cordova?
Mr. Chairman, very little. We're pretty much queued up, but maybe just a few minutes.
Okay, a brief at ease here. Whenever you're ready, thank you very much.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name's Charlotte Westing. I'm the area biologist for Unit 6, and I'm happy to kick things off today for area overviews. I'm assisted in the Cordova office by Samantha Stevenson-Renner. She assists me with everything from answering the phone to taking a stack of plans on how to fly a moose survey while I'm in Kodiak, if it comes to that, because we've gotten some of the snow that they got here. But I'll be boogieing home as soon as I can. Unit 6 includes Prince William Sound, starting at Cape Fairfield, the Copper River Delta, the Bering River, and the Gulf Coast of Alaska all the way east to Icy Bay. Much of the unit is big mountains, glaciers, highly productive areas. It's an amazing area to live and work, and I've been there the last 13 years. You can follow along my testimony today in RC tab 3.1. I'll start now by telling you about the people that live in this area. There are about 6,800 year-round residents of Prince William Sound. Most of those live in Valdez, about 60% are there. Cordova makes up 34% of the Unit 6 population, and the remainder exist in the small communities of Titlik, Chiniga, and Whittier. In the summer, the population in these communities doubles or more than doubles. The economy is mostly made up of tourism, with Whittier being the gateway to Prince William Sound and receiving between 600 and 700 people per day, maybe even more. Last time I looked at those figures, that works out to over $7 million spent on wildlife viewing and hunting tours in Prince William Sound. But obviously we have a lot of fisheries, aquaculture, mariculture, and there's guiding related to all these activities, including mining and logging, and also mining and logging. to give you some land ownership background, you can see that most of Unit 6 is composed of federal land. In the green, it's mostly Chugach National Forest, but there's also contributions made by Park Service in some of the area, BLM land in some areas. We have a critical habitat area on the Copper River and then Yakataga State Game Refuge. And because of so much federal land, the Forest Service specifically is a significant research cooperator on deer and black bear studies and contribute financially to goat surveys and moose surveys as well. So most of what they do is contributing financially to the work that I'm doing and the data that I'm collecting. The largest private landowner is Chugach Alaska Corporation, but Chiniga, Tititlik, and Eyak villages are also very large private landowners. And then there's also some state land, including university and mental health trust land. So now I'll tell you a little bit about our deer population. So we have the northernmost Sitka black-tailed deer population in Alaska. It's an introduced population. We use deer pellet transects to monitor and come up with a population index, and we've been doing that since about the 1990s. I'll give you more details about that during my area overview since there is a deer proposal, but this graphic gives you a basic representation of where deer densities are the highest, and the gold stars are where our deer pellet transects are conducted. So you can see that Hinchinbrook and Hawkins usually have the highest deer pellet densities, and the lowest deer pellet densities occur in the northern and western sound. And we believe that the densities correspond with just areas that have the best habitat and receive the least snow, considering snow is the biggest limiting factor for deer. So looking at those results, you can see that we're at a moderate to high level in 2011, and then we experienced a 100-year winter where we received 10 feet of snow in a 2-week period, and we saw a subsequent crash in deer pellets, followed by an even bigger crash in 2013. And the reason why there's usually at least a 1-year lag is these animals are depositing pellets for the whole time up until they die, so you don't really detect the full magnitude until a full year later. Then the population built back after a series of mild winters where we didn't receive much snow. And so by 2021, the deer pellet transects indicated that the deer population was probably back to its very strong levels, but we had a big winter that year, and we saw a drop, although not as big of a drop as we saw in 2013. So during severe winters, we see high harvest and high winter kill, and then when we have mild winters, we see low harvest and low winter kill, and it leads to just pretty dramatic population swings. For hunt information, our average harvest is approximately 2,000 deer, but that varies widely based on what kind of winter scenarios we're seeing. So if you have a big winter, we might have 3,000 deer taken, and that's what happened in 21. And then the following year, we had about half that taken with 1,500 deer in the harvest. Our buck harvest is between 57 and 69%, the average being 64. And we have the ability to use emergency order closures if we need to adjust the season. The time periods where we would do that are basically if we're worried about another big winter after we've already had a big one that would concentrate deer on the beach and expose them to high level of harvest when they're already in a build-back state. But in most years, the remote nature of the habitat, the difficult weather, and rugged terrain keeps the harvest pretty low. There are 2 proposals related to deer in Prince William Sound. The next species I want to tell you about is mountain goats. We manage those using aerial surveys. They are our only native ungulate in Prince William Sound. Flying surveys is pretty tricky in Prince William Sound. We have a lot of terrible weather, not a lot of available pilots, but I do my best to cover the 17 areas that we monitor for the 15 goat hunt areas that I administer hunts for. We manage these populations using maximum allowable harvest and goat points. So in a goat point system, you have a billy counting as 1 point, a nanny counting as 2 points. We have mandatory goat orientation for road system hunts, and then of course that's now a state-wide requirement for everyone, but we've had that goat orientation required on our road system hunts for as long as I know of. Nanny harvest regulation, as I mentioned yesterday, went into place in 2015 at the request of the Cordova AC, which put in a proposal to get that. And that makes it to where if you shoot a nanny, you cannot hunt in Unit 6 for 5 years. And there are 2 goat proposals. This next graphic just gives you a general idea of the mountain goat densities as they occur throughout Unit 6. You can see some of the highest densities are in the far eastern portions, but there's also some higher areas near Cordova, which are road system hunts, and then in the northern part of Prince William Sound, there are some that are also on the higher end. This graphic just basically shows how the interest in goat hunting based on the harvest of goats is increasing over time, and some of this can be attributed to increasing quotas, because I've been able to more consistently fly goat surveys than my predecessor. And when I've flown surveys, I've got good updated numbers and been able to increase quotas, but some is also just increasing interest. And I think part of what we're observing is a shift of hunters from sheep to goats. And I'll give you more information on that when I get to my specific proposals on goats. I also wanted to give you some information on the cooperative mountain goat study we have going on with the U.S. Forest Service. It seeks to assess our populations with some higher efficiency using radio-collared animals. We can also use those radio collars to evaluate our sightability during surveys, both in winter and fall, study habitat use, seasonal movements, and then look for differences in parturition rates, kid survival, adult mortality for goats, and I have some co-cooperators on this. Kyle Smith is one of them, who you heard from, or was at the table just now for sheep and goat. He's our regional research coordinator on those species, or research biologist. And then in addition to me on this project, Heidi Hatcher is also a co-PI. And the reason why this project has so many people involved is this study area is about half of it is in Unit 6, and half of it is in 13D, which means half of it is in Region 2, and half of it is in Region 4. It also is a lot of Forest Service land, and what's shown here in the pink is the U.S. Forest Service heli-ski authorization area, which was recently expanded by quite a bit. And so a lot of our questions are in reference to heli-ski authorizations and comparing things like mortality and parturition rates between areas that receive high and low levels of helicopter recreation use. So we deployed 50 mountain goat collars. They're GPS mountain goat collars. They're on 41 females and 9 males. And all of those collars are scheduled to drop off in August of 2028. The next species I'll tell you about is moose. And I'll give you a pretty brief overview here since we have some moose-specific proposals. Moose were transplanted onto the Copper River Delta between 1949 and 1958. It's a pretty interesting success story because a series of events created a perfect opportunity for them to really take hold. The barriers that had occurred that prevented migration down the Copper basically disappeared. We had 2 converging glaciers that have receded to the point that moose can move down the Copper River, and there's genetic evidence that they can and do that. There's a negative customary and traditional finding for moose in Unit 6. We estimate these populations in most of these areas using geospatial population estimator techniques, and we validate the information we get from that using other metrics such as fall composition counts, twin surveys, and other habitat metrics. So in green on this map, those are the areas that use a general season harvest ticket. So it's any bull in 6D, but really the only parts of 6D that have moose are right on the border of 13, where it is in Thompson Pass. So we consider those moose mostly overflow. In 6C, that's kind of the core of the moose population and where the highest interest occurs. Most of that harvest is administered through the Forest Service as it's a federal hunt with 100% of the cows in their system and 75% of the bulls. We have 25% of the bulls in the state draw. Unit 6B is the Martin River area, and that's a registration hunt for 25 bulls. Unit 6A West is a registration hunt for residents, and then there's also a couple drawing permits for non-residents there. And then 6A East is a harvest ticket system that has an antler restriction. I'll tell you more about that area when we get to that proposal. There are 3 proposals that address moose in Unit 6. And now on to black bears. As I mentioned about goats, black bears and goats are the only native big game species in Prince William Sound. Black bears in Unit 6D are important to all users in Prince William Sound, from wildlife viewers, people doing spring trips for Prince William Sound, kayaks. With kayaks, as I mentioned, 600 to 700 people per day. They also have an ecosystem value, and they do not prey on terrestrial meat as they do in other places. They probably eat some deer, but the areas where black bears are most, where their populations are probably the highest in Prince William Sound, don't overlap with the areas that are great for deer. There's a temperature thermocline that runs through Prince William Sound. If you're on the east side of that, more of the precipitation is coming as rain. If you're on the west side of that, more is coming as snow. And so deer can't really make a living in those areas, and those are the areas where most of our black bears are. Bears play an important role in transferring marine-derived nutrients to a terrestrial system, and that has benefits for many other species of plants and animals. So, this graphic is to show our harvest over time. Of course, black bears are a very difficult species to enumerate and estimate the population, so the best information that we have is harvest data, and it has its own challenges. The total height of the bar is the total number of bears that are in our ceiling data. The dark blue portions are the male harvest, the lighter blue portions are the female harvest, and the green line shows the percent take of females for any given year. So the graphic starts a couple years prior to the opening of the Whittier Tunnel, and you can see at that time about 200 bears were taken annually. Whittier Tunnel opened in RY 99, and you can see how the harvest changed with that change. The increase went from about 20,000 people accessing the Sound when you had to load your boat on a train and take it through, to almost 120,000 before settling at around 100,000. About 33% of that traffic occurs in April, May, and June. What this graphic shows me is that we have harvest increases, and we've had some big declines following those increases, and often increasing take of females can foretell that decline. You may be wondering about effort, so I'll tell you a little bit about that. We've only been tracking it since 2009. And so the purple bar represents people who reported that they went hunting. So this is not picking up a permit. This is actually picking up a permit and checking the box that you went hunting. The orange are the number of bears that were sealed. And then the blue line represents the success rates associated with that effort. So you can see effort did drop during the time that we had the biggest declines in harvest, but not enough to fully account for that change. You can see success rates plummeted to below 20% during those years. And now the effort in Prince William Sound is the highest that has ever been reported. I'll tell you a little bit about the black bear study that we started to try to answer some of the questions that were coming up as we looked at these harvest data and had a desire to figure out what was going on. This is a picture of a bear that was captured during a project that was conducted cooperatively between Fish and Game and the U.S. Forest Service between 2016 and 2018. So during that time, we captured over 96 unique bears were handled on Esther and Knight Island. We put 53 collars out on those animals. They each lasted about 3 years. We wanted to learn about how black bears use resources in Prince William Sound and how they spend their time on the terrain. We also had winter work to conduct. The picture on the top left, those are my feet in that, underneath the rocks and snow. Steve Bethune is kind of keeping an eye on me while I'm in that den. We set cameras outside dens to photograph emergence and cub presence. We replaced malfunctioning collars and removed collars on 5 animals where their collars did not release. And here is some of the information that we've learned so far. We learned how to capture bears really well, and we were able to document some work that was started down in Prince of Wales by Steve Bethune and Boyd Porter, with creating a more novel capture technique that was highly effective. We were able to get the information that Fish and Game has learned about trapping bears into peer-reviewed literature with a paper that we wrote for the Wildlife Society Bulletin that examined the factors that helped us be successful, factors such as pre-baiting, weather, and set type, and that's gonna help future researchers. We have a paper right now in peer review that is identifying the stages of denning behavior and factors that contribute to initiation and duration of each stage. So we developed reliable and repeatable methods for documenting behavioral and metabolic states of bears. We found that bears spend time in transitional states. They don't just go straight from highly active to denning. We were able to document a state that was first described by the Craigheads in the 70s called pre-hibernation lethargy, a little early in the morning for full functioning dictation. We found that temperature was an important factor determining bears' behavior, and then how much time they spent, particularly in those transitional states. The other transitional state has been referred to as walking hibernation, but it's basically a state where they're out, but they're not moving very fast or very much, and they can spend a couple weeks in that state. Other studies found that food is really important at dictating how much time bears spend in their different behavioral states. So we thought that salmon might be something that we could look at, and because we have very high and very low salmon years, and even in odd years, we expected that to have an impact on denning, but it didn't, so that's a pretty interesting result. Some other things we learned is that the age structure could have some interest of the population, provide some interesting insights, and the two pieces that we have to look at are the harvest data, because we pull a tooth from every bear that we seal, and then also the year of birth for the captured bears. So what we found during our project was we had really young bears, and we had some really old bears, but there are some missing years. So 2011, which is the year of the big snow event, you can see we don't have any bears represented in that year, and very, very few bears represented the following year. So when we had those years of really high female take, my hypothesis is that that is an expression of cubs, and that those cubs were not there to provide that insurance policy for that female to not be harvested. That's why our harvest of females went up. It was more an expression of cub production. And what you end up there is a double whammy, because you've lost mature breeding females, and you also don't have cub inputs for that period of time. So my hypothesis is we had a couple years of that happening: low cub production, high adult female mortality, and a subsequent harvest decline. So the underrepresentation of cohorts was found in both the capture data, and it's also seen in the harvest data. And also overrepresentation of some cohorts. So right now we're still seeing a lot of representation of those bears that were born in 2015, 2016, and 2017. But there have been some bad years since then, and we're not seeing those bears arrive in the harvest data. We also looked at the collared bears and how they showed up in the harvest, and found that that really varied from year to year, and that may suggest that there are some years where bears are more vulnerable to harvest than others. So that's the final piece of our study that we're really excited to look at. The first graphic on the top represents harvest comprised by marked bears, so of the total harvest that occurred on one island or the other, how many of those bears were marked. So you can see in some years, 60% of the bears on Knight Island that were taken were bears that I had handled in our project. You can also see in the second graphic the available marked bears that were in the harvest, and how in some years 30% of the available marked bears were taken. So we're excited to investigate this last part of the questions from our project. I'll give you a little update. Oh, and there are 3 proposals about black bears, so we'll get into more of that when we're talking about proposals. Brown bears, we have a 1 bear every year regulation in Unit 6A, B, and C, but Unit 6D is 1 bear every 4 years. And then additionally, Montague Island has a registration permit We manage by monitoring the harvest, and there are no brown bear proposals. This graphic just shows you how that brown bear harvest has changed over time. You can see that 6A and 6D are the areas where most of our brown bear harvest occurs. And they've been a bit higher, particularly in 6D in recent years, so that's an interesting result. For wolves, you can see our cumulative harvest of wolves in Unit 6 is pretty low. In the last 5 years, we've only had 25 wolves taken. So our hunting season is liberal, August 10th through April 30th. We have a 5-wolf bag limit, a long trapping season with no bag limit. Most of our harvest occurs in September or April. In September, that's mostly non-resident harvest. In April, it's mostly residents. Here's a list of some of the other species that occur in Unit 6, all areas of interest, and then, or all species of interest. These are a couple special projects that occur. Dusky Canada geese nest on the Copper River Delta. It's really the only place they nest. So there's been a long-standing program that our Fish and Game Waterfowl program does. I get involved every other year banding and putting net collars on those geese. It's very fun and important work. Those net collars protect those geese from being harvested or being as likely to be harvested when they migrate south. There's also been a program happening in Controller Bay for a number of years by the Threatened, Endangered, and Diversity Program of Fish and Game to study red knots, which are little shorebird, and they wanted to understand how those birds use these areas because it's an area of interest for oil and gas development and kind of always has been. We do a lot of research out of the Fish and Game office in Unit 6. Part of that's because my husband is a 7th through 12th grade science teacher, but do a lot of community presentations, including research updates, school outreach, hunter education, guest lectures, preschool activities. I spend a lot of time in the elementary school too. I've got 2 kids there. Do bear awareness training, public service announcements, articles for the local paper, electric fence loaning program, and I really enjoy doing that. And at this point, I'll take any questions that you have.
Charlotte, thank you very much for that overview. Questions from board members? I have a question, I guess, to start off with a couple bear questions. You said that when you're talking about black bears that you pull a tooth during the sealing process. You also do like a hair sample. Do you measure the size of the skull? And then could you talk to both like the brown bear and the black bear aspect of that?
Sure, Chairman Fletcher. Just Jake, okay. Yes, the sealing process for black and brown bears is consistent with all the rest of the state as far as we measure the skull, we pull a tooth. We do collect additional samples. Sean Farley has had additional research projects on both species of bears throughout the large area of Region 2, which involves taking of many additional samples from bears. And yes, we have great hopes that the data that is collected from that process will help inform future work.
Is the majority of that sealing like done in Anchorage? What office is the majority of the sealing done in? Is it pretty distributed?
Yes. Most of the bears that are taken in Prince William Sound go through an office that is not Cordova. So Anchorage, Palmer, Homer office, even the Fairbanks office, all of those offices provide great support for that sealing work because most of those bears are not coming through Cordova.
Thank you for that. Member Loring.
Thank you, Charlotte. Appreciate that. And I have a couple questions. You told us when the moose were introduced into the Prince William Sound area. When were they introduced? You didn't mention that. Do you know what year?
Yes, Member Loring, through the chair, in 1916 through about 1924, I believe. I'd have to consult game transplants in Alaska, but I'm pretty sure that's the time frame. There's some disagreement on how many introductions happened and for how long they were happening. Recently, it came up that maybe it was even before that, but that's the best record keeping we have.
Okay, and I have a follow-up. So when you're talking about, you said that during you had a high harvest during bad winters. Is that because the deer are mostly on the beach and they're available for take, easy to see? Is that what causes that?
Mr. Loring, Member Loring through the chair, yes. When we have these big snow winters, deer tend to be concentrated down onto the beach. It's the easiest place to walk, and any snow above brisket height is pretty difficult for them to manage and energetically costly. So that leaves deer pretty conspicuous for harvest, and those high harvests occur.
I have one more question about black bears. And when I was down in that, living in that country, Valdez had a lot of nuisance bears, black bears. And at that time, most of those black bears were shot either by the city police, but the brown bears were caught and transported. Is this still the case? Are there still quite a bit of mortality for nuisance bears in the Valdez area?
Member Loring through the chair, I was kind of hoping you'd ask me about that after you asked Jens the other day. I work very closely with the Valdez Police Department. They have a specific animal control officer who takes on a lot of the responsibility for bear conflict in Valdez, and I think we've made some serious gains there. He works very closely with me, talks to me about any situations that are coming up, and since they introduced both bear-resistant dumpsters across the entire community and bear-resistant residential trash cans, they've seen a dramatic decrease in the number of nuisance bears that they are having to interact with or kill. When I arrived in Prince William Sound, we curtailed all the moving of brown bears or black bears. We don't move bears anymore. If a bear needs to be captured, we capture that for the purposes of killing it more discreetly and safely in a public setting. But we do not move bears around. We know that that can just kick the can down the road. So we dispatch those bears if necessary. There's really great communication between the troopers, the animal control, and me on how to do that. And the number of bears that require that has dropped dramatically with the prevention measures that they've put in place. We're always gonna have some bears in town, but serious gains there.
Okay, that's great news. Thank you.
Other questions from board members for Charlotte? Member Bachtel.
Yeah, thank you, Charlotte. I was lucky enough to work with Boyd and those guys in that bear trapping down there, and one of the things that came out of that was finding that the black bears had multiple dens. I wondered if you'd also had that as a finding in your GPS studies.
Yeah, thank you, Member Bachtel, through the chair. We did have, I think we saw far less of that than they did in their study. We also saw far less use of elevated tree dens than they had. Our bears tended to use rock tree interfaces to den in, and similar to the one with the picture with my feet in them, but some of them also were just bona fide tree root dens. And so I climbed in quite a few of those. While some bears abandoned the den they had and chose a different one entirely, and we're basing that based on cluster data from locations that they get in the middle of winter. There's maybe a little bit of that, but I don't think that many. One challenge is, though, that in order to preserve battery life on the collar, we reduce the fix rates during that denning time. So your chances of catching them doing really interesting things have gone down statistically because you're just not getting as many chances for it to ping with a satellite.
Thank you.
Other questions from board members for Charlotte? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few, so I'll do a couple and see if other board members have something. But you mentioned that there was quite a bit of university and mental health trust land. Do those organizations allow hunting and trapping on their lands?
Member Brett, through the chair. Yes, they generally, I can't speak to university land. I think most of the university land is right near Cordova. The mental health trust land, and so that would be precluded by some municipal rules about firearm discharge and whatnot. The mental health trust land, they started administering a concession program to a guide. So they have a competitive process for determining what guide uses that area, how many hunts they can use it for. And it's a way to make money on mental health trust land. So there is some hunting, but it's very regulated by that process.
Is it just limited to concessions, or are individuals allowed to hunt on mental health trust land?
To my knowledge, it's limited to those that are with a concessionaire.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through the chair, Member Barrett. University lands have recently made a change where it is now open to hunting and trapping. That's a very, we could talk about it, but yeah, we're seeing it. And mental health lands are generally open for all those uses.
Other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Let's go to slide 13. So when I'm looking at slide 13, and Unit 6C said it has a population of, year 2023 of 500. The objective is 500 to 800. And then your harvest is 41 bulls and 30 cows. Why are we harvesting cows if we're not into our population objective?
Yeah, Member Barrett, through the chair. I'll get into this a little bit more when we start talking about Unit 6 proposal specifically, but we had a very fast and upward growth of that population, and it was only recently, in I believe 2014, that the advisory committee increased that goal to be between 600 and 800. It used to be 400 to 450, but we'd had a number of surveys above 600, and so there has been the concern in the past about that area reaching carrying capacity as the habitat is changing, and so we have managed that with high cow harvest to keep it within the objectives. And so that one survey was below 500. I recently surveyed that area again, and the results from that are preliminary, but seem to suggest that we are back within range. It's very easy to adjust that with that level of cow harvest. You just back it off a bit, and you see those numbers climb very quickly, and I believe that that's what they've done. So the cow harvest is to address carrying capacity concerns and to make sure that we're not exceeding what that can support.
All right, thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Charlotte, for that overview. That was really good, a lot of good questions. I just have a couple quick ones. In your report, you told us you have some small take for wolves in your area, 20 to 25 roughly on average. What's the fur condition on them? When you see them, do you see lice or mange? Is it common?
Yes, Member Hoffman, through the chair, that's been one of the concerns about wolves in the unit, is their fur quality is very low. I've sent some furs to the state veterinarian to see if the cause of that fur condition is follicular dysplasia or if it's lice, and have not gotten a conclusive determination on that. In some years, we've had very high harvest of wolves, particularly, for example, in the Controller Bay area, but then those hunters and trappers have not wanted to go back and spend additional time because the quality of the animals that they got didn't really offset their costs.
Okay, thank you. And one last question. Is your area experiencing the high marten explosion like the interior this year? Are you getting a high rate of more marten take this year?
Member Hoffman, through the chair, I have not sealed a noticeably higher number of marten in my area this winter. The trapping conditions have been pretty challenging for people across the board, but yeah, I haven't observed that yet.
Down in Prince of Wales, there's some documentation of wolves, consuming and black bears that are in their dens. You ever run across that at all in this area?
Chairman Fletcher, I have not observed that. I sent one wolf off to pathology for some extensive sampling. I was surprised to see that it also showed some evidence of eating sea otters. It was on the Delta, so that was an interesting result that paralleled some of the work they've done on Prince of Wales. They didn't say anything about black bears. There aren't wolves in the area of our black bear study, so I certainly did not observe it with any. There could be a few in a few areas, but none really to speak of. So it's not something I observed on our research work, and it's not something that I have any data to really speak about.
Thanks. Member Loring.
Thank you. Just a real quick follow-up on the chairman's questions. Do you have wolves on the islands, or are they just strictly mainland animals?
Member Loring, through the chair, I don't think there are very many wolves on the islands. Virtually none, I would guess. Occasionally you can get a report, even a report of a coyote on Hinchinbrook is pretty noteworthy, or Hawkins. Anything can happen in nature, but I don't think it occurs very often.
Thank you. And on a different subject, I know in the past there's been concerns about the brown bear population on Hinchinbrook and Montague. That's probably why you have the 1 and 4 there. Are those populations doing good now, or are they still of a concern to you?
Member Loring, through the chair, we really don't have data to really speak to the population. We have our harvest data, and that suggests that what we're doing is probably fine. As I mentioned, looking at the brown bear graphic in 6D on the whole, our harvested brown bears has gone up recently. The last board meeting, there was a conversation about liberalizing the season, and that was part of the reason I didn't want to do that, was because we were already experiencing higher harvest, and it seemed a bad time when a big change has occurred to make a change. So these brown bear populations are hard to monitor. They used to be monitored with track and den surveys. I stopped doing those because I don't think they're a very sensitive metric, and I didn't think they were really telling me what I needed to know. So I guess I would say I don't have anything that's really making me concerned or not concerned either way. We have the best evidence we have is that things are going okay in both places.
Other questions? Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Charlotte, for your great presentation. I'm going to just ask a question on the moose so this slide here, but on that harvest for the Unit 6C, where we were just discussing the population and the objective, but under the harvest, you were briefly talking about the cows as well. But in the regulation book, as well as in the supplement, there doesn't show there to be an antlerless moose hunt. So can you share with everyone how those cows are harvested?
Yeah, Member Mueller, through the chair. There is a registration hunt on the book, RM 169, I believe is the number. It was put in place sometime around 2011, I believe. And the reason for that was because currently all the cow harvest occurs in the federal hunt. It's administered through the federal subsistence component of the U.S. Forest Service. And so since early 2000, they have had that entire cow quota. There was some concern at that time, because it was the first time we'd gotten these high counts in the 600s, that the Forest Service could at some point not want to administer as many cow tags as we did, and that would allow the population to grow beyond where we thought was a reasonable place. So that registration hunt was put into place to deal with the possibility that there's ever a disagreement between the federal and state, and that we would need to administer a hunt for a remaining number of moose that were not harvested that we believed should be. We haven't needed to use that. The relationship between the Forest Service and the state is good, and we agree on the numbers, but it's there as an option in case we ever need it.
Great, thank you for that clarification.
Any more questions? If not, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have 3 more. On your average deer harvest, does that include illegal and unreported harvest?
Member Brett, through the chair, we do not take any measures to estimate unrecovered or wounded harvest. That probably varies quite a bit from year to year based on a number of different factors. In the past, my predecessor just applied a blanket, 12% or something like that. But I don't think it's probably accurate to just have that straight across the board every year. We know what happens. We don't have any way of quantifying that.
All right, and just two more. Prior, I don't know if you know this, prior to the goat education for for identifying a nanny or a billy, how did that educational material work? Did you see a definite drop in nanny take, or did the nanny take just continually stay on par?
Member Barrett, through the chair. The mandatory goat education was in place before I arrived. So I don't know how that before and after went. It's not uncommon with these road system hunts to get people that are brand new to hunting, and definitely brand new to mountain goat hunting, that go out and try to pursue one. So that was the lowest hanging fruit, is to just try to put information in their hands. In the early days, that occurred in just an informational booklet. It then became online materials. It then became online materials where photos are present, and now it's a system that we know today. In 2015, when the nanny rule came into play, and if you killed a nanny, you couldn't hunt for 5 years, that's when we saw a noticeable change. And that was requested, the proposal was put in by the advisory committee to deal with the fact that there were a few hunters that every year would shoot a nanny. And people didn't like that because it was allocating, a big portion of the total quota to one person year after year and so that I did see a drop following, but I don't know about the education component.
And just one last one there, Mr. Chairman. Your goat collars, you said they'll potentially drop off in year 2028. What do you do about the collars that are probably still active and haven't dropped off?
Member Brett, through the chair. With any collaring study, you can have collars that just quit working. They just fail. You don't know why. Sometimes you're able to find that animal, dart that animal, remove it. With mountain goats, the thing we found is there's not a ton of opportunities where you can take a shot and everything works out. You're passing on a lot of situations because they're not ideal for the health and safety of the animal or the health and safety of the human crew that needs to handle it. So there will probably be some collars that we could explore taking off if they don't release. There may end up being some animals that wear a collar for the rest of their days, and we accept the risk that a little bit of that might happen. Usually the failure rate for these release devices is about 5%, and that's consistent with what I observed in the Black Bear project.
You haven't observed any collar damage, physical damage to the animal that had a collar left on well past the study period?
Member Brett, through the chair, every biologist in this room that's ever collared an animal lives in fear of inflicting harm on that animal by a poorly placed collar. We've had the opportunity to rehandle animals that have been collared. For example, the Prince of Wales study, they did a lot of den checks. They were able to check collars and found it's very few animals that end up with any neck damage, but it does happen from time to time. It's probably less than 5% when it does. I've had one bear reported out of the 53 collars that was harvested that had some wounds on its neck. But it really matters, how long they wear it, what was the fit, male or female, all kinds of different factors come into play. But we often don't have the ability to rehandle them unless there's a reason to really get in there and do it.
All right, thank you, and thank you for your presentation. It was very thorough.
Any more questions? Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charlotte, I have a question on the black bears, the harvested black bears and females. So slide 16. It looks like the number of females have been increasing here. So it looks like it's at a total of 30 or up to 30%. Would you correlate that with any of the black bear baiting in that area?
Member Miller, through the chair, Only about 16% of the hunting that occurs in Prince William Sound is bait supported. Most is spot and stalk. So, and when I have poked around in the data for black bear baiting, I haven't found that, some years people that use black bear baiting kill fewer females, and you can argue that baiting has helped them make that choice. Other years they kill more. And so I haven't found that to be a well-supported justification, and it doesn't probably really apply in Prince William Sound just because the majority of our use is spot and stalk.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for Charlotte? If not, thank you very much for that overview, and we'll get into the proposals.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 76, reduce the non-resident bag limit to 1 deer in Unit 6.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you're ready, Charlotte.
I'm going to need a second to find the file. Can I
Sure.
get some help?
You guys should we take a 10-minute break? We'll take a 10-minute break. Welcome back, everybody. We're back on the record here. We have, well, wait, Member Brett's cruising up here to the table. 7 board members are present, and it is 9:46, and we're ready to get into the Cordova area proposals. Sorry, it's on the, proposal 76 is on the table. Whenever you're ready, Charlotte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 76 seeks to reduce the non-resident bag limit for deer in Unit 6. That bag limit is currently 4 deer. This would reduce it to 1. Department is neutral because of the allocative nature of this proposal. A bag limit reduction would not have a meaningful biological impact, but would reduce hunting opportunity unnecessarily. I'll give you a little background information. As I mentioned in my overview, the population comes from introduced animals. That introduction occurred in between 1916 and 1923, so there are those precise dates for you. The population is primarily limited by snow depth and duration, so there's very little predation on these animals, although I'm sure it occurs. Peak rutting behavior occurs in November. This is just the graphic showing the deer pellet indices as they've changed over time. Current season is August 1st to December 31st, with only bucks being taken before October 1st. After October 1st, it can be a buck or a doe. Resident hunters can take 5 deer, non-resident hunters can take 4, but each animal requires a big game metal locking tag, and that costs about $300. There's a positive, customary, and traditional use finding, and an amount necessary for subsistence of between $1,000 and $1,250. This population is limited by severe winters, which create high harvest and high winter kill. When there are mild winters, those are build back times, and we see low harvest and low winter kill during that time. Average harvest is approximately 2,000 deer, but it varies depending on snow conditions, with high years being about 3,000 deer, low years more like 1,500. Our buck harvest is usually about 64% of that total, but ranges between 57 and 69, and we use emergency order authority to make small changes to the hunting season when that's necessary. Little background on the hunters. There are about 1,400 hunters pursuing deer each year in Unit 6. About 90% of those are residents of the state of Alaska. In the blue here, you'll see the Unit 6 residents. The red represent non-local Alaskan residents, and then the green represents the non-resident harvest. Looking at the potential impact of a bag limit change, you can see that the local residents, the Unit 6 residents, take about 1.5 deer per year, whereas the non-local Alaskan residents take more like 1, and the non-residents take an average of half a deer. But that varies quite a bit from year to year. So 2021 is a year with severe winter conditions. And what you see if you look at the blue bars on that graphic, on the top graphic, is that those Unit 6 residents killed 5 deer than any other bag limit, including 0. Whereas your non-residents, 60% killed 0, 30% killed 1, and then about 5% killed 2 in that big snow winter. And that's pretty consistent with both winter scenarios, 24 being a low snow winter. You can see those Unit 6 residents and non-local Alaskan residents. There's some different trends that happen there on those milder winters, but the non-resident is pretty consistent. So very few non-residents take 4 deer. Most are taking 1, less than 5%, or 0, less than 5% take 2. If a 1 deer bag limit was in place for non-residents for the last 10 years, an average of 13 fewer deer per year would have been taken. So in conclusion, this is Proposal 76, to reduce the non-resident bag limit for deer in Unit 6 from 4 deer to 1. The department is neutral on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Charlotte. Questions from board members for Charlotte? I guess I'll start off with one. The board has kind of restricted non-resident bag limits in a couple different places over the last, few years. And have you seen an increase in transporter activity here due to that, like transporters moving?
Mr. Chairman, as you are aware, tracking transporter activity is pretty difficult. There's not a requirement for transporters to indicate that they intend to operate in Unit 6 with me. That is, their activity is monitored by the Big Game Commercial Services Board and the use of hunt records. And those are time-consuming and difficult to drill down into. If I look at transported use on harvest report tickets, that can maybe illuminate some trends there, but I've recently noticed that there could be some inaccuracies that come from a client's inability to properly describe the commercial service that they're receiving, because there are some transported use that I know isn't properly being accounted for in the harvest data. So I haven't seen anything yet in those data, but I have seen some things that are making me curious as to the accuracy and whether or not we're seeing an uptick. So far, I don't think so, but I don't feel 100% confident in that.
Thanks for that, Charlotte. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charlotte, a question to you and maybe to Captain Johnson. And I know you can't really transport. Are you getting calls or complaints or anecdotal information in your offices that there's conflicts between the local Unit 6 residents and marine-based transporters at all? And if you are, what kind of conflicts are they complaining about?
Member Loring, through the chair. Yes, there has been a lot of conversation recently about transporters. There are a few operators that base out of Cordova that have recently ramped up activity, and there have been a lot of conversations, and there is a, as Dennis Zadra mentioned in his public testimony, a proposal in front of the Federal Subsistence Board that would close Hawkins and Hinchinbrook Island to non-federally qualified subsistence users, where only federally qualified subsistence users could hunt there. That is definitely in response to some user conflicts that have occurred. They have asked me if there's any biological justification for restricting access, and there's nothing. Hunter success rates, if they have declined some, that decline nearly perfectly matches the changes that we've seen in deer pellet densities that correspond with the effects of a big snow winter in 21. But as you know, anytime someone's in your hunting spot, it's concerning. And there are people who are definitely worked up about user conflict, specifically with users that are targeting the islands where Cordova residents like to hunt. But a lot of transported users go unseen because they're hunting other portions of the Sound, and local Unit 6 residents aren't ending up there.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Charlotte. I think I'm checking my notes here. It looks like for non-residents, you have less than 5% take more than one deer, if I'm correct. And if that's the case, what percentage of those are they taking, another buck?
Member Hoffman, through the chair, I don't have those numbers with me, but I would imagine that most of them are taking a buck, but I don't have the number for what the second animal would be of that harvest. Is that what you're asking? Just of the harvest, how many would be does and bucks, and I don't have that in my pocket here.
Other questions from board members? Comments? Member Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did I miss a graph on percentage of does versus bucks harvested?
Member Barrett, through the chair, I discussed the percentage of bucks, but I did not show a graphic that shows that.
Oh, okay.
57 to 69%, with the average being 64.
Gotcha, thank you.
And obviously in those big snow winters, that's when our doe take goes up and buck goes down in those big snow winters.
I know the definition of a trophy is any legal animal a hunter deems as a trophy, but trophy value of these particular deer are far less than places like Kodiak and stuff. Is that a good assumption?
Mr. Chairman, are you asking if our, if my deer are wimpy and small? They are smaller than Kodiak deer. We don't like to talk about it, but yes. They are smaller in both body size and antlers, but they're still special and we love them and they taste delicious.
Thank you for that, Commissioner.
Charlotte, you said you gave the ANS amount. Is ANS being met?
Commissioner, through the chair, yeah, with the 1,500 being the average harvest, even, with our small winter scenarios, yes, we are meeting that.
Thank you.
Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charlotte, I just wanted to check with you. What would the harvest look like if the non-federally qualified user harvest would be eliminated? I know that there's a proposal that's going to be coming up for federal. And so I'm just wondering what it would look like with the federally qualified being removed.
Member Mueller, through the chair. The bulk of the harvest on Hawkins and Hinchinbrook Island is from federally qualified subsistence users. The communities that would be most impacted by that harvest are Valdez, which is not a community that is a federally qualified subsistence user. That's where they go. And those areas are very important to them. Part of why I don't believe that proposal is biologically necessary is it would not change the harvest very significantly. But there is a perception that it would remove users and improve hunt quality in a meaningful way by the people that are proposing it.
Okay, thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you. The way I read the data that you have up there in the graphs is that even though there's a liberal non-resident season right now with four animals, or the bag limit, most of the non-residents are only taking a little over one on average. And you're comfortable with that take? The population's doing okay, there's no issues there, so you're still comfortable right now with the current seasons and bag limits as they stand. As far as the manager goes, is kind of what I'm understanding. Is that pretty much correct?
Member Loring, through the chair, you'll notice if you compare Sitka blacktail deer seasons across the state, our seasons are very different than other parts. And the reason that is the case is because this is the northernmost extent of their possible range. It's an introduced population, and we expect that they're going to have wild swings in the population. So that high bag limit exists so that some of those animals that would die as winter kill can end up in the freezer. And then in years that are not heavy winter scenarios, those are build back years, and most people probably aren't going to take that many. I would like to acknowledge that the animal that's killed in a winter kill scenario is not the same animal that a hunter would usually select. It's not quite a one-to-one there, but that is why that liberal bag limit exists, is just to allow that opportunity in those seasons. So I think the bag limits we have currently are consistent with what this population is going to do and providing some maximum opportunity that we can.
Thank you.
Other questions from board members? Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I just maybe review what the proposal is that will be coming in April for the federalists? Kendra?
Member Mueller, through the chair. So the current proposal in front of to go to the Federal Subsistence Board in April is proposed closing the federal public lands on Hawkins and Hinchinbrook Island in Unit 60 to non-federally qualified users for deer. So if there's anything else you're looking for specifically?
No, that's great. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, my kind of general thoughts on this, Overwhelmingly, we have a lot of AC oppose this particular proposal. I really appreciate graph 6, where you broke down the Unit 6 resident to the non-local AK resident and then the non-resident contingent. I think that the take here on deer by non-residents is so minimal that the change would not affect it at all. And at this time, I'm going to oppose this proposal. Other board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would, using the biology we have and the collected harvest data that we have, I'd be willing to make an amendment to lower the non-resident bag limit to 2 deer and from 1 August to 31 December.
Second.
Oh,
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on that, Member Brett?
yeah, thanks. I didn't know I was making an amendment, but that works. Yes, I'll reiterate that our data that has been collected on harvest information shows that 2 deer is sufficient. Non-residents are willing to do that. It drops off to just about none afterwards. So this is still sustainable harvest. It still provides for subsistence, and non-residents still have an opportunity to take 2 deer.
Thanks. Discussion on that amendment? Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I could appreciate the amendment. It's kind of a compromise. Just hearing the federal proposal that's out there, if adopted, would significantly reduce opportunity. I think the department has done a great job showing that there is actually no biological justification for the reduction in the tag, but I guess in a extension of olive branch means in the middle, I would be willing to support a slight reduction in the support the amendment for the slight reduction, seeing that the department shows that most non-residents are just taking 1 or 2 deer anyway.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, can you restate that amendment one more time for me? I wasn't aware you were making one.
Yes, that would be no problem. It would read to reduce the non-resident bag limit to 2 deer in Unit 6, and the non-resident season would be from 1 August to 31 December.
All right, Member Loring. Oh.
Thank you. My understanding with the federal subsistence board proposals, they're in the process right now. It's going to be decided here next month. And I don't think what we do here is going to affect that one way or the other. They're on a roll, and they're right in the middle of their process, and they're going to decide. I know the Prince William Sound Cordova AC did not support that. I think they sent a letter out not supporting that federal subsistence board action. And I don't know. I don't support this amendment. I don't think that it's really necessary. I think we're moving along just fine with the way it is, the status quo, and I'd like to see it stay that way. Thank you.
Commissioner?
I just want to put on the record, the state will likely be opposing the Federal Subsistence Board proposal because we're meeting ANS in the area, and we don't see reasonable opportunity not being provided to state qualified subsistence users in the area. So, again, I would caution you to take action in context of what the Federal Subsistence Board may or may not do. You're providing opportunity for Alaskans here, and you're considering that as part of this motion. So, but we'll likely be opposing that as unnecessary at this point in time.
Other board members' discussion on the amendment. Member Bachtel.
Yeah, being that the non-resident harvest is like of 2 or more deer is like 6%, based on the data that we've been provided, and that there's no biological concerns like that, I wouldn't be supporting this amendment.
Thanks for that. Further discussion on the amendment. Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm with Member Bachel, provided that the information that Charlotte has provided and there's no biological concern, I do not intend to vote on or agree with the amendment.
Thanks for that. I think we're ready for the question on the amendment.
Call the question.
The question's been called on the amendment. Are the board members clear what the amendment was? Reduction to 2? Okay. Could you please pull the board for the amendment, Carrie?
Yep. Final action on the amendment, lower the non-resident bag limit to 2 deer in Unit 6 and change the non-resident season for August 1st through December 31st. Brett.
Yes.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Garner.
No.
Fletcher.
No.
Bechtel.
No.
Mueller.
No.
Loring.
No.
Amendment fails 2-5.
All right, we have the original proposal in front of us. Any further discussion from board members on the original proposal? Any more questions? If not, we might be ready for the question on the proposal.
Call question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private person if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that, Member Mueller. If you don't mind pulling the board, please, Carrie.
Final action on Proposal 76. Loring.
No.
Bechtel.
No.
Hoffman.
No.
Barrett.
No.
Mueller.
No.
Garner.
No.
Fletcher.
No.
Motion fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt Proposal 77, change the non-resident goat hunts in Unit 6D Delta from registration hunts to drawing permits.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Fletcher. As Member Hoffman stated, this proposal seeks to create a non-resident draw hunt for goats in Unit 6D. This would replace the current registration system for non-resident hunters. The department is neutral on the allocative access aspects of this proposal. However, there are shorter seasons with more hunters afield, and it is becoming difficult to stay within the maximum allowable harvest. Limited hunt structure might provide a longer season and more certain opportunity. This is a public proposal. As I mentioned in my overview, but more specifically, this time I'll talk about Unit 6D. Mountain goats are the only native ungulate in this area, and there's a long history of subsistence use. There are 8 hunt areas within Unit 6D. They're all managed using maximum allowable harvest in a goat point system, which considers a billy as worth 1 point against the quota and a nanny as 2. We take about 30 goats a year by Alaskan residents and 37 by non-residents. That's the average of the last 10 years. There's been a nanny harvest regulation since 2015. Which makes it to where if you shoot a nanny, you can't hunt in Unit 6 for 5 years. There's also a mandatory goat hunter quiz, as in all other areas of the state of Alaska now. There's a positive customary and traditional use finding for mountain goats and a positive amount necessary, and then the amount necessary for subsistence is combined for Unit 6C and D and is between 15 and 26 goats. It's very difficult to do population surveys for this area, and I'm only able to do them a couple times within a 10-year period. So I pooled those data here and then connected the dots for each hunt area with a line. And as you can see, most of those lines are flat, with a few going up and a few going down. But in general, the trend across count areas seems to be stability. But what's not stable is the amount of pressure. There's increased interest in goat hunting. You can see the residents in orange on this graphic, non-residents in blue. Both are going up. Seasons are closing earlier. This is creating a difficult hunt management scenario. There's also been some delayed reporting where it seems like most people are waiting until the maximum extent of their reporting window has expired before they give us a call. We've recently shortened that to 3 days. And now we have a mandatory horn check to make sure that previously, the nanny requirement was kind of on your honor, and we've started making that a requirement that they bring those horns to be checked. This graphic demonstrates what you heard in some of the public comment, which is basically that some areas of the sound in 6D go the full length of the season, and those are shown in the darkest color of green on this graphic. The lighter color is an area that periodically closes, but you can see in most cases it goes more than 2 months in length. But the seasons shown here in red are around between 2 weeks or a little bit more than 1 week. You can see RG 252 averages a 10-day season in the last 5 years. And the area in orange around Valdez is only for the month of October, so that That one's mostly running its full length, and I'll talk a little bit more about that one when we get to the proposal specific to 248. The closest areas to Whittier and Valdez are the areas that close first. As Jens mentioned in his testimony, 252 and 249, shown here in red, are also some of the easiest areas to just hunt goats, to get up into goat country. They're very accessible, and then they're closer to port than some of these other areas. Just another way of looking at these data is with pie charts. So the areas shown here, these are those three areas that were shown in the darkest green. You can see in most years, they're running the full length of the season. And when they don't, they're 30 to 60 days. But these are areas that close more quickly, and then the areas that close the most quickly are shown here. So it matters where you are in 6D, how much of a season you're gonna get. But when I pull all those seasons together, you can see the trend is that the total number of days available for goat hunting in Unit 6D is going down. Part of the reason why this is happening has to do with land ownership. You can see that most of 6D is Forest Service land. And as was mentioned by both Dennis Zadra and Greg Jenin in their testimony, there are guide use authorizations that apply to those commercial activities on Forest Service land. But this is creating an artificial economy because the Forest Service has authorized commercial uses that far exceed what the maximum allowable harvest is for these areas. In fact, in some examples, they have allocated more user days to one guide than is the entire maximum allowable harvest. And most of these guides are going to be successful with their hunters. Well, their hunters are going to be successful with the guides. About 7% of the goat hunters in this area are guided by someone who is within second degree of kindred. It was mentioned a working group, and I wouldn't really describe it as that, but the Forest Service, Fish and Game, and some of these commercial operators we did meet a few years ago, and we did discuss what could be done about this. And some commercial users have opted to have their allocations changed to other areas to try to relieve crowding and pressure. And I'll show you in a little bit what that has done. This graphic is showing your goat harvest. So blue bars represent the males, red bars are the females, and green are the goat points. You can see average of 59 male goats, 10 female goats per year, about 82 goat points. And you may be wondering how many of those females are taken by non-residents. It varies from year to year, but in some years it's 3 to 5 is what it is in most years. So I included this graphic here using goat points to account for the harvest more directly. That always comes up. Well, how many nannies are taken by residents? How many are taken by non-residents? I kind of removed that question here by breaking this down to goat points. And when you do that, you see that non-resident take is over 50% in most of those years. If we look at some areas specifically, so this is RG252. It's one of those areas that I showed you in red on that first graphic. You can see that it's 50 to 80% non-resident harvest in that area. And the lower graphic on the right in 242 shows how in recent years, when some of those allocations have changed and people have had their commercial authorizations changed from 252 to 242, you can see that the non-resident take in 242 has started to change. It's worth mentioning that part of the area that we're talking about is in the Valdez non-subsistence use area. So this overlaps the hunt areas for 3 specific hunts, RG245, RG248, and RG249. And I should also remind you that the board's findings regarding non-residents and allocation, and those have come up a couple times in the last few days, so I think you know where to find those. So in conclusion, Proposal 77 would create a non-resident draw hunt for goats in Unit 6D to replace the current registration system. The department is neutral on the allocative nature of the proposal, but it has become difficult to keep these hunts, some of these hunts within the bounds of the maximum allowable harvest, and this could provide a more reliable hunt structure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation, Charlotte. Can you tell me how the federal, since there's a lot of Forest Service land there, how the federal seasons, or how the federal managers and you work together, just kind of an overview to come up with, you know, allowing subsistence needs for the local residents, that kind of that whole thing all meshes.
Yes, Member Loring, through the chair. There are a few areas that the Forest Service administers a specific subsistence hunt. One of them is in the southwest portion of the Sound near RD 266. They have a quota there for a few animals. There's one closer to town in RG 242, a hunt for 2 animals, and there are some that are closer to Titlick. Those permits are very rarely utilized, except for the one that's closest to Cordova, RG 242, and that area gets used by a few individuals, but it's also an option for hunters that find themselves in the 5-year nanny rule, what they call nanny jail, where they're not able to hunt on state land. They can still meet their subsistence needs by using that federal subsistence hunt. But almost all of the other areas, and they are limited to specific areas, are not utilized by the federal system. Now, with the commercial use authorizations, the Forest Service comes up with those determinations either 5 or 10 years. They reanalyze those permits. Obviously, that does not allow them to be very responsive to survey data. And in my experience, I don't really think they've considered the survey data at all. And so they are using models that are based on a lower 48 public use system that assumes a consistent level of access across a very large amount of land. And that's not the case in Alaska. You can have access, you can have theoretical access to a large expanse of land that functionally you can only access a small piece of that. So now you have users that are all concentrated in a very small piece because that number is inflated by a much larger land mass that is not accessible. And this is an example of that. So I'm not an expert on Forest Service authorizations, but that's a nutshell. That is part of what's driving what's going on here with these the allocative nature of this hunt.
Yeah, keep on, Member Loring.
Thank you. So if we go to drawing permits, I mean, that really limits the local folks' odds of drawing, where they would normally be able, on a registration permit, would be able to go out and maybe fulfill their subsistence needs for goats. And so I'm kind of curious, maybe you or Subsistence Division can talk a little bit about, are we still going to be able to meet our ANS? Are we still being able to provide subsistence uses for the folks in Cordova Valdez, Titlick, Chiniga, for their needs, if we do go to a drawing permit system, which makes those odds pretty tough?
Member Loring, through the chair, I believe this proposal only seeks to change the non-resident season.
Okay, excuse me for that, then disregard that. So one other question. So the same thing with the guides, and the guides are able to book hunts right now based on the registration permit. So if they end up going to a draw permit, then they would have the same reduced odds of getting their clients in. So I guess that'd be another not necessary question, just kind of a comment that might cause some consternation with the guiding operations on the ability to actually draw a permit for their clients.
Hey, I have a quick question for you. On your graph, like on like slide number 21, and I know you have like a non-resident and a resident breakdown. Is second degree kindred captured anywhere in there?
Chairman Fletcher, yes, they would be captured in the non-resident component.
Would it be possible to get those numbers?
So 7% is a number.
Thank you. Other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I couldn't see it on that chart of population trends, unless it was just the green dots back on slide. Yeah, you got it there before I did. So RG 252 was supposed to be green. Am I looking at green dots then to try to figure out where the population is at or what's trending for the population?
Yes, Member Brett, through the board, or through the chair. It is the green dot. The last time I surveyed that was in 2024. So you can see that is a lower count. The previous count I did in 2019 was just over 450. This more recent count was closer to 300. I often, if I get a low count, I don't act on that right away. But in this case, it was a late season survey, which I considered to lead to pretty good siteability with an extremely competent pilot. And we had ground out the area for a very long time. And I also was not seeing kids. And I had seen a declining number of kids my previous survey. And this is an area where I was concerned about inaccurate reporting and higher nanny take than I would desire. So when I do decide to take action on a lower count, it's usually because of a suite of other indicators that have me feeling concerned. The other thing happening in this area is, even though I often lead on that hunt closure, oftentimes, I'm trying to close it when we hit about 70% or less. We still have exceeded it in more than half of the last 10 years. We've exceeded the maximum allowable harvest.
Just one more. And following up, looking at that chart, out of the 8 groups of goats that you count or keep track of, only 2 are stable to increasing. The other 6 are, stable to decreasing or decreasing a lot. That, shows some concern for me that, we're still harvesting ewes and our population is continually dropping. Is it from harvesting the ewes? Is there other environmental or habitat effects going on that's not making this at least have a stable population instead of decreasing?
Member Barrett, through the chair, I think a bigger thing that's going on is that our survey conditions are becoming increasingly difficult because it's so hot. And when it's hot, the animals get down in the bushes, they get down in the shade, and they are harder to find. And this is part of what some of this research with our collared animals can help us with, is understanding our siteability and understanding how the temperatures are affecting any changes in our numbers. We don't expect, especially with the amount of time that tends to go between, I have 17 areas to cycle through. There's just one of me. I often don't have a pilot when I need one, and I don't get a lot of windows to fly. So there's often numerous years in between surveys, and I really have to hope that the number I get is great. But sometimes I know it's not perfect, and I don't want to be too jumpy about that. So I think changes are largely influenced by the conditions of that survey. I wish there was a better way to try to monitor these populations and account for that, but that's just a limitation of what we do right now.
Just a short follow-up on that. What's your confidence intervals then on those estimated populations?
Member Brett, through the chair, I feel like right now we're in a pretty sweet spot with mountain goats. I don't feel like they're not as affected by sheep, by rain and snow. They are more habitat generalists. They can get down in old growth forest. I know with warming conditions and avalanche condition, that's a bigger concern for them. But 252, if you notice that the 3 green dots that precede my most recent count were the highest counts ever. Yeah. And that is probably because of glacial recession creating a bunch of virginal habitat the goats really love being in. So on the whole, I think things are okay for goats. And in most areas, I'm not concerned about the numbers that I'm seeing.
Yeah, I was just concerned with that high number in green, and then with what you thought was, optimal conditions for counting goats, that it had dropped by at least 100 goats. And so that was kind of concerning to me.
Yes, Member Brett, through the chair. The other thing that, yes, that I did in response to that count was I did adjust, and in response to maximum allowable harvest being exceeded, is I changed the harvest rate for that area to something more conservative. And so that's another tool that I have in my box to use as well.
I have a question on the mandatory horn check. What do you gather off that? Is it age? Are you aging them?
Yes, Chairman. Chairman Fletcher, Chairman Jake, as he told me to call you. I have a little side project for any goats that come through the Cordova office where I'd love to measure the first 3 years of horn growth. I think that's fascinating, and have found that we have huge years of horn growth in really mild winters. But we are keeping it very simple, and everywhere else, considering that most of these goats are not going through the Cordova office, all we ask for is a total horn length of the longest horn, base circumference of the widest base, and the count of annuli.
Thank you for that. Questions from board members? Member Batesville.
Yeah, do you think if we went to the draw that this would give rural residents more opportunities to hunt on that land, or is that still going to be the allocation process with the Forest Service? Driving who's out there before this?
Member Batesville, through the chair, I think it would really matter what the allocation was determined by this board. And if the allocation is determined based on the historical allocation for this area, then that could be very high. But if that allocation is different than this board determines, it matters what their determination would be on that allocation, what was available to resident users.
Other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make an amendment to this proposal. I move that we adopt Proposal 77 to change the non-resident bag limit from 1 goat to 1 billy.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Hold on just for a second. We're going to wait and make sure it's. You got it? All right, go ahead, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. So I think from the information that I've seen here today that, 1 billy is very good for conservation. And 2, there's the 5-year penalty for non-residents if they took a nanny goat, which in effect is no penalty because there's probably very few non-residents that are repeat, goat hunters. So they wouldn't be really affected by a 5-year penalty. And I think coming here to Alaska to harvest a goat, and I mean, the meat's pretty good, and there's the trophy value of it. That 1 billy for conservation is a good idea to go.
Thank you for that. Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add to what Al is sharing. I believe, Charlotte, if you can help me with this too, but the non-resident take for harvest is approximately 37 goats. Sorry.
Sorry. You're talking about pooled for all areas?
Yes.
37 goats a year compared with 30 goats by Alaska residents.
Okay.
It's the actual goats, not percentage.
Great, thank you. And then I did document that of the non-residents, you estimate 3 to 5 are nannies?
Yeah, yes. I think about 3 to 5
Okay, so that's.
back the envelope.
Okay, so 10%, we'll say. Okay, thank you.
Other questions from board members on this? And I'm sorry, correct, or we have an amendment in front of us? Yeah, we have an amendment in front of us on the amendment to 1 billy. Any more thought? Oh, Member Loring.
Yeah, thank you. Just ask the proposer of the amendment if he could clarify if he wants to keep the original proposal, 77 as is, and just change the bag limit to 1 billy, or if he wants to eventually work towards making it stay as a registration hut with a bag limit of 1 billy. What his,
My intentions was to go to a bag limit for non-residents for 1 billy, and then have the discussion of, do we want to keep it, do we want to change it to a drawing, or do we want to keep it to a registration? There's different options for the board to take after that.
So kind of okay. Is everybody clear on that then? We're changing it to 1 billy, the proposed amendment, anyway. Any further discussion on that from board members?
Call the question.
Oh, Member Garner.
Yeah, I think the conversion to Billy only adds additional complication to the proposal unnecessarily, seeing that nanny take is pretty minimal. And these non-residents are under a guide, which is very skilled and experienced in Billy. Non-residents are specifically targeting mostly a trophy and a Billy. So I think that is implied through their ethics of hunting, and switching it to a Billy only just adds complexity to an existing proposal.
Thanks for that. Captain Johnson, if somebody, if this amendment is passed and we end up enacting this proposal, a non-resident that's guided, that harvests a nanny, will you walk me through that process, how that's going to go? Is it surrender of the animal, ticket? How does it go?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. It's certainly going to depend on the circumstances. I mean, typically on a guided hunt, we expect to see things turned in. The few instances we don't is if a guide just maybe wasn't aware, which would be hard to believe in this case. Yes, it would be surrendered though, and whether a citation is issued or not is going to just be dependent on the circumstances, because it could be anything from the guide directed somebody to shoot an animal thinking it was a Billy, and in fact it turned out to be a nanny, or the other side of the coin is they tell the client to shoot the second on the left and they shoot the second one on the right. So the blame factor depends on those circumstances. No two cases will ever be the same.
Thank you for that. Member Loring.
yeah, thank you. And the downstream effect would be that the guy's going to have an action against him also under the Big Game Services Board too. So I mean, it's just not the hunter that's involved. It's the whole operation. What do you think about that?
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm just looking at it from a conservation standpoint. We have 6 out of the 8 goat management areas in decline, and only 2 that are increasing in population. And you know, all my research on managing ungulate populations is if you start harvesting females out of the population, that's what happens. You reduce the population. We do it in intensive management plans, and also we're doing it here. So I think this would at least eliminate some of the nanny harvest, and I'll leave it at that.
Further discussion on the amendment? If not, we might be ready for a question on the amendment.
Call the question.
Question's been called on the amendment. Carrie, will you poll the board?
Final action on the amendment for 77, change non-resident bag limit from 1 goat to 1 billy. Garner.
No.
Loring.
No.
Fletcher.
No.
Mueller.
No.
Barrett.
Yes.
Bechtel.
No.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Motion fails 2-5.
All right, we have the original proposal in front of us. We've had a really good discussion on it. We have more questions and more comments from the board on it. Looking up and down the line, I don't see any, so we might, Member Loring.
Thank you. This is back to Charlotte. So right now, the current registration hunt, everybody's combined into one, non-residents and residents, and they'll go out and they get their registration permits. Would you see the same problems with that resident section of, would still be under the registration permit that you detail with us that your concerns with the non-resident as far as reporting late and, I mean, all those other issues, would those still be in play? You know, if we were to take the non-resident section out, would you still be facing those same issues with the resident portion of that registration hunt?
Member Loring, through the chair. I'm not sure. I think what happens right now is those areas that I've showed you in red, those are the easiest areas for residents to get. And when those areas close, yes, there are other areas they could go, but it takes more time to get to those areas. It takes more gas to get to those areas. There's private land ownership that influences things in those areas. Then they're basically done. And residents are further constrained by their work schedules and by the weather. They're usually in smaller craft. So I think they're inherently operating with a few more limitations on when, how, and where they go. So I don't quite see the same pressure from those users as highly motivated with a lot of finances in the game, bigger vessels that can tolerate more weather. They can go more days of the week, that kind of thing. It's the do-it-yourself hunters just have more constraints to deal with that are going to limit their ability to participate.
Just one more follow-up. You had those areas on the map that were in red that closed really quickly. Have you thought about, in context of this proposal, about instead of across-the-board drawing permits on all your areas for non-residents and just maybe on your couple that you're really more concerned about, you know, and what those might be? Or was that not even kind of a discussion point?
Member Loring, through the chair, if the board were to move in this direction, I would want some guidance from the board on their desire in this respect. I don't think it's probably necessary, and department leadership could weigh in, to administer drawing hunts in some of these areas that don't close. But we could be given the guidance on how this should be applied, and I'm not sure what our plan would be as far as a total number of permits, how they're divvied up, to where we would want direction from the board on how they would like to see this done.
Okay, I was just looking to see if, you know, kind of what your thoughts were on that, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Other board members? Intent from board members? What did the ACs think about this? Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just in reviewing what the other ACs for these, for Unit 6, Prince William Sound, Valdez, they are opposed. Anchorage is opposed, Cooper Landing opposed, Matsu Valley opposed. In support is Anchorage, AC, Whittier, and then Matanuska Valley. So for, at least for the ACs in support.
Thanks for digging that up, Member Mueller. Any other comments from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Oh, sorry. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost of private persons if the regulation is adopted.
Thank you very much. Carrie, will poll the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 77. Bechtel?
No.
Fletcher?
No.
Barrett?
No.
Loring?
No.
Hoffman?
No.
Mueller?
No.
Garner?
No.
Motion fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 78, create a fall season archery registration goat hunt within the Unit 6D Delta RG 248 hunt area with a bag limit of 1 billy.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This proposal 78 would create an early season archery hunt within RG 248, available by registration permit with a bag limit of 1 billy and season dates of September 10th through 20th. The department is neutral due to the allocative nature of this proposal. I'll give you a little bit of background on this hunt area. As I mentioned before, Unit 6 and D, well, actually, I didn't mention this before. They have the season on the books of September 15th through January 31st. However, this hunt area, we use an October 1st to October 31st season. The nanning provision applies. I've explained that a number of times. There's a positive C&T finding, but that's lumped for both Unit 6C and 6D. It also includes portions of the Valdez non-subsistence area. This is managed using goat points. This area was not surveyed prior to my arrival in 2013, so I showed up in 2013 and the locals immediately started asking me what it would take to have a hunt opportunity there. I was able to get a partial count, which looked good enough to support a small hunt, and we started with October 1 through 10 dates, which had previously been used. Even though they didn't have survey data, they had tried to administer a hunt in the past and my predecessor had found it to be quite unruly and was not interested in continuing in that. So of the last 27 years, we've had a hunt 16, and 12 of those have been in the time that I've been in the Cordova office. Since we started regularly providing this opportunity, we've been able to extend that season from a 10-day season to a 31-day season. And then recently, we haven't needed to use an emergency order closure. We have not used that since 2018, so we're looking at a new hunt structure for that area now. We used to issue a limited number of permits at a third-party office because we don't have a Fish and Game office in Valdez. We issued them at the prospector, and what we found was when you could just pick up a permit and go hunting that day, a lot of people would see a good weather forecast and come on down, and we doubled the quota 1 year with our harvest. So we started doing a limited number of permits issued in person, and I would post up in the Alaska Wildlife Troopers office. We provide an average number of goat points between 5 and 6. Our average harvest is 4 goat points, but the goat points available is between 5 and 6. And since 2005, no one has indicated that archery has been used. It's 96% Alaska resident participation in that hunt. And so this hunt would seek to create an early season archery hunt. 1 billy, seasons September 10 through 20. We are neutral.
Thank you for that. Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was looking, so maybe I didn't hear you, but in the regulations, it says RG 248 hunt the season is to be announced. So when I was reading, the proposers said that the season for 248 wouldn't change, but what is the season typically then for 248?
Thank you, Member Barrett, through the chair. Yeah, it's usually, now it's the entire month of October. The part that is to be announced is what the date is that I will be present in that office. And that depends on the Marine Highway schedule, and half the time the ferry doesn't go and the flights don't go and I can't get from there to there. It's a hard thing. So we have to figure out how all those logistics are gonna work out. Then announce that to the public. I can also generally announce the number of permits that'll be issued based on my most recent survey data.
Thank you.
Other board members' questions? Member Batesville.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. So if you have an average of 4 points, so is that 4 billies harvested as an average?
Member Batesville, through the chair, this area usually has some nanny take in it. It's a road system hunt. A lot of people that participate in it are first-time goat hunters. Even though there's a goat hunter quiz, that tends to happen. So, yeah.
Second question there. So if there's some nanny harvest and stuff, we're looking at, even though we have really good local participation and stuff like that, we're talking about maybe 3 goats total harvested out of this area, roughly. I'm just thinking, like, if we add something in there, what's going to be the effects on that harvest if anybody in the archery season is successful?
Yeah, Member Bechtel, I'm not really sure how much participation there would be by archery hunters, since the number of people who have ever indicated that they use archery is so low. As you can see with the survey data that I have for that area, I don't have concerns for that area right now, and I've been able to expand opportunity. And with the mandatory goat hunter education, I think it helps some. The nanny penalty helps some. I always expect 1 or 2 nannies to show up in that harvest, and that's just going to be part of this deal. But I'm excited that this year, instead of doing the in-person permitting and trying to navigate all the logistics associated with doing that, we're going to be providing a limited number of permits online this year. So we're continuing to grow opportunity. I'm hesitant to change a whole bunch of different parts at the same time, because then I don't know which one, if it starts to get weird, which one contributed to that. But that is a change we're planning to put in place too.
I know you said that, you haven't ever had any people participate in this hunt with archery equipment, but when we talk about the overall region, what sort of participation is there with archery equipment for goat? And then if you could speak to, if you know, I don't know if you capture this or not, are bow hunters better at picking out billies than nannies?
Mr. Chair, I don't have the numbers for statewide and other hunts. For some reason, I don't even want to throw out the numbers in my head, because I'm just not sure if it's right, as far as how many people are checking the box that they used archery. In all of my hunts, I know it's very, very low. I can't think of a single circumstance. And what was the second part of the question?
Second part of the question, we've had some public testimony from bow hunters, and some of those bow hunters have stated that, listen, it's harder to get on a goat with archery equipment, so I would be happy to take a nanny. And we've had some other public comment that I'm a bow hunter and I'm a trophy hunter, and we get very close to the animal and we do a better job of harvesting billies. Can you speak to that at all? If not, you can just say nope.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I could see that going either way, and I don't have the data to support any comment on that one way or the other.
Thanks for that. Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Charlotte. With this, if we move forward with this archery hunt, and it being the dates September 10 through 20, and it being generally a road system hunt, do you have any crowding concerns about this?
Thank you, Member Hoffman, through the chair. I don't know about crowding concerns or anything like that. One thing that brings up some questions for me is just how to administer the quota. Are these animals carved out, they're carved out of the greater quota, and now everyone else is competing in the remaining rifle season for what remains of that quota? I don't know how we handle that allocative nature, and we would rely on the board for guidance on that.
There are questions from board members. Member Gardner and then Member Mueller.
Yeah, maybe just some comments towards intent on the comment recently made about carving out special tags. But under the current structure, I think opportunity exists. I think this proposal is allocative to a special use group based on personal means and methods. And under the current structure, I think equal opportunity for all is already given.
Thank you for that. Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also agree with Member Jake here. I do believe that the proposal says just to create an archery-only registration permit in a portion of Unit 6. So that would be under RG 248, correct? So then to just confirm, later in the information, it says nearly all harvest is 96% by Alaska residents, right? So we would have to then decide if it was going to be residents as well as non-residents, but I do believe that this would take away opportunity from other hunters later in the season. So that is a concern.
Member Loring.
Thank you. I just, not so much intent, but Charlotte, right now your slide says you have goal points available as average 5 to 6, and then the harvest is an average 4, which, so if this hunt was to be implemented, would those numbers, that average available goat points still be the same? Or would you increase that, or how would you manage that?
Yeah, Member Loring, through the chair, because there hasn't been any archery indicated harvest, I don't have the data to anticipate how many archery hunters would participate in this, because nobody has indicated that they have.
But if there was to be an archery hunt earlier and they were successful, then you would have to evaluate how many goat points available for the rest of the later season. Then it might reduce that number. You might have to close the season earlier.
Yes, Member Loring, through the chair, that's my interpretation, is that the maximum allowable harvest would remain the same. It'd just be that when the rifle season began, they'd be operating on whatever remained.
Thank you.
George, did you have something?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the discussion has touched several directions of possible reductions later on in the season. So if this proposal was adopted with the non-residents early in the season, the question is, what would that do to reasonable opportunity to Alaskan residents? That's everybody's getting close to it, but I haven't actually heard that verbiage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm hearing what other members are saying. Am I correct in reading the graph again? And I was back to proposal 77, but RG 248 was the blue indicator, and if that's correct, they had a population estimate of in 2006 of 50, and to date about 190. It's one of the populations that have been increasing.
Member Brett, through the chair, I would have to go back further to find that graphic, but I can give you this one, which is RG 248, a little easier to read without the different colors and the lines. So we've had complete surveys fairly consistently since I arrived in 2013. I don't have any concerns about this population. That smaller number in 2020 is an example of one of those years where for some reason our citability was poor, and I think hot conditions influenced the accuracy of that count. In this hunt area, I did not reduce the number of permits or the goat points in response to that count because I didn't believe it to be accurate. I waited until we got the next count and it was high and everything was great. So we've been able to double the number of permits that we're offering. We're still not hitting the goat points. So that's why we're expanding that opportunity with an online permitting option this year.
Other board members? Oh, Member Brett. Or Commissioner.
So let me ask you this question another way. So if the board were to create this archery-only hunt, how would you adjust the regular season, if at all, at the current population levels or if the population level dropped?
Yes, Commissioner, through the chair. I would, once the rifle season opened, we would be functioning with the maximum allowable harvest that is the total minus whatever was taken during the archery hunt. And then that season would be emergency order closed accordingly when we got to that point.
But at the current population levels, you would not see that as a big adjustment?
at our current population level and with our current interest, we haven't been hitting the maximum allowable harvest. So I don't know how this change will impact that. I also don't know how the change with online permitting issuance will impact that, but we'll just have to see.
Other board members' thoughts on this? We've had a good discussion about it. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm tending to support this proposal. I think going to one billy for an archery season is very conservative. We have a population that is increasing. I don't think it'll have any conflicts with the October hunt. I do not believe it'll affect the reasonable opportunity for subsistence. And I think the harvest would be very little, and that harvest of that 1 point should come out of the quota, and it looks like there may even be a potential to increase that quota by the population. As you know, the population doing very well. So I think it's providing some more opportunity, and I think this one is a fairly reasonable request from the proposer.
Thanks for that. I guess my point of view would be 96% of, the participants in this hunt are Alaska residents, and nobody's used archery equipment yet, so I don't know how many people would want to. Any other board members? Questions, concerns? Member Loring.
Thank you. I'm always concerned about going to one billy and what the potential outcome would be if a nanny's taken. There's still a lot of testimony that big nannies are sometimes mistaken for billies, and of course that's a question in any hunt anywhere in the state. But I'm still concerned with the one billy season versus a one goat season. Thank you.
Any further discussion from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please, Carrie?
Final action on Proposal 78. Mueller.
No.
Hoffman.
No.
Garner.
No.
Bechtel.
Yes.
Loring.
Yes.
Fletcher.
No.
Barrett. Motion fails 3-4.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 79, shorten the non-resident hunting season for moose in Unit 6A Alpha.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you're ready, Charlotte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 79 seeks to shorten the non-resident moose season in Unit 6. We clarified the intent with the proposal that it is for Unit 6A remainder, and that would end October 31st. Currently, the season ends at the end of November. We are neutral on this proposal due to its allocative nature. So the current season for Unit 6A remainder, it's a non-resident season. The non-resident season is for one bull with 50-inch antlers or antlers with 3 or more brow tines on at least one side. It uses a statewide harvest ticket and has a season date of September 1 to November 30th. There's a negative customary and traditional use finding for moose in this area. This graphic indicates the hunt structure that's utilized for each of these areas, and I've highlighted that furthest eastern portion with a red arrow because that's the area that this is talking about. Just for a quick refresher, moose were transplanted onto the Copper River Delta between 1949 and 1958. This was done with moose calves that were scooped up from Anchorage in the Matsu Valley, not Matsu, but the Kenai Peninsula. But since then, barriers to migration are no longer present, and there's evidence of gene flow down the Copper, and we saw expansion of those moose eastern throughout all of Unit 6. There's a negative customary use finding, as I said. There are no biological concerns about this area because the hunt is antler restricted. It kind of operates a bit more on autopilot. You can see the last count that I got was in the spring of 2020, RY19 shown here on the graphic, and that fell within the range of our population objectives with 316. One consideration is that we have expanded our count area to account for moose movement and colonization of the full extent of Unit 6. So then this was the first time that we had fully counted that area, but it does show no concerns. This graphic shows the chronology of the harvest, and so the very lightest color of blue is representing the harvest that occurs in November. So you can see that shown in the year 2009, 10, and then also in 17, 18, and then also in 22, 23. But what that means is in 20 years of harvest, we're talking about 5 bulls that were taken in the month of November. So in conclusion, Proposal 79 seeks to shorten the non-resident moose season, and Unit 6A remainder, the department is, by 1 month, eliminating the month of November. The department is neutral on this due to its allocative nature. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Sheriff. Back on slide 34, where you're looking at the November 1st to the 30th segment of the hunts, and on 2018, and it looks like maybe on 22, 23 are the only ones that show. Do you know if those are, I know moose isn't a guided species, but were they, did your harvest ticket information show that they were commercial services used or DYI hunts? Do you know that answer? Or DYI hunts, excuse me?
Thank you, Member Loring, through the chair. The harvest in this area is over 84% non-resident, and I would be surprised if those were resident harvests, but I can't answer that conclusively for you with the data in front of me.
Thank you.
Is there any particular reason why this is one of the longest moose seasons in the state, in your opinion? I mean, how did that come about? When it got in the inception of this?
Mr. Chair, I am becoming one of the people that's participated in more of these processes than many of the others, but I don't know the answer to the regulatory history of the season dates, how long they've been this way. I think for a very long time, but I'm not sure.
Director Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to the chair, this area it's out there. It's way on the eastern edge of Unit 6A. It shares a lot of things in common with 5B and even sections of 5A out on the Gulf Coast. I don't know, I can't speak to an exact reasoning, but it's also very difficult to get to. The farther you get into the fall, yes, there's a giant airstrip at Cape Yakataga, so there is access available. It's interesting, following up in that vein, though, a total harvest in 25 years is 5 bulls during this time period. Not a lot of effort being extended, so no biological concern.
Member Loring.
I'm going to add a little bit to that. I know the weather down there is just absolutely terrible that time of year, so. Big area, it's a long ways from Cordova, a long ways from Yakutat. Other than a few airstrips on the beach, there's just not a lot of participation, and the weather's just terrible, so I think that they spread it out to give more opportunity because it's available.
Other board members, questions? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm guessing the reason residents aren't interested in participating in this opportunity is just location?
Member Brett, through the chair, thanks for the question. Yes, I think the participation of resident Alaskans is, well, I know it's low in this area, and I think it's exceptionally low in November. In order to participate, you would need an airplane, most likely, and it is hard to find a commercial operator that is willing to put hunters in the field unsupported by a physical structure that time of year. So yeah, not very much resident participation, even less in November. And did I answer?
Oh, yeah,
okay.
you're good, thank you.
There are questions from board members, comments from board members. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not willing to support this proposal. I think there's been very little harvest at that time of the year that the proposer's asking for. It doesn't seem that residents are super interested in participating in this. Even, non-resident, I guess there's, at least this one transporter or lodge owner that, does do business down there and has been. So I don't think there's a conservation concern with the way it's currently going, so I don't think I'll support this.
You talk a little bit about the timing here, like post-rut bulls. Are they coming out of the mountains into the low country this time? Body condition of those post-rut bulls? Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really have much data to inform that conversation aside from what everybody that hunts moose knows. Moose in this area exist in a kind of coastal fringe of habitat, and I think they become even more reliant on that as the winter conditions become more advanced and snow starts to become a limiting factor. They get pushed down more into those coastal areas, but I couldn't weigh in on body condition. I haven't handled any animals from that area or assessed them in any way.
Thanks for that. Other questions from board members? Member Batesville.
Yeah, just a comment, kind of on intent. I remember the proposers talking about the moose coming down and kind of kicking up right in behind the beach line, and that was his reason for the proposal of this, even though I don't see a biological reason or the fact that there's much pressure going on, and I don't think I can support this.
Other questions, comments from board members? Looking up and down the line here. If not, we might be ready for the question on this.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concern from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please, Carrie?
Final action on Proposal 79. Hoffman?
No.
Barrett?
No.
Loring?
No.
Fletcher?
Yes.
Garner?
No.
Batesville?
No.
Mueller?
No.
Motion fails 1-6.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt Proposal 80, create a new drawing hunt in Unit 6D Delta along the Richardson Highway from Valdez to milepost 25.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This proposal, Proposal 80, seeks to create a road corridor hunt area and a drawing. So we would create 2 new hunt zones, one an archery-only zone from Valdez, milepost 0 to milepost 12 on the Richardson Highway, and only within 100 yards on either side of the highway right-of-way. Then there would be any weapon zone from milepost 12 to 25 on the Richardson Highway, only within 100 yards on either side of the highway right-of-way. Each hunt area would have a drawing hunt for a bull or cow without a calf, and the season dates would be October 1 to February 28. The department is neutral due to the allocative nature of this proposal. As I mentioned before in my overview, we're talking about Unit 6D, and most of I'll get into that in a minute. The season is for resident or non-resident, 1 bull in 6D using a harvest ticket, and the season dates are September 1 to September 30th. There's a negative C&T customary and traditional use finding for moose in this area. So the part I did mention in my overview is this is considered an overflow population from Unit 13D. We did not survey it. It could be growing based on harvest, but I think most of the change that we're seeing in harvest is a result of increased participation. Our current strategy allows for compensatory harvest. We think we provide plenty of bull opportunity, and if with milder winters, potentially cows could potentially set up shop, we could potentially grow a population there. So this allows both a good harvest opportunity and the possibility for growth in the future. The number of hunters pursuing moose in Unit 6D is growing. You can see that from the total height of the bar shown here. Most of the participation is local, shown in blue, but you can see non-local Alaskans represented in red. In some years, that's bigger participation than others, and non-residents shown in green. Statewide archery accounts for 1 to 3% of harvests annually. That was the number I was flipping through my pages for a minute ago. In Unit 6, harvest by bow hunters averages less than 1%. The archery-only rule would be applied for public safety in city limits. Harvest has increased over the last 25 years. Most of those hunters, as I mentioned, are Alaska residents. And part of the proposer's intent here is to reduce vehicle collisions with moose, but there are very few roadkill moose reported for this area. Unfortunately, since we don't have a fish and game presence in Valdez, I don't have a lot of confidence in the information that we have. I only have 2 roadkill moose reported in the last 20 years, but talking to the animal control and state troopers in Valdez, it's 1 to 2 moose a year in this area. So quite a bit different than other parts of the state that do have severe concerns with moose vehicle collisions. There is a city ordinance that may come into play here and make this rule null and void. The city ordinance prevents the taking of wildlife within the described corridor, and that's shown here in red. From Valdez is close to the areas that are shown in green here, and then it extends out the road, out the Richardson Highway. So this could be a factor. This is a municipal trapping map, but it says no trapping or taking of wildlife is shown with the red crosshatch on this map. So in conclusion, the road corridor hunt area and drawing, it would propose those 2 new hunt areas. I will save you describing them again unless you really need me to. It would make it to where we'd have to administer a draw hunt very far in advance of the season's winter conditions and understanding what those winter conditions are. So we couldn't really respond in season to winter conditions and seeking to address an area that has very low vehicle collisions. So, but the department is neutral because this is allocative.
Thanks for that. Department of Law, do you have any comments on null and void?
Mr. Chair, another way to think of that is the action that the board decides to take today will not affect those restrictions that are currently in place. So if you adopt this, those restrictions will still exist for hunters who try to take advantage of this opportunity.
So if we adopt this, is there any area that this proposal would, you could be able to utilize or not, or is it totally encompassed in that?
Through the chair, I think I would defer to the department a little bit because I'm less familiar with the actual geographic boundaries at play.
What do you think, department?
Yeah, Chairman Fletcher, I think that this would be completely within that area shown on the graph, but I'm not entirely positive.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Has there been an antlerless authorization by the local ACs for if this would be enacted, or is that something that we pass it and then they would vote on authorizing an antlerless hunt or not? I don't know what comes first.
Director Scott.
Through the chair, Member Brett, yeah, great question. This would come first, and then we'd have to seek an antlerless hunt.
Thank you.
And there are comments from board members. Member Loring.
Thank you. Just clarify, the Valdez ordinance has no wiggle room for any type of methods and means as far as archery. It's just total, no taking of wildlife within that corridor that you have on the map there.
Member Loring, thanks for the question through the chair. My best understanding of this city ordinance is from talking to the local police chief.
Okay.
And he did not see a way that this proposal could move forward with his interpretation. But I am not an expert on municipal code and what taking of wildlife, some of those definitions. Oh, look, we got an expert right there.
Go ahead, Department of Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Valdez ordinance does have take wildlife defined, and it is intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, or with criminal negligence, pursuing, hunting, fishing, trapping, or in any manner disturbing, capturing, or killing, or attempting to pursue, hunt, fish, trap, or in any manner capture or kill fish or game. So it is pretty broad, and it covers.
Sounds pretty ironclad to me. Okay, that makes sense, thanks.
I'm not trying to be difficult, but just for a point of clarification, if I'm inside, like, if we accepted this proposal, and I'm inside this 100-yard buffer, and I'm the one that's hunting, and I let an arrow fly outside of that 100-yard buffer to harvest an animal, does that come into play? Because the animal will be harvested outside of the area, but I'm inside the area, or do you have to actually take the animal inside the 100 yards? And if I'm shooting an arrow, I'm missing anyway, but maybe it doesn't matter. Probably doesn't. Oh, Member Gardner.
Yeah, I think the proposal clearly states that it's actually being asked only within 100 yards. So everything that I see within this proposal actually falls in conflict with a municipal ordinance. So the proposal would be null and void.
I'm thinking, I'm along those same lines, Member Gardner. Anybody else thinking anything different? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concern from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you very much. Will you pull the board, please, Carrie?
Final action on Proposal 80. Barrett?
No.
Hoffman?
No.
Garner?
No.
Fletcher?
Nope.
Bechtel?
No.
Mueller?
No.
Loring?
No.
Motion fails, 0-7.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 81, reauthorize the antlerless moose season in Unit 6C, Charlie.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you're ready, Charlotte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 81 seeks to reauthorize the antlerless moose hunt in Unit 6C. The department supports this proposal because it increases options for hunt management. I've included the advisory committee votes. Whittier actually did take action on this. They had a second meeting and they unanimously approved this. I just neglected to update this slide. A little bit of population background. Again, these moose result from a transplant that occurred between 1949 and 1958 that was necessary to give a little boost to moose moving into that area due to previously geographically isolated. They were previously unable to get there. We generally have mild winters, little winter kill, and that results in high calf survival relative to other areas. I've also observed high twinning rates. It's a growing or stable population despite the use of high cow harvest to keep it within objectives. As I mentioned before, the current hunt structure involves a state draw for 25% of the maximum allowable harvest of bulls in this area of 6 Charlie. And the remainder is administered through a federal draw. 75% of that bull take and 100% of the cows occur in that hunt. There is a registration hunt on the books, RM 169. It's a late season hunt that could be used if needed. It's intended to take unfilled quota and has not been used due to high success rates and good cooperation between the state and the federal land manager. This graphic just gives the current population information. I hope to update this with new data that I'm collecting this year, but you can see we had a population that grew from 200, 300 moose to 600 moose. Last count was a little bit lower than that and due to aggressive cow harvest, but I can kind of affect that pretty easily by just backing off that cow take, and preliminary data suggests that we're back in objectives already. Whoops. Okay, so moose hunting has occurred in Unit 6C since 1960. The federal cow hunt, subsistence cow hunt, has occurred since 2000. We vary the permits based on objectives and our most current information. 10-year average of 31 antlerless moose permits issued. After that last survey, I backed that off to 20. The 10-year average success rates for combined federal hunts is 95%, very high success in this area, and there's no non-resident hunting opportunity in this area. So in conclusion, this seeks to reauthorize the antlerless moose hunt in 6C, just to leave our options on the table. We support it having access to the most tools that we can for hunt management. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is the habitat limiting why we don't raise the population objective on that, or we haven't looked at that? Could it support more moose, or are we just comfortable with status quo?
Thank you, Member Barrett, through the chair. There were a number of population studies that occurred in the 90s. Tom Stevenson did one of them, McCracken did one of them, that documented concerns about successional changes on the Delta. As a result, the Forest Service has utilized Hydro-Ax program to reinvigorate habitat. But there have been a number of studies on carrying capacity over time, the most recent occurring in 2015, and it showed that the moose population was capable of being higher than they thought. Previously, in the previous studies, it showed low utilization rates of browse, it showed high twinning rates. These are all really good signs. It showed moose using areas during our surveys where they hadn't been documented using before. And all of that suggested that the area could support a larger population and support larger harvest. And that's why the advisory committee met and revised that population objective to a higher level. The thing that you run the risk of, though, anytime you raise your objective higher, is that you're going to have an extreme winter. And when you do, you're going to lose a lot of moose. So do you opt for a higher harvest strategy that results in lower winter harvest and kind of keeps a lid on that population, or do you allow it to grow to a point that then when it does have a severe winter, it's a really big deal? And the advisory committee expressed their desires and talked that out with me, and we came up with a number that they felt happy with. And so now my challenge is to keep our population within that number by dialing in appropriate levels of harvest. And that's just recognizing that, I want to keep a nice sustainable population, but I also want to allow for a lot of harvest because the community desires that. So it's a rare opportunity because we believe that calf survival, our best evidence is that calf survival is very high there. We have the ability to really use harvest as our tool to adjust our population level in a way that's unique to other areas.
And just to follow up on that, and I understand about the winter kill, but I mean, that winter kill happens at a lower population just as much as it would at a higher population, if the animals are still healthy. Training rates are up, patrician rates are high, and rump fat samples are good. You still have that rate of loss due to winter kill. So I don't know if, I'm just looking at the habitat, if we could increase a moose population and provide more opportunity, that's something to look at instead of stabilizing it at a number in fear of a winter kill.
Other questions from board members? Member Garner.
When was that last time that objective was looked at, studied up or down?
Member Gardner, through the chair, I believe it was either 2014 or 2015 is when they adjusted that. That was after 2 surveys of over 600 moose, and the previous objective was 400 to 450. So we addressed it at that time and talked about pros and cons. The concerns about successional change are still there. It's just a theoretical exercise of when that will happen. And carrying capacity, you can think of that from strict interpretation of the quality of the plants, but it's also access to plants. And that's in an area like this where we've had, as I described, severe winters with 10 feet of snow in 2 weeks, and then a lot of winters with nothing. Your carrying capacity, it's also just about plant access at certain times. So, yeah, I don't know if I helped or hurt that discussion.
Are there questions from board members, comments from board members? Intent from board members? Member Brett?
Yeah, there's no really intent here. The ACs voted to support it, so we go with the ACs.
Member Loring?
Yeah, I agree with that. Everything I've heard leads me to want to support this proposal also. Thank you.
Any other board members, questions? If not,
Call a question, Mr. Chairman.
question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 81. Loring.
Yes.
Bechtel.
Yes.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Barrett.
Yes.
Mueller.
Yes.
Garner.
Yes.
Fletcher.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 82, shorten the spring hunting season for black bear in Unit 6D Delta by 10 days.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you're ready.
Mr. Chair, would it be possible to take a 5-minute break? I should have taken advantage of the last break that was provided, but I got wrapped up in conversation. I think this black bear discussion would go a lot better for me if I had about 5 minutes.
All right, that's approved. We'll have a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, welcome back, everybody. I'd gavel in, but I don't know if the table can take it. And we have proposal 82 on the table. Take it away whenever you're ready, Charlotte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 82 seeks to change the season dates for black bear in Unit 6D to September 10th through May 31st, reducing the season by 10 days in the spring. The department is opposed to measures that would reduce bear hunting opportunity. Black bear are an important resource to hunters in 6D. They're the second most pursued game species in Prince William Sound. Statewide, they are the third most sought after species for hunting. There is a positive customary and traditional use finding for black bear and an amount necessary for subsistence of 80 to 120 bears. Spring trips in Prince William Sound are very popular. They are often multi-purpose hunts, and they are often the first opportunity to hunt after a long, hard winter. People enjoy setting shrimp pots, fishing for rockfish and halibut, and hunting for bears, which are conspicuous on sedge meadows and avalanche chutes this time of year. Black bear are prized for hides and meat. There's a mandatory salvage requirement in the spring, an average of 17 tons of meat harvested annually. Black bears are viewed as a trophy species that probably do not have a meaningful impact on other animal populations in this area due to weather and geography. There's no no moose in this area, and low deer abundance because of the weather in the northern and western Sound. The current season is in Unit 6D is resident or non-resident one bear using a registration hunt. That registration hunt was established in 2015. And that goes from September 10th to June 20th. Sorry, June 10th, September 10th to June 10th. I've showed you this graphic once before. I'll explain it again. The total height of the bar is the total number of harvested bears based on our ceiling data. The dark blue is representing the males. The lighter blue is the females. And the green line shows the percent take of females over time. So we've seen some big harvest increases. Largely, that's been in response to access. We tripled our harvest before the Whittier Tunnel and 2007. The Whittier Tunnel opened in 2000, reaching a high of 570 bears. And the population grew to that time, but after 2007, not the population, but the harvest, after 2007, we were on an 8 to 12% annual decline that started to accelerate. And our low point was in RY15, shown here on the graphic, where we were under, the low was 89 bears in that year. We've used emergency order closure one time, and that was in RY14. We vetted that decision at a board meeting in 15 that put the registration hunt into place for the upcoming hunting season. But black bears have been an area of interest with proposals in front of the board numerous times over the years. The first time was in regulatory year 03. Regulation making it illegal to shoot black bears from a boat in Prince William Sound was put into place. Another change was made in RY05 when the season dates were changed from a June 30th end date to the June 10th end date that we use currently. Also in RY05, bear baiting restrictions were put into place in Prince William Sound. Fall season length was adjusted in 09, but the harvest was already on the decline during that time period, and most of the harvest occurs in the spring, so we don't think that that fall season length probably had much of a change. I mentioned the emergency order closure that we used in 15, and then the institution of the registration hunt, RL065, which we currently use. I talked to you a little bit about effort, which we've been able to monitor since 09. This is, in the purple, hunters that reported that they went hunting. And then orange is shown bears that were sealed and show up in our harvest database as a result of that. Sealing is required. The blue line shows success rates. You can see that in the RY09 and RY10, we were at about 50% success rates. As the harvest was declining, the success rates also declined to the lowest point at about 15% success rate. They've since rebounded in the 30 to 40% range, with this last season being another drop below 30% in success rates, which may have been driven a bit by bear distribution in response to low winter snow conditions that persisted throughout South Central. But you can see with the height of that purple bar, the interest in hunting has not diminished in Prince William Sound, and it may be the highest it's ever been. Bears are particularly vulnerable in early June when they're really focused on breeding behavior. Although we have the authority to use emergency order closures, we have only used them one time. That was in RWA 14 when we announced to the board our intent to do that before the registration hunt went into place. Although we have met the maximum allowable harvest and exceeded that, I have not been given the authorization to issue an emergency order closure. Memorial Day weekend is always our biggest week, and so after that, depending on when that weekend occurs, we don't have a lot of time to respond, and with delays in harvest reporting, it's difficult to have the complete information that we need to make a change, and what we're talking about is the last 10 days of the season generally. To give you an idea of the harvest chronology, Memorial Day weekend is always going to be a big weekend. And so these dates, the June 1 to June 10th, would not include the weekend that generally has our largest harvest. But they do include about 19% of the overall harvest occurs in those June 1 through June 10th date. So if this proposal carried across the data set, there would be, if it had been used, it would have led to 546 bears not have been being taken, but they still could have been compressed in a different time frame. So 19% of the total harvest of the data set occurs during this window of time. It ranges from 10 to 24%, 30 to 117 bears per year is what we could be talking about. So in conclusion, Proposal 82 seeks to change the season dates from their current ending date of current ending date of June 10th to an ending date of May 31st. It would cut out those 10 days of the spring season. Department is opposed to measures that would reduce bear hunter opportunity.
Thank you for that. I guess just a general first question, and I don't need any hard numbers on this, but your general feeling on if we did shorten the season here, how big a part is the lack of reporting encompassed in that last 10 days of the season? I know we talked about Memorial Day weekend. Is it the majority of that just because of participation? Can you talk to that at all?
Mr. Chair, it's a challenge as we approach Memorial Day weekend, every weekend that goes by, the bear harvest is exponentially increasing. More and more people are getting out in the country, and you can kind of get a feel for how large the overall harvest is going to be. But it does vary from year to year how much impact that Memorial Day weekend has. And so then we get through that weekend, and depending on if it's on the earlier side that Memorial Day happens or the later side, that matters how many days we have to respond. And so then we got to think about, well, what day of the week is this going to fall on? What day of the week am I going to announce? Am I going to announce an emergency order on Friday when people are already driven from Anchorage? No. So I really need to know early in the week so that I could announce middle of the week so that I'm not announcing when people are already packed up and trying to hit the sound and hit the tunnel and get out there that it's happened. Or I have these narrow windows to make these decisions and to make these calls. And I have to project what I think the ending harvest is going to be. It's a really hard thing to hit as far as how to get it where on the right day to make the early call and then project what the harvest is going to be. And then the question always comes up, is it going to be biologically impactful if I don't do it? And I don't think that the emergency order closure is going to be the make or break on the long-term health of the population or the long-term hunt opportunity, but I think it can impact the amount. What I don't want is just ride the waves on this population of these steep climbs. And we've had year-to-year increases of 50% in our harvest. If you look at the jump that happened between 21 and 22, or between 19 and 20, those are large jumps. And I wonder, are we going to just repeat the cycling that occurs where we build and then we have declining harvest for a period of time? I would like to provide a consistent hunt opportunity, and I think if we could smooth out those peaks and valleys, we could potentially provide more opportunity over time. And, you know, this year, it's a pretty substantial drop in harvest to be under 300 again, and it's $1 million question. Is that just an expression of bear distribution? I see that percentage of female up higher again, and I wonder, but is it distribution? Is it the start of the cycling that we have done in the past?
Thank you for that. Other questions from board members? Member Batesville.
Yeah, so if we were to adopt this June 1st to 10th proposal, removing that from that, all I can imagine is that the pressure in the end of May is just going to increase rapidly right up to the day of closure. With what I see with what your response is today, I think the amount of people afield in the end of May is going to exponentially go up if we remove these 10 days and compress probably not as much harvest, but additional harvest into the end of May. Is that kind of your take on that?
Thank you, Member Beistel, through the chair. When I was growing up, my dad said never go to the lake on Memorial Day weekend. And that was in New Mexico, but it was true that it was the worst day to try to back down a boat because a lot of people, it was the first time they were backing out on the boat for the season. Spouses were fighting, all heck was breaking loose. It was just a bad time to be on the lake. I think for a lot of people, Memorial Day weekend is the weekend you get out. It's representative of your first time to get out in the Sound. I don't know how many people are really gonna push that earlier for just, I don't know if it's like superstition or some kind of mental block or just digging out the boat from snow or whatever. I do think it's possible to compress that season a bit. I'm sure some of that would happen, but I think for some people, Memorial Day represents the start of summer and something more, and they're not gonna push that much more, but that's just a hypothesis.
Thank you.
Other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see on your graph that you didn't include the federal portions of their season because they have a much longer season on both ends. And so I don't know how that's reflective of the harvest on your chronological harvest here.
Yeah, Member Barrett, through the chair. I just realized I didn't include the residency breakdown of the harvest. But in this hunt, it's mostly non-local Alaskan participation, small amount of Unit 6 resident participation, and a small amount of resident participation. So yes, there is a more liberal federal season. I know of very, very few users that participate in that. And they do that within the bounds of the state system, so our ceiling requirements apply and permits apply. They do not have a separate federal permit to participate.
Thank you.
Kendra?
Yeah, so through the chair, Member Brett, I have a little bit of information through 2023 to help kind of answer that question. While we do have the federal season is liberalized comparatively, on average between 2010 and 2023, the federally qualified subsistence user harvest was 0.9%.
Other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Thank you. Have you seen, I didn't see a chart on your ceiling records. Has there been a decrease in the age of bears and the skull size as that population or that harvest or the population is dropping?
Thank you, Member Barrett, for the question through the chair. Skull size data is very hard to interpret. I was talking to Mr. Spraker about this the other day, because you never know when your skull sizes start to change, if that's in response to the absence of old mature males or the preponderance of young animals. I can tell you, looking at our harvest data, we had a number of years where the harvested bears under 3 years old was making up 40% of our harvest. So this goes back to our research and the information that we have that suggests there's some really big age classes moving through from really productive years of cub production. And those bears are starting to get older. And so when they're not there anymore and making up a big portion of the harvest, my question is, what is in there? What is stepping up? Because we know there have been some years where we're not seeing, big representation of certain years of birth in that harvest data. So that's when we have these times when our percentage of females is going up, we can see the age of those females is quite a bit higher. And again, that I believe goes back to that cub insurance policy not being into play. So those are the changes that I observe about. I've never found skull size to be that useful. It's very hard to interpret, and I'm not alone in that. I think you'd be very challenged to find biologists that would hang their hat on skull size data. But the age data is very thought-provoking for me, and I wonder about that a lot. It keeps me up a bit at night, honestly.
All right, thank you.
Other board members' questions? Comments? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think I'll intend to support this proposal. I think it's premature. I think we're still managing on a sustained yield basis. It's not reducing any reasonable opportunity for subsistence, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for that. Other board members on this? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Prince William Sound is a good habitat for bears. There's a lot of bears there, and it shows by the number of harvests. That many bears in it's a big area, but it's not really a big area compared to Alaska. So the department's comfortable with what they have, and they don't want to see a reduction in opportunity, so I won't be supporting it either.
Other board members' thoughts? Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think, this proposal may not have an impact in the reduction of take, but more of a compounding effect and kind of basically make the whole last week of May similar to the Memorial Day weekend, and just compounding and providing congestion.
Other board members on this? Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Member Gardner on this as well for the reduction. However, this is also a proposal by the Copper River Prince William Sound AC, so I know that they did share in their testimony, as well as there's a lot of support from other ACs on this proposal to reduce it. And of course, with this being a registration that is in effect till June 10th, after May 31st, it's not required to have meat salvage. So you're not required to keep the meat after May 31st.
Other board members on this? I think that maybe if we do shorten this season, we could establish a more steady population down there for harvest. I don't think necessarily Memorial Day weekend is synonymous with black bear hunting. I think a lot of those black bears maybe on Memorial Day weekend are harvested at a time of opportunity. But that's just a couple of my thoughts. I'd appreciate some other board members' input on it, but if not, looking up and down the line here, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concern from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 82. Fletcher?
Yes.
Garner?
No.
Barrett,
No.
Mueller,
Yes.
Hoffman,
No.
Loring,
No.
Bechtel.
No.
Motion fails, 2-5. And then through the chair, or to the board members, board support staff have a correction for Proposal 77. It was stated that the Anchorage and Matsu Valley ACs did not support that proposal, and that was a mistake in the ACPC matrix. So Anchorage does support Proposal 77, and Matsu AC supported Proposal 77 with an amendment.
Would that change any board member's mind on how they voted on 77? Going to look up and down the line here and ask for unanimous consent on that? Okay, we got a unanimous consent on that.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 83, increase the resident bag limit for the RL 065 Black Bear Hunt Unit 6 to 2 bears.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 83 seeks to increase the bag limit for RL 065 to 2 bears for Alaska residents. The department opposes an increase in black bear bag limit when concerns about increasing harvest rates exist. This is a public proposal. So here's that graphic showing how harvest has changed over time and percentage of female has changed over time. I'm happy to cover any of this again if you would like for me to, but I'm guessing you don't.
Yeah, if it are the same graphs that we've had on previous proposals, it's still really fresh in our mind. Feel free to hit on high spots, but
Yeah.
all new material for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just told to include them, and I'll briefly go through. Here's the effort data showing that the increase in effort is ever steady, with over 1,000 reported hunters in RY 22 through 24. If the bag limit was increased to 2, this would result in the harvest objective being reached more quickly and more likely to increase it, requiring the discussion of an emergency order. 2 bear limit may lead to indiscriminate harvest, so getting a bear to get on the board and then shopping for a nice one after that. Many other areas have 2 bear limits and a desire to reduce bear populations. This is not applicable in this part of the state where we consider this a valuable subsistence and opportunity to take a nice trophy animal. So in conclusion, Proposal 83 seeks to increase the bag limit for RL 065 to 2 bears for Alaska residents. The department is opposed to this due to concerns about increasing harvest.
Thank you for that. Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't tend to support this proposal. I think I haven't seen enough of a trend that would show that the bear population is increasing. It might be showing it's maybe a little stable to some slightly increased. So I think this is a little premature, and I wouldn't want to afford that extra bag limit of another bear at this time.
Thank you for that. Other board members' thoughts? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This 1 bear limit's been in effect for a long time. It's worked real well. It's been managed that way. Fish and Game is comfortable with the way it's managed, the numbers they have there. And for me, Prince William Sound is kind of a special area, and it's different than the interior as far as bear hunting goes, and I just would really like to see it stay as a 1 bear limit for all those reasons I just put out. So, thank you.
Other board members' comments? Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share with what, oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank on his name. Sorry, Member Loring was stating. I do have concerns, though, that going to a 2 bear limit, that there would potentially be more females taken. So I am intending to not be in support of this.
Thank you for that. Other board members on this? Member Bechtel.
Yeah, I don't intend to support this. I think the current management strategy is working well, and I'm concerned with making this a 2 bear limit. It was supported or not supported. It was opposed by the local AC and 3 other ACs and the majority of public comment.
Thank you for that. Further discussion from the board? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 83. Garner?
No.
Loring?
No.
Fletcher?
No.
Mueller?
No.
Barrett?
No.
Bechtel?
No.
Hoffman?
No.
Motion fails, 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 84 due to previous action taken by the board.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All board members in agreement with that? Going to look up and down the line, and we got unanimous consent on that, so we'll take no action.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 85, restrict hunters from shooting big game from a boat in Unit 6 without a permit.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was expecting to have to show some harvest graphics, but I don't have to. Okay. Proposal 85 seeks to restrict hunters from shooting big game from a boat in Units 1 through 6 without a permit. Currently, this is in regulation for Units 1 through 5, so this would add Unit 6 to that current regulation where you can get a permit to shoot from a boat if you document a disability. The department is neutral on this. We currently issue 2 to 5 disability permits per year. They're almost always in the spring. Shooting from a boat is used, and that would be for the black bear hunt in 6D, where you have to have this permit. Shooting from a boat is used during heavy snow winters and could result in high harvest. Wounding loss could be reduced with this, but there are some concerns about how it would apply to inland-based boat hunting. This was brought up by a couple of the public comments you received the other day, specifically moose hunting on the Copper River Delta. As I mentioned, it would extend the rule currently used in Units 1 through 5 to include Unit 6, and it's currently used for black bears in Unit 6D. So, Proposal 85 seeks to restrict hunters from shooting big game from a boat in Units 1 through 6 without a permit. The department is neutral on this proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for that. Questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you. This is a question for the troopers. Right now, the regulations generally across the state allow shooting from a boat as long as it's not under power. Could you kind of explain how that works and how this would differ in this situation? Say probably either an airboat on, the flats or a regular boat in the sound, if they're hunting moose or some other species besides black bear?
Through the chair, Member Loring. I guess a quick overview, yes. Most areas of the state prohibit taking game or waterfowl from a vessel that's still underway by its own power. Southeast Alaska, as mentioned, has a restriction from taking big game from a boat. I believe that's specific to saltwater, though, whereas this proposal doesn't differentiate between freshwater and saltwater. I'm not aware of any other places in the state, though, that have a prohibition on taking from a vessel, again, outside of that it's not under power.
Other questions from board members on this? Looking up and down the line here. I guess just a point of clarification then. So right now we already have a prohibition of taking black bears in just 6D. Is that correct? That's the only prohibition in Unit 6.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct. Unit 6D, you cannot shoot a black bear from a boat, but otherwise shooting from a boat is legal for big game in Unit 6.
So to take a brown bear would be legal from a boat?
That's correct, Mr. Chair, in my interpretation.
Thank you for that. Other board members on this? Member Loring.
Thank you. So Charlotte, besides brown bears, so what other big game species? Probably looking maybe moose or wolves or wolverine probably under a big game. Probably not goats. I'm just kind of curious what other, and pretty much down towards Copper River Flats, and because it seems like most of the Maine isn't really applicable to that, but is that pretty much the other species that would be applicable to this besides black bears?
Member Loring, through the chair, I think the proposer was primarily thinking about deer and the number of animals that are taken in those heavy winters from a boat. There are certainly people who hunt from a boat for mountain goats. We call them splasher goats. When they're down low, they're almost always nannies. I don't love it, but it happens. This would obviously also apply to brown bear. But the concerns that were expressed by the advisory committee, particularly in Cordova, were about moose hunting because they use airboats and jet boats. That allows an elevated platform to shoot from. And there was some question about, is an airboat that drives up on land still a boat when it's not in the water anymore? And some kind of existential debate on how that would be defined and interpreted, because with the vegetation height and the difficulty to hunt moose, having that elevated platform is seen as pretty valuable. And that was just one example of how hunters perceived they would be impacted if this change was not modified to reflect only saltwater. But even with saltwater, as you know from living in Cordova, those high snow winters, shooting from a boat is seen by some as a valuable opportunity.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make a clarification. The restriction in units 1 through 5 is not just limited to saltwater.
Member Loring.
Thank you. It would have been pretty nice, it's kind of, we're on the bridge now, if the proposer would have kind of delineated that's what he wanted to see was for deer and maybe, you know, in those areas where deer exist and not a general whole unit 6 prohibition for all species, because like you just delineated, you know, there's some other benefits to shooting from an elevated platform on an airboat.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Where would, if this was passed, where would a person pick up a permit at? Online, or they'd have to go to an office?
Thank you, Member Barrett. I might need to defer to department leadership on some of that, but currently for the Unit 6D permits for black bear, we issue those through the Cordova office. Sometimes we're assisted by our permitting biologist on the specifics of the language, but it just takes a phone call and we get it all prepared and sent and send them on their way.
Well, board, I'm no idea what I'm doing on this. So, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, Member Barrett, just to clarify, when we say permit, it's essentially it's a disabled hunter permit or license. If this is adopted by the board, that will still be in place if you meet the requirements for that. There is no specific permit for the general hunt seasons. That's a very specific program.
Other board members, Member Garner.
Yeah, I kind of have a question on the proposal. It says from a boat, and then from the captain we heard a boat under its own power. If we were to adopt this, I would look that we would adopt, is this proposal identifying that it's from a boat period, which you mentioned could be parked on the bank of a river, therefore making it not legal under this proposal, but under its own power? I think we need to make that a clear delineation.
Captain Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, I was just referencing Member Loring's question about various rules around the state. There's nothing in this proposal that says anything about under power, but the rest of the state has a general prohibition about taking game, with a few exceptions. from a vessel that's still underway under its own power.
Captain Johnson, thanks for not breaking the intercom system, too. Other board members? Member Loring.
Yeah, I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but, you know, with aircraft, if you're in the air, it's an airplane. If you're on the water on foot, it's just a boat. And so there'd have to be some kind of legal definition of whether a boat, airboats are very capable of going on dry ground and big motors and slick bottoms. So is that a vehicle then, an off-road vehicle, or is it still a boat? There's probably some legal definitions, you know, through court cases on that, but just a comment, thanks.
I'd be interested to see what the board says too. We had a lot of public comment here with the biggest concern would be just the moose aspect of this. I mean, would there be a possibility of perhaps leaving the ability to take a moose with a boat while restricting the rest of the big game animals? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not intending to support this proposal. I don't think we need to complicate the regulations any more than we have. It's been a lawful method, and so why have to get a permit to do something they're already currently allowed to do?
Any other board members? Member Loring.
Thank you. I don't intend to support the regulation as written. If it was a little more directed to what the problem the proposer wanted to see, I would reconsider that, but as it is now, I can't support it.
Thanks for that. Other board members on this? Member Bachtel.
Yeah, as written, I too don't intend to support this, and the public comment, both local ACs and 6 other ACs were absolutely opposed to this. And I think without it being specific to a species or something and as broad as it is, I just can't support it.
Thanks for that. Further discussion from the board? If not, I think we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Questions have been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Carrie, we pull the board, please.
Final action on Proposal 85. Mueller?
No.
Hoffman?
No.
Garner?
No.
Bachtel?
No.
Loring?
No.
Fletcher?
No.
Barrett?
No.
Motion fails, 0-7. Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. And now we'll take a lunch break. We'll take an hour and 15-minute lunch break. So that puts us at 1:45 coming back. Hey, everybody, welcome back to the Board of Game meeting here. It is 1:46, March 23rd. We got 7 board members present, and before we get into the Kenai Peninsula area overview, I think we have a couple things to take up. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to reconsider Proposal 74. I was on the prevailing side of that, and I believe there was, well, I'll get a second on it.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and that roll call vote was correct. Is that right, Carrie?
Yes.
He was on prevailing side? Okay. So we have 74 to be reconsidered. Do we need to put it on the table? Or
Yeah.
is it on the table? Okay. Motion to reconsider. If there's no objections, I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on that to reconsider 74. All right, we are reconsidering 74, and I was on the prevailing side of that. It was a no vote for me. However, after some clarification I got from the department, it put my mind at ease about a hunter taking a bear down, let's say in Unit 15, and still being able to go participate up north in 22, where there's a 2-bag limit of bear and plenty of them. So I'm going to change my vote on that to a yes. Is there any other board members' discussions on that? Looking up and down here, I don't think there's any other board member discussion on that. That being said, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called, and just for a point of clarification, do you think you could read that proposal as we amended it?
74 as amended is to match existing Unit 8 language to count towards current year bag limit, but not regulatory year bag limit.
Is everybody clear with that? Look at up and down the line here, we are, so I think we might be ready for the question.
The board has heard no concerns for the public regarding costs. Wait.
Call the question.
All right, the question's been called.
Sorry. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please?
On 74 as amended, reminder, the amended language is match existing Unit 8 language to count towards current year bag limit, but not regulatory year bag limit. Final action. Bechtel.
Yes.
Fletcher.
Yes.
Barrett.
No.
Loring.
Yes.
Hoffman.
No.
Mueller.
Yes.
Garner.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one more, Proposal 84, I would ask to be reconsidered. There was language in that proposal that wasn't worthy of just taking no action on because of the action we took on the proposal, the second one before that.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Thank you very much for that. And Charlotte, you thought you were already out the door on a plane going back to count moose, but no. So no objection to reconsider 84 from board members. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on that. We have unanimous consent. And whenever you're ready, Charlotte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologize for the delay here while I get back in the groove. I think something is wrong. Can I get a little technical support over here? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Proposal 84 seeks to shorten the black bear hunting season in 6D, but this time it's seeking to do it in the fall. So it would change the start date for the season from September 10th to June 10th to October 1st to June 10th. The department is opposed to reductions in black bear hunting opportunity. I mentioned before the increases in harvest and subsequent declines that have followed, and the increasing take of females that can foretell that decline. I talked about the high period we experienced, 2007, 570 bears, and the low we got to in RY 15 of 89. I explained the effort and how the effort is perhaps the highest it's ever been, with over 1,000 people reporting hunting in Prince William Sound, and last year's decline both in harvest and decline in success rate. So now I'll break down for you when that harvest occurs. Most of the harvest happens in the spring. About 84% of the harvest happens in the spring, with the remainder occurring in the fall. But the harvest that happens in the fall is a higher take of females. About 45% of the animals that are taken in the fall are female. If you look at the spring percent take of female, it's closer to 30%. So we take more females in the fall, but the overall contribution that they make to the harvest is smaller. This graphic shows the fall in the blue bars. And you can see there were some periods of time when that fall harvest was very high. For example, RY 07, there was a lot of participation in the fall. And the proposer is a longtime user of Prince William Sound that remembers that time and is concerned that with these increases we're observing, we could start to see that take in the fall, which would result in a high take of females also in the fall. If we talk about functionally what this results in cutting out, it's basically 7% of the total harvest occurs in September. If September 10th through 30 was clipped from the 10-year harvest, an average of 21 bears per year might have been saved from that harvest, 10 of those being female. But season date changes may not lead to significant reduction in harvest if those changes are absorbed by compression in season timeframes. Although in this case, in the fall, bears are starting to go into dens, with the earliest of them happening in October, but most of them still being out during that time. And so, in summary, Proposal 84 seeks to shorten the season for black bear hunting in Unit 6D. Instead of adjusting those spring dates, it's seeking to adjust the fall dates, changing them from a start date of September 10th to a start date of October 1st. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that. And sorry for the inconvenience. Thanks for coming back. Questions from board members? Comments from Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So currently in 6D, the season is, meets the standard of sustained yield principles, and that we don't have an issue right now with, not meeting that sustained yield principle. It's a sustainable hunt.
Member Barrett, through the chair. We don't know what our population of black bears is in Prince William Sound. We've never known that. We don't know what an acceptable level of harvest of black bears in Prince William Sound is. We have never known that. We also don't know what an appropriate take of females is. We may never know that. So what I would like to do personally as a manager is smooth out those wild population oscillations. Will the long-term ability to hunt black bears in Prince William Sound be there forever? I believe so. But I would like personally to maintain a quality hunt. And it's up to you all to decide how that's executed.
But with the data that we have and the history that we've shown, we've had several years with much more sow harvest, even at a greater percentage rate. So it fluctuates through time for a reason I don't know why right now, but it seems like that it's sustainable what we're doing, and the population or the taking of sows varies for whatever reasons that we don't know about right now. So I would consider it a sustainable hunt.
Other board members' thoughts, questions? Member Garner.
Thank you. Is there any, what would be your professional opinion, the reasoning behind the higher female take in the fall than there is in the spring?
Yeah, Member Gardner, through the chair. There's a variety of reasons why take in the fall is probably higher of females than in the spring. One of them is the concentration of bears on salmon streams. Second is everybody's in better body condition. Everyone's bigger, fluffier, dragon bellies more, ears look smaller, legs look smaller, all of that. Additionally, by the fall, cubs are more independent. They're more likely to be stashed in trees. It's just a more difficult determination to make at that time.
Other board members, questions, comments? Member Loring.
Thank you, Charlotte. You feel that right now with current seasons and the one bear bag limit, that you're still providing a quality hunt to the users? Is that what I heard?
Member Loring, through the chair. They're the department comments and they're my personal ones. I need to stick to department comments. But I would say that that drop in harvest that we had last year, and I've been worried that a drop is coming based on age composition. I don't know if that's what we saw or not.
I know that's a subjective question I asked you, but can I follow up real quick? Sure. So right now, the scientific management principles that we're operating under, everything you're doing, is basically showing that the current harvest numbers are sustainable, and you have no problem with sticking with the current seasons in your comments?
Member Loring, the department's position is to oppose this regulation.
Other board members' thoughts? Member Brett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charlotte, when do typically the sows go into their denning period?
Yeah, Member Barrett, through the chair, you know, the first of our sows are probably starting to find their way into dens in early October. Most of them have done it by the third week of October. The last of them are getting in there in early November.
Other board members? Questions? Intent? Member Loring.
Thank you. Yeah, I intend to keep the season as is, and I'm not comfortable with changing it, so I'll be opposing the proposal to make those season date changes.
Thanks for that. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm clear, the proposer wants to change it from 10 September to 1 October, and it doesn't seem like, at least the sows are not, you know, they're not going to start till the first or second week of transitioning, you know, to a denning site. So there wouldn't be a real effect on the taking of sows.
Member Barrett, through the chair, I think that there is a thought that with salmon phenology, the salmon stream component of a bear's diet, we see a pretty marked change of bears moving up into the alpine in the first couple of weeks of September. So this would get you further into that time frame when the bears are moving off the salmon stream. So although they are not yet in dens, they have engaged in a behavior change that would probably reduce that harvest.
Other board members? Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Charlotte, for coming back up with us today. And thanks for your presentation and passion for your area and all your animals. So it's fun to hear all the cool things you get to do. So I guess that my question is regarding the sows. Is it something that can almost be like a point system with how we've done bears in other areas, or similar to like goats, where if there's sows that are harvested, then you could close the season?
Member Mueller, through the chair. I think theoretically a system like that could work. When I've talked about what the maximum allowable harvest would be for this population, I've set both an overall goal and an overall take of females that I'm comfortable with. But emergency order closures to this point, with the exception of the one that occurred in 15, have not been supported.
Thank you.
Other board members? If not, oh, George.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did hear earlier that the discussion of this would be a restriction and possibly less animals available or harvested. I haven't heard a mention about a reasonable opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Other board members on this? Intent on this? If not, we might be ready for the question. Does somebody want to comment on what AC's weighed in on this particular one? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. I was just looking at the AC comments because I'm kind of talked myself into maybe a different decision, but there seems to be two ACs, Prince William Sound, Valdez, and Whittier, so they're both the local advisory committees for this area, or a couple of them. Just had to check my notes. They were supportive of it, and then Copper River, Prince William Sound. Oh, no, that was one of the errors. So, at least Matanuska Valley, Matt Valley AC was opposed to it.
Any other thoughts from board members? Member Brett mentioned that he might be changing his mind slightly on some, Member Brett.
So, yeah, you know, looking at this data, and maybe it's not, because it's just a short history of, you know, the sow harvest. And I looked at, you know, the majority of the sow harvest does take place in, you know, before October. It drastically drops off by the 28th of September. And for that chronological harvest. And then comparing that to the amount of sows being taken, you know, it's kind of been stable to being and reducing for the last couple of years. So that's what I'm thinking about. I'm not sure how I'm going to vote yet. I'll hear another person or two.
Anybody else, any thoughts? Member Batesdale.
Yeah, and kind of reviewing this and thinking about it, I think there doesn't appear to be a biological reason or concern from the management, from the state, and the loss of opportunity during that September period that I wouldn't support this.
Any other board members' thoughts on this? You know, the take of sows during this period is very minimal. However, it is true, in the fall, it's harder to judge a boar from a sow. This isn't, could we restate, this is just a Cape and Skull, this is not a meat salvage requirement hunt, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair. There is not a requirement to salvage meat in the fall for this hunt.
You know, so we're talking about a trophy hunt here, we're talking about a trophy hunt where predominantly a lot disproportionate number of sows get taken. So there are a couple of my thoughts. Any other board members' thoughts on this? Intent on this? Member Brett.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think I'll oppose this proposal, and I think the next cycle, the next 3 years, I think will really give me an idea of what's going on.
Thanks for that. I'm probably going to go on the opposite side of that. I think that there's ample opportunity already in the fall. I think there's a high sow harvest here, and I believe that it's primarily a trophy hunt, and I think this might be prudent to do this. Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, question to the department. So it is a Cape and Skull requirement only, but do we know how many people are targeting those to eat? Or is anyone?
Member Hoffman, through the chair. Occasionally, I talk to hunters that are targeting a black bear that's up in the alpine eating blueberries. I know probably an equal number of hunters that have been burned by that decision and got a bear that only recently moved off a salmon stream, and they find it unpalatable. So there aren't very many people who would bet their life on the quality of the meat in a fall black bear harvest after that bear could potentially have been on salmon.
Most people who are eating them get them in the spring harvest. Thank you.
Yeah, Member Hoffman, through the chair, spring is the time period where mandatory meat salvage is required. In the fall, because there's not, I don't know how many people are utilizing it.
Other board members' thoughts? Intent, if not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Carrie, will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 84. Hoffman,
No.
Barrett,
No.
Loring,
No.
Fletcher,
Yes.
Garner,
Yes.
Bechtel,
No.
Mueller.
Yes.
Motion fails 3-4.
Great, and I think we're ready now. We'll take a brief at ease because we're going to get into the Kenai area overview.
Jake, Mueller, and Carrie Ann.
Thanks for coming back, Charlotte.
Thank you, sir.
I thought she did yes. Yes. 3-4.
I'm just supporting the department's recommendations until,
Yeah.
until after the governor decides what to do. So
Oh, yeah.
I think it matters.
But that, it drops off a lot come 1 October.
You guys ready? Right on. Thank you very much. Whenever you want to, take her away.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. For the record, my name is Chris Bottom. I'm the area biologist for Units 7 and 15 here on the Kenai Peninsula. A record of this presentation can be found in RC 4.1. To start off, I'd like to recognize our staff on the peninsula. Seated to my right is Jason Harriman, the assistant area biologist based out of the Homer. Jacob Pelham is our wildlife biologist 1, and Sarah Newberry is our wildlife technician 3, both based out of Soldotna. Also want to recognize our program technicians that keep us on task and keep things moving smoothly. In Soldotna, we have Constance Nix and Kate and Jordan, and Nathan McClenning heads up the Homer office. Like I already stated, there are 2 offices that service Unit 7 and 15 in Soldotna and Homer. The Kenai is also home to the Moose Research Center up the Swanson River Road. This is a world-class captive moose research facility specializing in nutrition, physiology, and reproductive moose research. There are approximately 60,000 full-time Alaska residents on the peninsula, and summer tourists number more than 500,000 annually. These 2 units are approximately 8,400 square miles and are comprised of 71% federal lands made up of the Kenai National Wildlife Refuge, the Chugach National Forest, and Kenai Fjords National Park, and those are shown in yellow, blue, and red on the map to the right. The remaining 29% in green is made up of state, borough, native corporation, and other private lands. There are 6 separate advisory committees on the Kenai. They are based in Seldovia, Homer, Ninilchik, Kenai Soldotna, Cooper Landing, and Seward. And we heard testimony from many of those folks here earlier this week. Save for a portion of the southern tip of the peninsula, Units 7 and 15 are completely within the Anchorage-Matsu-Kenai non-subsistence area. So the Kenai is a pretty special place to a lot of Alaskans. There's 2 terms which are often thrown around, that it's Alaska's playground and a microcosm of Alaska. There are expansive mountain ranges throughout the peninsula, stretching from the glaciers in the Harding ice field into alpine tundras, sporting harvestable caribou, mountain goat, and other species which utilize this landscape. Moves down to the lowland areas dominated by spruce and mixed forests.
Hey, Chris, I'm very sorry to cut in on you. We're having some problem with recording.
Sure.
I'm sorry to do that.
Nope, we're good.
It's a nice picture, though.
Not a bad spot to stop.
So I'll take a deep breath and imagine we're there right now. All right, I think we're on again. Sorry about that.
Perfect. Well, we're still down in the lowlands. So like I said, they're dominated by spruce and mixed forest comprised of woven lake and river systems. And then they move on to the glacial rivers and the abundance that they sport. As Cindy Wardlow described in her regional overview, Region 2 is home to a variety of coastline habitat ranging from the Cook Inlet to Ketchmack Bay, over to Seward and the outer coast along Kenai Fjords National Park. So we really do have pretty much everything in between, very diverse landscape from the mountains to the coastal plains on the peninsula. But this is not a static place. Alaskan landscapes and wildlife populations are subject to a variety of anthropogenic and environmental factors. Most recently on the peninsula, this includes the Funny River Fire, which began in 2014, and the Swan Lake Fire in 2019. When combined, burned approximately 374,000 acres. The map to the right, the darkest shade of orange, shows the most recent large-scale wildfires on the peninsula, and the left figure is an aerial view of the Funny River Fire in 2014. These are important landscape-scale events that can mean a lot for wildlife populations and their trajectories. So we'll get into that here. I'll give brief species population and harvest summaries for big game and fur bearers, and we'll also get a brief overview of some of the research projects, many of which investigate the impacts of habitat change on species populations. We'll also cover the human side of things. We deal a lot with wildlife, but we also deal a lot with people and their interactions with said wildlife. So we'll start out with mountain goat. Mountain goats are managed across 32 hunt areas, and we offer a combination of draw and registration permits. Drawing permit numbers are set by goat abundance observed during annual minimum count surveys and the success rates and accessibility within each hunt area. Draw hunts have a season of August 10 through October 15. If opportunity exists after the draw hunt period based on harvest results, we may offer registration permits based on that remaining opportunity. These registration hunts have a season date of November 1 through 14. This current management strategy was established in 2008 and is providing sustainable and predictable opportunity in harvest. This figure shows our goat population trend in the gray area and total annual harvest, which includes both the early draw and late registration seasons. Harvest is denoted here by the black line. Goats are doing well overall in the peninsula with positive trends in both population and harvest over the last 15 years. It's also important to consider nanny take when looking at goat harvest reports. Here we can see the goat population trend on the left y-axis and the percent of harvest comprised of nannies on the right y-axis denoted by the black line. Nanny harvest tends to vary between 15 and 25% annually. For all goat hunts on the Kenai, there exists a 5-year penalty for nanny harvest. Next, we'll look at Dall sheep. Sheep seasons on the Kenai are managed largely through harvest tickets with a season of August 10 through 20 and a 1 full curl round bag limit. Use season occurs August 1 through 5. There also exist 2 draw hunt areas that were established to address crowding concerns in easily accessible areas. The figure on the screen includes regulatory year on the x-axis, number of sheep counted on the left y-axis, and number of sheep harvested on the right y-axis. The trend and minimum number of sheep count occurs in the gray area, and the number of total harvests is the black line. Approximately 4 to 7 sheep are harvested annually in units 7 and 15. Kenai sheep populations mirror the changes and declines being documented throughout the Dall sheep's range in North America, and we got a lot of good information on that with our sheep presentation earlier. Black bear hunting on the Kenai is popular among Alaska residents and non-residents. We currently offer a 3-bear bag limit with no closed season, excepting for a portion of 15C and 7, where non-residents have a 1-bear bag limit. The figure here, the x-axis is regulatory year, and the y-axis is the number of bears harvested. The figure displays total harvest by subunit in the colored bars and total harvest for all units in black. Average harvest on the Kenai is approximately 400 animals and varies by subunit, likely based on access and abundance of animals. Certainly, we're going to see some proposals about brown bears on the peninsula. All brown bear harvest on the Kenai is managed through the RB 300 hunt, the area of which encompasses the entirety of units 7 and 15. Current season dates are August 10 through June 30 with a 1 bear per regulatory year bag limit. The RB 300 registration brown bear season was established in 2013, and in 2015, the mortality caps were adjusted to the current levels of 8 to 12 adult females, those sows being 5 years of age or older, or 50 to 60 total human-caused bear mortalities, and this is calculated on a 3-year running average by calendar year. And this figure calendar year is on the x-axis and total bear mortality on the y-axis, broken down by mortality source with harvest in green and non-harvest sources in yellow. Non-harvest categories accounts for all other human-caused sources of mortality, so this can include defensive life and property, DLPs, vehicle-struck animals, or agency removals. Non-harvest mortality levels are variable among years. This figure is structured the same as the previous, but is specific to adult females. This displays the considerable annual variability in human-caused mortality experienced by adult females. In September 2022, the 3-year average of adult female human-caused mortalities reached a cap of 12 individuals. Accordingly, the department issued an emergency order to close the season for the remainder of that calendar year. This was the first closure since the inception of the RB 300 hunt in 2013. The season was EO'd again in the spring of 2024, also due to reaching the adult female mortality cap. So for this meeting, we have several proposals specific to brown bears in the RB 300 hunt, and on a per animal harvested basis, brown bears likely garner more attention than any other species on the peninsula, save for maybe Dall sheep. And for good reason. This is a large, charismatic, long-lived species, highly prized for its harvest and viewing opportunities. The figure on the screen shows the breakdown of total human-caused mortalities based on harvest and non-harvest sources since 2020. Again, non-harvest includes DLPs, roadkill, et cetera. This figure shows a trend of decreasing non-harvest occurrences in yellow and increasing in the number of harvested animals shown in green. I think it's worth noting that this population was previously listed as a species of concern by the state of Alaska in 1998, and seasons have been absent at times and have taken on several different structures since that time. From this listing to now the current availability for harvest, stability in the population, and mitigation of human-wildlife conflict through public education and hunting seasons, I think this is a great example of the North American model of wildlife management. Next, we'll move on to moose. So in terms of population outlooks on the Kenai, Unit 7, following wildfires, has observed increased densities in areas of this habitat changeover. However, without larger landscape level disturbances, densities in the area outside of the Swan Lake fire are unlikely to change in the coming years. This is similar to subunit 15A. Abundance is likely increasing in the eastern portion surrounding the burn. However, much of the northern, western, and southern portions of this subunit are likely to remain at low abundance and harvest without large-scale habitat disturbances. 15B, following the Funny River fire and Swan Lake fires, it is likely that moose abundance is and will continue to increase. Access to this subunit is relatively difficult for the peninsula and is primarily limited to Skilac and Tustamina lakes. 15C supports our current highest densities and harvest, which is likely a product of the overlap in habitat quality, moose abundance, and increased accessibility for hunters. The population of this subunit is at or above management objectives and is likely stable to increasing. Moose regulations have undergone considerable changes in the recent decades following large-scale intentional and natural wildfires. Moose abundance responded accordingly through the 1960s and periodically through the 1990s and 2000s, where smaller-scale fires have encouraged habitat turnover. In response to bull-cow ratios in 2011-2012, the board restricted legal bull harvest to those with 50-inch antler spread or 4 brow tines. At that time, it was estimated that greater than 50% of the harvested bulls were in that spike or fork antler configuration category. As bull-cow ratios improved, there were liberalizations in antler point restrictions, leading to our current regulations of spike on at least one side, 50-inch antler spread, or 3 or more brow tines. In addition to the general season, there also exists 6 any bull hunts, a DM 549 cow hunt, the Cowgan Island registration hunt, and 1 Tier 2 subsistence hunt south of Ketchimack Bay. We'll take a brief look at caribou. There are 4 distinct herds of caribou existing on the Kenai Peninsula that were reintroduced from the Nelchina herd from the 1960s through the 1980s. In the map to the right, the Kenai Mountain herd is denoted by the green area between the towns of Hope and Cooper Landing. The Kili River herd is in the eastern mountainous portion of 15B, shown here in blue, and below that, the Fox River herd is shown in red. The Lowlands herd is in yellow and primarily covers areas around Kenai and Soldotna. Drawing permits are currently administered for the Fox, Kili River, and Kenai Mountain herds based on herd abundance and access of hunters influencing success rates. Harvest has been relatively stable in recent years and provides a unique opportunity to pursue caribou in the mountainous regions of the peninsula. The Kenai Lowland herd is a valued viewing attraction commonly observed in and around Sterling, Kenai, and Soldotna. This herd continues to exist at relatively low levels of 60 to 100 individuals, and we currently do not offer a harvest opportunity. Now we'll take a brief look at the suite of fur bearers out 7 and 15. Fur bearer harvest on the Kenai has remained relatively consistent despite considering variations that influence effort and harvest of these species, such as snow levels, fur, and fuel prices. The figure on the screen includes a panel for beaver, lynx, marten, otter, wolf, and wolverine, regulatory years on the x-axis, and the number of animals harvested on the y-axis. Bars per species are stacked based on the GMU where that animal was harvested. Lynx, while available for ground shooting as a fur bearer every year, are managed as a trapping species based on the lynx harvest tracking system. This system opens and closes the lynx trapping season in accordance with their population cycles, which track snowshoe hare populations. We are currently in the 6th year of an open trapping season, and harvest has been steadily climbing. And a closer look specifically at wolf harvest on the peninsula. Most animals are taken during trapping season, with the bulk of that harvest occurring in the months of December through February. To address Member Barrett's questions from the regional overview, we typically have about 25 collared animals on the landscape in any given year, between 8 to 12 packs, so about 2 to 3 collars per pack. We see about 35% harvest rate of those collared animals, so that's anywhere between 7 and 9 animals per year. We did just wrap up our spring capture a couple weeks before this meeting, and we currently have 31 collars deployed. Work concerning human-wildlife interactions is also an important part of our daily task on the peninsula. As stated in the intro, the Kenai is home to many residents and visitors each year who often enjoy spending time in areas that overlap with areas that are also used by wildlife. Our 2 offices on the peninsula handle well over 1,000 wildlife reports each year, with the majority of those being related to moose, often roadkill and nuisance moose that may move into town, especially in the winter months. Kenai staff also takes strides to stay engaged in the community through outreach and education efforts, both administered by the department and in concert with local groups. These have included trap safety for pet owner workshops, participating in the Russian River interagency meetings, where we receive and provide updates on bear activity and attractant management, assisting with the Kenai National Wildlife Refuge Trappers orientation, providing electric fence demonstrations, and providing content messaging to our local media outlets. So with the diversity of species and interest on the Kenai, we also have a considerable number of research projects. This includes intensive management research on moose in subunit 15C, the moose response to fire study. There's also an ongoing brown bear demography study, Kenai wolf research, as well as a study which aims to evaluate the response of bull moose antler characteristics to recent wildfire events. Beginning in 2027, we'll also be collaring lynx as an extension of the work currently happening in the Anchorage area. So we'll take a brief look at the bull moose antler study. With the relatively recent wildfires, we wanted to investigate the role that nutrition plays in antler growth and overall configuration. Bulls on the Kenai have access to differing levels of habitat quality, and it's likely that they express those differences through their antler growth. Currently on the peninsula, we utilize a selective harvest strategy for bull moose with a bag limit of spike, 50, or 3 or more brow tines. And understanding how growth rates and at what age class bulls tend to reach legal antler configurations, it's valuable for managers to better understand how we're harvesting the population. So the first step in evaluating these relationships is to capture 10-month-old bulls during March and fit them with GPS collars, which will allow us to monitor habitat use relative to the fire footprints and index their antler growth. But continually capturing these animals year after year to measure growth is costly and pretty time-consuming. So to avoid having to recapture these animals each year, we use data collected from moose antler sealing. We can use information on average pedicle width, so that's the distance there in the green lower bar, the distance between the antlers. And we can get that for each age class of bull moose on the peninsula. So we use this pedicle width information and combine it with aerial photographs. For our annual capture efforts each year, we use radio collars to relocate each bull and photograph them from a helicopter. And we're looking for that straight down shot as best we can get to look at their antlers. So from here, we can record antler configurations, and using these photos at high resolution, we can measure pixels to calculate the overall width. So essentially, we're using that known pedicle width as a scale ruler for each photo that allows us to extrapolate out to overall antler width. Next, we can relate these antler metrics to spatial characteristics gathered from collar locational data to evaluate if improved nutrition, as indexed from the time spent in fire scars, how that results in increased antler growth. So here's an example of photos for a single bull over a 4-year period. We can observe changes in antler configuration and that overall width. And using that basic info, we can plot antler growth over time and understand how growth rate varies. Here we can see age class listed along the x-axis and percent change in antler growth on the y-axis. So we observe the greatest increase for this individual from 2.5 to 3.5 years of age. This study also allows us to evaluate how initial conditions indexing moose health may influence antler development. So when we caught these 10-month-olds, we were able to record their weights at that capture event. The figure on the screen displays the body mass of 10-month-old bulls in kilograms. For reference, 180 kilograms is about 400 pounds. Antler configurations are shown on the y-axis, and the points represent the individual sampled moose. The solid line represents the regression, and dotted lines are the confidence intervals. So this data shows that bulls with increased body mass as 10-month-old calves show significant variability in their antler configurations that following summer, ranging from spike clear up to bulls with 4 or more points on both sides. Again, understanding how these antler growth rates and at what age class bulls tend to reach legal configurations, it's valuable for us as managers to understand how we're harvesting that population. So that was the brief overview that I had, and happy to take any questions at this time.
Hey, thank you very much for that overview. Questions from board members? Some people might be thinking about them right now. Just a comment that that aerial study is really, really cool. You know, flying over those bulls and have that to determine the spread and antler growth. That's really neat. Questions from board members? Oh, Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to just check, I didn't see anything on beaver.
Through the chair, Member Mueller, that's correct. Were they included in the fur bearers? Where's my mouse?
Sorry about that. Okay. Slide 34. Thank you.
Other questions from board members? If not, we might be ready to, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Chris, on your measuring, you said you were measuring the distance between the pedicles and then figuring out what the width was? Are you doing that with an app or something? Or do you got predetermined measurement between the pedicles on the moose?
Through the chair, Member Brett. Yeah, so we use that pedicle width. We calculate the average pedicle width for each age class based on sealed moose. So we sampled over 2,000 moose from our antler sealing. So for each age class, we have a pretty good idea of how big we expect that to be, and we can extrapolate that out. And yeah, that is some software that we use, but I do believe somebody's sitting there counting pixels, but they know how wide each pixel is in each photo.
Okay, great, now I understand.
Other questions? Oh, Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you for that overview. In your overview, you mentioned the 4 or 5 caribou herds in the Kenai. Did they all start from one herd?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, no, they did not. They were separate reintroductions from the 60s through the 80s, placed in different areas from my understanding.
Okay, thank you. And then have you ever had harvest opportunities for the lowland caribou herd that you said is closed?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, yes, we did have a small harvest on the lowland caribou herd when that herd first recovered. That was found not to be sustainable, largely we think due to other pressures on that herd such as roadkill, loose dogs, things like that, and we had to end up closing that hunt and have kept it closed since.
In most caribou herds, we don't ever mention, you know, avalanche mortality, but a lot of these herds are up in the mountains. Would you talk a little bit about that?
To the chair, yeah, we certainly see that, especially in that 15B Kelly River herd. They're subject to it, I believe, a few decades ago. We had a significant avalanche event. You know, our Kenai Mountain herds, our population is not exactly where we want it to be. We've seen some dips in recent decades. Not totally sure why, but avalanche may be important for those animals too in that Resurrection Pass area.
Thanks for that. Other board members, questions? If not, we might be ready to get into the proposals.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 86, limit the non-resident permit allocation for the Unit 7 caribou drawing Hunt DC 001 to up to 10% of the available permits.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you guys are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 86 is a public proposal. The proposal would limit the non-resident permit allocation for the Unit 7 caribou hunt DC 001 to up to 10% of the available permits. The department is neutral. Here you can see an overview map for the DC 001 hunt area. We refer to this as the Kenai Mountain Herds. This hunt occurs mostly along the Resurrection Pass Trail north of Cooper Landing and south of the town of Hope. The Kenai Mountain Caribou Herd was established through reintroductions in 1965 and hunting began in 1972. For regulatory year 15 through 24, non-residents drew 13% of permits. The season for DC 001 is August 10 through September 20 with a bag limit of 1 caribou. Average annual harvest is 2 caribou. Here you can see a breakdown for the resident and non-resident permit winners for RY 15 through 24. As I stated earlier, non-residents average 13% of permits and a high of 20%. If adopted, a non-resident only draw hunt would be created with up to 10% of available permits. If fewer than 10 permits were issued for DC 001, non-residents would not be eligible to receive a tag. Guides are not required for caribou, and 0 non-residents used a guide during RY 15 through 24. Proposal 86 is a public proposal. The proposal would limit the non-resident permit allocation for Unit 7 caribou hunt to up to 10% of the available permits. The department is neutral on this proposal because it is allocative. In the last 10 years, non-residents have submitted between 7 and 10% of the drawing applications and have been awarded 0 to 5 of the permits available. If the board adopts this proposal, the hunts will be assigned individual hunt numbers for residents and non-residents. Thank you.
Questions from board members? Comments from board members? Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in reviewing that information, if we were to have a split out of resident draw permits and non-resident draw permits, that would potentially mean that there would be more non-resident permits available. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Member Mueller, if we issued up to 10% of the permits, yes, on some years there would be more permits available. Currently, non-residents do not account for 10% in every year that we have the draw.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Would the board need to address the secondary kindred in this proposal?
To the chair, yes, I believe that's the case, and I'll punt to Director Scott if he needs to add more information.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the chair. Should the board want to address that allocation, then absolutely. And many of these are 2DK hunts are not specifically identified.
Other question, Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So then to clarify with the 2DK, would we have to decide if the 2DK would be coming out of non-resident allocation or resident?
Through the chair, Member Mueller, yes, that would be a decision the board would need to make.
Thank you.
Member Loring.
Yeah, could you clarify the 2DK would, to me, was for a guide required species and not necessarily for a caribou, which isn't guide required, so it'd just be under the non-resident.
I'm sorry, yeah, my recollection was, I think whenever we talked about caribou up north and we had a guide client agreement, yep, that's right.
Yeah, I stand completely corrected. Yeah, I was thinking about some other things, and yeah, it would just be a non-resident.
Other board members' questions? Comments? Intent? I don't think we're quite ready for the question yet. I think we should put a little bit more on the record. Member Garner.
Yeah, question for the department, slide 4. Maybe you covered this and I missed it, but the allocation of tags, you're seeing a continuous 20, 24, 23, a drop to 15. Did you speak to that?
Through the chair, Member Garner, that's correct. As I stated in the overview, we've been seeing some potential declines in this herd. Not included here in 2025, we actually dropped that to 5 permits, and we're still seeing a harvest of 0 to 2 animals.
I know in some of the graphics for take a caribou in the past, we have a breakdown of like bull to cow. Is this bull only, or is this either sex?
To the chair, it is currently bull only. It has been either sex in the past, up until recently.
Like how recent, like 2 years or something like that, 3 years?
To the chair, 1 year.
1 year.
Or 2 years, excuse me, including 2025.
Thank you. Member Loring.
Thank you. Chris, can you tell us what the difference or how it would affect if it was up to 10% or just a flat 10%? If we just had that. And then how would the department look at that as far as determining how many permits would be issued on an up to 10%? Or if we just had a, guaranteed 10%?
Through the chair, Member Loring, yeah, that would be something that we'd have to discuss. Like we saw in many years, non-residents did not account for that full 10%. So we would have to, I think, have some internal discussions on that up to language and how far up to that 10% we wanted to issue.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, Member Loring, your question has become a pretty specific question for many of these proposals. With the up to language, generally speaking, those are a gross number of permits. And if we're going to issue 100 permits and the board says issue 10% to non-residents, we're going to issue 10 permits and 90 permits the other way. The department shouldn't be the ones working on up to language as far as percentages to go to the different allocative groups. So I would ask the board to keep that in mind in these discussions.
Other board members on this? Thoughts on this? Everybody need a little time to formulate some more thoughts, or are we ready to, Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just refreshing and looking at some of my notes here, and I think what currently has been going on definitely meets the non-resident allocation policy that we have in our findings and policies area. I think this hunt is still sustainable, and I feel, with a 13% or less opportunity for non-residents, I still believe that residents are being provided a preference.
Thank you for those comments, Member Brett. Any more comments from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 86. Barrett?
No.
Hoffman?
No.
Garner?
No.
Fletcher?
No.
Bechtel?
No.
Mueller?
No.
No.
Loring? Motion fails, 0-7. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 87, limit the non-resident permit allocation for the Unit 15B Bravo Caribou Drawing Hunt DC 608 to up to 10% of the available permits.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded whenever you guys are ready.
Proposal 87 is a public proposal. The proposal would limit the non-resident permit allocation for the Unit 15 Caribou Hunt DC 608 to up to 10% of the available permits. The department is neutral. Here you can see an overview of the DC 608 hunt area. We refer to this as the Kili River herd. This hunt occurs south of Skilac Lake and north of Tustamina Lake. Access is limited to only a couple of fly-in lakes or a 10-plus mile hike. This hunt area is also fully contained within the non-subsistence area. Killey River Caribou Herd was established from reintroductions in 1985 and 1986, with hunting beginning in 1994. Non-residents have averaged a 13% of permits from regulatory year 15 through 24. DC 608 season runs August 10 through September 20, and with a bag limit of 1 bull. Average annual harvest has been 20 caribou, 18% of which has been non-resident. Here you can see the breakdown for resident and non-resident permit winners, RY 15 through 24. During this time, non-residents averaged 13% of permits and a high of 25%. If adopted, a non-resident only draw hunt would be created with up to 10% of available permits. If fewer than 10 permits were issued for DC 608, non-residents would not be eligible to receive a tag. And as we just stated, guides are not required for a caribou, and no non-residents used a guide during RY 15 through 24. Proposal 87 is a public proposal. The proposal would limit the permit allocation for the Unit 15 caribou hunt DC 608 to up to 10% of the available permits. The department is neutral on the proposal because it is allocative. In the last 10 years, non-residents have submitted between 9 and 21% of the drawing applications for DC 608 and have been awarded between 2 and 17 of the permits available. If the board adopts this proposal, the hunts will be signed individual hunt numbers for residents and non-residents. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Board members, questions, comments? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, what's the success rate of each group, residents and non-residents, after they've been selected?
We're working on pulling those up here, but I don't have those numbers directly in front of me. Like I said, no non-residents used a guide on this area. Typically on non-resident guided hunts, it is higher. For this hunt, it is kind of particularly difficult to get into, so I would suspect that residents have a higher success rate.
Other board members? Well, we're working on those numbers. Thoughts, intent? Member Gardner.
Yeah, I'll break the ice a little bit. I did a lot of research on this, seeing these proposals and allocation and percentage, and I see that we, while we don't have a specific system identified, that the percentages are kind of falling within parameters over time. Research has shown other states' allocations at a conservative rate are somewhere in the 5 to 6%, and more generous states are in that 25 to 35%. So seeing that, previous proposal at 13, this at 18, I think kind of the way we're holding is par for the middle of the course on these.
Thanks for that, Member Gardner. Any other thoughts from board members? Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to try to figure out some sort of solution to understand that if you look at what the comments are, I mean, we have a tremendous amount of public that is asking for this, including advisory committees. So I really think that we need to, I don't have the answer myself, but I would really like to work together on this to figure out a good solution.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to follow up on Member Gardner's comments. So we did take a look at a broad stroke look at the allocation of the permits in hunts that are open to both residents and non-residents. As Member Gardner pointed out, it actually is falling into the percentages that many of these proposals are seeking. There may be some that would be unique, and we'd have to, we don't know what those are. We don't know if there's a sticking point with certain ones, or additional time would be pretty handy to go through. But it's a heavy lift, to start looking at trying to identify those ones. But just to let you know that between 10 and 15% in a very broad stroke is just organically. That has been the allocation or the draw. not the allocation, the draw.
Other board members' thoughts on this? Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still looking at the non-resident allocation policy, and I'm confident we are well within the means of the policy that was set up, and believe it is working. Numbers vary because we do have a very pure drawing system, and running percentages and averages are always kind of a difficult thing to look through sometimes. You can make them say what you kind of like, but, there's just, many years that we're well within the norm of even what other states are doing. So I'm going to still continue with my comments that I did on the previous proposal.
Member Mueller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do also have concern, we've had discussion on transporters or, what is it, the out-of-state booking agencies that are putting in for non-resident tags. And I don't know if we have that information from the department on if they are seeing an increase in non-resident draw applications where it's now inflated so much, but we are going to continue to see that inflation.
Yeah, and I guess in there's no way the department can capture that right now. Natalie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Natalie Weber with the Division of Wildlife Conservation. That's correct. When we know there are booking agents, if you will, people who, organizations that put in non-residents for the drawing application period, when we accept drawing applications, we don't have a box or anything to indicate, I am a booking agent. I am not this person, because there's no distinction between that or, say, someone putting in for their spouse for the drawing application. We are basing the information that we have, which is pretty loose, on the email addresses on the receipts that are associated with it. We can tie some of those and get a ballpark idea of there are some being submitted by booking agents. As Director Scott said earlier, we looked back just a couple days ago at the last 5 years of applications that are being awarded to residents and non-residents, and we are not seeing an increase in the number of permits that are going to non-residents. It's fluctuating organically between that 10 and 15% every year, and it flip-flops back and forth in that steady range. So I understand the concerns. The data that we have available to us is not showing those at this time. That doesn't mean there might be individual hunts that may swing one direction or the other, but at the moment we're not seeing a mass influx in those applications. Doesn't mean it might not happen in the future, but we don't have the data to support it at the moment.
Member Loring?
Thank you. A question to Natalie. Looking at the table, in your, it was 87.1 in your A&Rs, but in 2017 it says number of non-resident applications is 102, and it goes all the way up to 808 in 2025. Is that an indication of we had to change in the number of applicants that each person or permits, or instead of just being able to apply one time, you can apply 5 times? Is that what that's showing, or is that actually a number of individual people applying? Because there's a significant eight, and goes up like 8 times.
Through the chair, Member Loring, I can answer part of that question, and for the other piece, I'm going to need to rely on the folks at the front table for. I just don't recall if the table that we're showing references applications that were received in regulatory year 2017, or if those are applications that were received in regulatory year 2016 for regulatory year 2017 hunts. The changes that you're referring to is the change the board made that allowed people to instead of applying for 3 times per species and only once per hunt, to 6 times per species, and all 6 choices could be for 1 hunt. We are aware that there was a little bit of a delay in people realizing that they had the ability to do that. So as that change caught on, we did see more people applying all 6 for 1 hunt or 6 per species. So it doesn't surprise me at all to look at this table to see the increase in hunt numbers. I don't know if this is directly attributed to that or to possibly you notice we had a couple other non-resident drawing hunt opportunities go away. I don't know if that's a result of these being some of the ones available for non-residents to apply for.
I'm just trying to determine if it's the booking agent issue or if it's actually the change in the regulation that allows. Thank you.
Other board members on this? Member Bachtel?
Yeah, in response to that, Nellie, I'm wondering if that's why when we see the number of non-resident applications climbing, like he pointed out almost 8 times that, but the percent of non-resident winners has not dramatically changed to reflect that. And it could be the fact that we're able to put in for 6.
Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On that note, Member Batesville, you'll notice in that same, the column right next to it, you'll see that the resident applications have also increased along the same lines as well. So yes, the non-resident apps have increased and so have the resident ones. So I suspect you are onto something that could be the increase you're looking at.
Other board members on this? Can you remind the board, access to this country is really difficult? Talk about access like by horse trails. There are transporters in there. If you guys know, there's a permitting process with the Kenai National Wildlife Refuge to get access to this.
To the chair, yeah, I appreciate that question. Yeah, access is limited. The refuge does not allow you to land on any water body. There are several that are closed. So this is limited mostly to Twin Lakes. There's also another lake, but the caribou are not as plentiful around there. There are no current commercial horse packers. As far as I know, I believe there used to be one in Cooper Landing that's no longer operating. So like I said, you can hike from Ski Lac, but you're looking at a 10-plus mile hike and 4,000 feet of elevation gain to get to those caribou. But it is something that folks do every year.
Other board members' questions on this? Comments on this, intent on this? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons, so this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Carrie, we pull the board.
Final action on Proposal 87. Loring?
No.
Bechtel?
No.
Hoffman?
No.
Barrett?
No.
Mueller?
No.
Garner?
No.
Fletcher?
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Mr. Chair.
So Jake forgot to tell the audience that he's conflicted out of this proposal, Proposal 88. So for this one proposal, since I'm vice chair, I'm going to be taking on that role. And if Member Brett can get us going.
Yeah, I moved Proposal 88, limit the non-resident permit allocation for the Unit 15C Caribou Drawing Hunt DC 618 up to 10% available permits.
And I second that.
I think it's been moved and seconded, Department.
Thank you. Proposal 88 is a public proposal. The proposal would limit the non-resident permit allocation for the Unit 15 Caribou Hunt DC 618 to up to 10% of the available permits. The department is neutral. The DC 618 hunt area is in 15C. That area is south of Glacier Creek and north of the Fox River. Again, this hunt area is completely within the non-subsistence area. Fox River caribou herd was established from reintroductions in 1986 and hunting began in 1985. Non-residents averaged 13% of permits for regulatory year 15 through 24. Just like our other caribou seasons, the DC 618 season is August 10 through September 20 with a bag limit of 1 bull. Average annual harvest is 3 caribou, 4% of that being non-residents. Here's an overview of resident and non-resident permit winners for RY 15 through 24. During RY 15 through 24, non-residents averaged 13% of permits and a high of 20%. If adopted, a non-resident only draw hunt would be created with up to 10% of available permits. If fewer than 10 permits were issued, non-residents would not be eligible to receive a tag. Guides are not required for caribou, and no non-residents used a guide during RY 15 through 24. Proposal 88 is a public proposal which would limit the non-resident permit allocation for Unit 15 Caribou Hunt DC 618 to up to 10% of available permits. The department is neutral on the proposal because it is allocative. In the last 10 years, non-residents have submitted between 7 and 10% of the drawing applications for DC 001. DC 618, and have been awarded between 0 and 2 of the available permits. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Questions to the department, board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when we talk about that these caribou were reintroduced to the area, when was the or was there caribou there to start with? And
For the record, Jason Harriman, Lost Department Fish and Game. Member Barrett, through the chair, there were caribou on the Kenai Peninsula historically. We're talking around the 1900s. Those were extirpated from the peninsula and reintroduced. The time frame for reintroductions varies by herd. This one, I believe, was efforts were in the 60s.
thank you.
Dave?
Thank you. There's a federal subsistence hunt on these caribou, as I'm reading here, and do they all hunt under the state? Am I correct, or is there a federal subsistence hunt on these caribou? Yeah.
OSM?
Member Loring, through the chair. So there is a federal drawing permit. From what I'm seeing in the database, it doesn't look like one's ever been issued, but I am looking and have Brian looking as well to kind of confirm this. We're not seeing anything though at initial look.
Yeah, I just see in the department comments here that there's a open drawing hunt to qualifying residents of Crow Landing, Hope, and Nanwalek, No Check, Port Graham, Sylvan, Moose Pass. And the 5-year average harvest from the federal hunt is less than 1 caribou, so sounds like something's going on.
Department?
Member Loring, through the chair, yes, there is a federal subsistence hunt as indicated by Mrs. Holman there. There have been permits issued, but there has not been a harvest under it, which may be why she's not finding it in her database.
Thank you.
Any more questions from board members? Al and then Dave.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll reference my comments that I made on proposal 86.
Thank you, Al. Dave?
Thank you. So looking at the chart, have in front of us, looks like in 2021, 23, 24, and 25, there's only 9 permits issued, so there would be no non-resident permits issued under this 10%, if it went to a hard 10%. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through the chair to Member Loring, are you looking at slide 16?
No, I'm looking at table 88 on the department comments, 88-1.
Thank you.
Which,
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the other thing I've been thinking about, and I caught up in some of my notes, and I finally asked to reintroduce part of it, is, you know, there was a lot of, potentially probably was all used, PR money was used, and, you know, so, you know, non-residents contribute to our PR portion of the tags and fees that they buy, and so, you know, I think I don't want to see them not have 0 permits. But, you know, and I think it's been working fairly good. I think people are just overlooking, thinking that residents need more preference than the preferences they have already, with less fee tag, less in license fees, longer seasons, larger bag limits, and things like that. So, you know, I'm pretty confident that, again, we're well within the mandate of the non-resident allocation policy that we have on record.
Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I know at our last meeting for Southeast for Region 1, we did have a proposal in front of us that if there were 10 tags, if there were less than 10 tags available, that we did award those to resident only. So I would actually like to make an amendment on this proposal. If there's a consistent 10 permits available, that we do make those for residents only.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak more to your amendment?
What did he say? Can you say that again?
It's been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak more to your amendment?
Let's see. Just based on the historical data that is provided, let me see what page it is. Page 16 in the presentation. I don't know if we have an opportunity to pull that up. Chris? I'm sorry. Can you pull up slide 16, please? Great, thank you. So this is the board that I'm looking at for reference, but at the Region 1 meeting, what we did with a proposal like this, that if there was 10 permits or up to 10 permits available, that we would only make it for residents only. So I'm proposing that we make an amendment, and the amendment would close the non-resident permit ability if there's 10, or is that right? If there's 10 or less? How do I say it? Let me say it.
Al might have a response. For
Yeah,
that.
so the way I'm understanding that, Member Mueller, is if there's less than 10 permits or less available for drawing, that none would go to non-residents.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So now we're getting into the nuts and bolts of how we do things. So this, you did, I believe Member Loring pointed out the data that's included in the analysis and recommendations is different than the data that's being presented on the slide. The data that's included in the analysis and recommendations is our application data. Those are the raw numbers of tickets in the hat, if you will, that we receive from the public. The data that's presented on the slide is what is in our permitting database. There are discrepancies. The differences come from the numerous regulations the board has in place to maximize opportunity. For example, the data here shows that 9 permits were awarded in the analysis and recommendations. There were military transfers from year to year in some of these cases. So while it might only show 9 permits were awarded in our application data, 10 permits were actually awarded that year. There could have been 10 hunters in the field, and that could have been due in part to military transfer, party applications, and then I believe possibly even a couple of other instances. The reason I mention this is, yes, we are looking at different things. It's all part of the larger picture, and that's also why the department gets a little edgy, because it is so complicated. And so the main thing that we are concerned about is the transparency with which we can advertise those hunts. So that's why when we're looking at how finite we get with these allocation discussions, we want to make sure we're crystal clear what's going on, and that's one of the reasons why we have requested or said that when it comes to implementing these things, that we will have a separate hunt number for residents and a separate hunt number for non-residents, because we don't want anyone to mistakenly apply for a hunt they may not be eligible for. And one of the reasons that that's so tricky is because we have to advertise those hunts November 1st of every year, which means prior to November 1, say September, that's when we're putting together those materials so we can have them printed and posted on the website so people can plan what they want to apply for. So that's where I know there's a lot of consternation of, well, up to 10% sounds easy. It's not easy when you get into all the ways that this board has maximized the allocations between the two groups. So happy to answer any questions you might have.
Dave.
Thank you, Natalie, for that. So in relation to Member Mueller's amendment, would we use the raw data here, or would we use the total encompassing numbers to come up with that 0 non-resident or 1 or whatever 10% of the number would be? I don't want to put you on the spot. Is it something you can't answer? That's fine.
Through the chair, Member Loring, when it comes to this hunt in particular, for example, take 2024 as a good example. our application data shows that 9 permits were awarded. In reality, 10 were awarded. So 10 permits are technically available for that hunt. I don't know what we do when one of those permits is already set aside for a non-resident, or excuse me, not non-resident. I don't know what we do when one of those 10 permits is already set aside for a military transfer permit. I do not know, and I will need guidance from the board on what to do in that situation. We have never encountered anything like that before.
Okay, thank you.
Could we consider those residents for military transfers? If we had guidance from the board?
Al?
Why don't you refresh us on a military transfer? I'm not quite sure myself.
I have an idea, but I'm not sure.
Well, if I could, it seems like we're trying to treat military transfers as residents to give them a priority, so the easiest way to do it is just be to give direction to the department and consider those as residents. But I don't know if we can do that or not.
Al?
Do we count their harvest as a resident harvest?
Natalie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board's regulations state that the military transfers are, residents can transfer them, non-residents can transfer them. So right now, if a resident transfers their permit, it's resident. If a non-resident transfers their permit, it's still non-resident.
Board members, any more questions? Intent? Go ahead, Al.
I was ready to call the question, Mr. Chairman,
On the amendment.
on the amendment.
Okay. Calling the question on the amendment.
Final action on the amendment, as written, if 10 or less permits available, limit to residents only. Garner.
No.
Loring.
No.
Mueller.
Yes.
Barrett.
No.
Bechtel.
No.
Hoffman.
No.
Amendment fails. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Back to the original motion. Garner?
Yeah, maybe just some comments even on the, I was a little torn on the amendment, but, you know, looking at there's a non-resident hunt and allocation policy and stating that allocations will be determined on a case-by-case basis and will be based upon historical data of non-resident and resident permit allocation over the past 10 years. I think the department has shown us a good job of that average over the past 10 years throughout the last couple proposals and even this proposal. And those allocations, I believe, are falling within, as Director Scott and I discussed earlier, an organic allocation of anywhere in the average of 10 to 15%. So I guess that kind of backs up that the system is working to fit the groove. Unless we get outside of that groove, then we need to make a big adjustment.
Yeah, thank you. Any more questions? Dave?
So, Member Gardner, you think we should set an allocation today, or just leave it the way it is and just let it play out, you know, as it's in regulation now?
I kind of look at it as the system is working and we're fitting that slot, and if it's not broken, don't try to fix it.
Intent? Al?
I call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Call the question? Question's been called?
The board has heard no concern from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Pull the board.
Final action on Proposal 88. Mueller.
Yes.
Hoffman.
No.
Garner.
No.
Bechtel.
No.
Loring.
No.
Barrett.
No.
Motion fails, 1-5.
One, yeah.
Great, thank you. Member, the true chairman is returning. And, you ready? What are we, 89? Okay, Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 89, open an early season archery only moose hunt in Unit 7.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you're ready, Department.
Thank you. Proposal 89 is a public proposal which seeks to open an early season archery moose hunt in Unit 7. The department supports the regulation simplification contained within this proposal. This will bring seasons into alignment with archery seasons in neighboring Unit 15. To orient the board, Unit 7 comprises the eastern portion of the Kenai Peninsula, is mostly made up of the Chugach National Forest and Kenai Fjords National Park. It's mostly mountainous terrain in the north with the Harding Ice Field in the south, and includes the town of Hope, Cooper Landing, Moose Pass, and Seward. Current Unit 7 moose seasons include a general season harvest ticket with dates of September 1 through September 25, with a bag limit of 1 bull with spike, 50-inch antler spread, or 3 brow tines on at least one side. There exist 2 draw hunts, DM 210 and 211, which are shared with Unit 14C to the north, with bag limits of 1 bull and 1 antlerless moose respectively. Again, this proposal would establish an archery season harvest ticket hunt with season dates of August 22 through August 29th, with a bag limit of 1 bull moose, spike 50 or 3 brow tines. Unit 7 has an average annual harvest of 15 moose. We do not have a current population estimate or composition for moose in Unit 7. It's largely comprised of black spruce covered mountains and relatively low moose density, so we don't prioritize this area during our annual surveys. Figure here displays general season moose harvest for Unit 7 with number of moose harvested on the y-axis and regulatory year on the x-axis. Again, we see an average of 15 moose harvested annually in Unit 7. As stated previously, this would bring Unit 7 moose seasons into alignment with neighboring Units 15, as these are concurrent season dates and bag limits. To understand what archery harvest may look like in Unit 7, we can look at neighboring Unit 15. This figure here shows archery season harvest for Unit 15. Archery harvest is represented by the dark bars in relation to the general season harvest in the pattern hash marks. So in Unit 15, archery seasons account for about 5% of the annual total moose harvest. If we were to observe the same harvest levels in Unit 7 with an average annual harvest of 15, this would mean that we expect archery harvest to be 0 to 1 moose. Proposal 89 is a public proposal which seeks to open an early archery moose season in Unit 7. The department supports this proposal. Additional opportunity exists, and adoption of the proposal will simplify regulations and is unlikely to have any meaningful impact on harvest because archery success rates are generally low. Antler restrictions will ensure adequate bull moose numbers for breeding. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Department. Questions from board members for the department? You know, a lot of times whenever we create a new hunt like this, you have a huge influx of folks wanting to try it out and take advantage of that opportunity. And I know you mentioned earlier, you're kind of echoing the participation in the neighboring unit. You don't see anything that would maybe make this a bigger allure to bow hunters, do you?
To the chair, nothing specifically. You know, it is located closer to major population areas of Anchorage than Unit 15 is, but the terrain is difficult and it's low visibility. So I think if people were to come down and try it a little bit, they might not be back the next year.
And then could you remind me, access here, there's plenty of road access, is that correct?
To the chair, that is correct. The Sterling Highway bisects that area. There are many trailheads located along that, and it would be a fairly easy road access hunt, or there would be many opportunities for that.
Thanks for that. Member Loring.
Thank you. Do we have an idea on what kind of participation bow hunters have right now in the current general season? Do you keep track of that on the harvest ticket reports on zero water, or is it just?
Through the chair, Member Loring, yeah, it is relatively low. I don't have those numbers exactly, but yeah, we don't see a huge increase in the number of hunters pursuing with archery equipment.
And so with that, then you don't probably expect a large harvest if we do have this open early season. It's not during the rut, so they're not going to be more susceptible to calling, that type of stuff, so.
Other board members, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Chris, is there, have you heard or seen or got back anecdotally that, you know, the archery season in 15C, that archers feel that they're being, you know, that's crowded or there's competition, or has it been just pretty quiet and everybody's been getting along out there?
Through the chair, Member Brett, yeah, I'm not hearing any issues with crowding. I think people see it as an early opportunity, but again, participation is relatively low compared to the general harvest ticket season.
Thank you.
Any other board, Member Batesville.
Hey, Chris, what is access like, beach access down from not ever being there, from Seward down along the coastline? Is there plenty of places to anchor and get off and pursue moose?
Yeah, there is, you know, certainly Seward is a popular harbor, so there would be options there. However, as you go south from Seward, especially along that southwestern portion, that's mostly the Harding ice field. We don't have population estimates for that area, but I would expect it to be very low moose density.
And I think I know the answer, but August 22nd, there are a lot of motorhomes and folks up here that are still, you know, just tourists, non-consumptive users, active in this corridor here and pullouts and hiking around and stuff.
To the chair, absolutely. Like I said, we see a lot of visitors, you know, that's outside of the big pulse for July for salmon, but still a lot of people out recreating in that area. That's correct.
Other board members, thoughts on this, intent on this? Member Batesville.
Yeah, I think I would take the recommendation of the state on this, and I would be supportive of this as an opportunity.
Thanks for that, Member Loring.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't see any large increase in harvest. I think it's a more opportunity for the bow hunters that, you know, in their own element, without any other competition, although I don't think there'd be much competition if it, you know, it's in a regular general season hunt only. So I just think that I would follow the state's recommendation to go ahead and allow this to happen.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask OSM what their hunter effort is, or their participation of federally qualified people on federal lands for the remainder of Unit 7 that allows one antlered bull spike fork 50-inch from 20 August to 25th of September. Because those dates would be coincided with, well, portion of it would be the first part of the federal season.
Through the chair, Member Brett, give me just a second and pull that data up real quick.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from board members, comments? Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to just clarify that we, on the proposal, that we make sure that it says resident only.
Are you making an amendment, Member Mueller?
I'm actually just clarifying. Do you guys see anything on here that states resident or non-resident? So we should probably make an amendment. I would like to make an amendment, Mr. Chair, that we amend proposal number 89 to resident only for the early season archery hunt in Unit 7 for moose.
Second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Do you want to have discussion on that, Member Mueller?
Just in reviewing the notes here, that it doesn't specify resident or non-resident, and then looking at what the current regulations are, we do have a draw permit as well as a general permit. So I just wanted to clarify that we would be having this for residents.
Discussion on the amendment? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's my impression that this is just going to follow what's already existing in Unit 15, which that allows non-residents?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, so it's currently split. Right now in 15A, we don't offer any non-resident moose hunts. So that archery season in 15A is closed to non-residents. In 15B and 15C, it is open to both residents and non-residents.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, Chris, how many non-residents participate in the portion that they're allowed to?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, I don't have those numbers right in front of me, but it's very low, just given overall participation.
All right, thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Oh, sorry, Kinder, go ahead.
Through the chair, I have some of that information for you. So looking back, just a quick look over the last 4 years, there's been 68 to 98 permits issued, 3 to 7 animals reported harvest.
Member Brett.
So the only potential conflict that I see is you'd have archers potentially mixed in with some federally qualified people on federal lands. I don't know how many of the 68 permits are being hunted, but you have that potential of having that many federally qualified people out there at the same time archers are, so maybe we ought to look at that.
Other board members' thoughts on that, but I do think we have an amendment in front of us right now. Any more questions on the amendment? And do you want to state for the record one more time, Member Mueller, so everybody's very clear on what we're voting for?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make an amendment. There's so many pages. On proposal number 89, that we open an early archery season hunt for moose in Unit 7 for residents only.
Yep, so she clarified that. Member Mueller, I appreciate that. I understand what we're voting on. Are all other board members clear on that? If so, I think we might be ready for the question on the amendment.
Call the question.
Question's been called on the amendment. Do you mind polling the board?
Final action on amendment for 89 to change this to specify residents only. Barrett?
No.
Hoffman?
No.
Garner?
No.
Fletcher?
No.
Bechtel?
Yes.
Mueller?
Yes.
Loring?
Yes.
Amendment fails, 3-4.
All right, we have the original proposal back in front of us, discussion on this proposal. And Member Brett made a point right before we voted on the amendment. If any board members have any thoughts on that, that's a pretty large concern of mine, actually, you bringing that up. Any other board members with thoughts on that? Member Garner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I could see the appeal of the proposal in simplifying regulations and kind of lining up to match neighboring unit. But I do think that early season may have conflict, especially along that highway and access to the trails during an early, basically still a summer season. And I also kind of see that the proposal, there's, under the current structure, there's plenty of opportunity existing in the unit. This proposal is a bit allocative to a specific use by means and methods, so I would not be in support of the proposal.
Thanks for that. Other board members' thoughts? Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. According to my paperwork here, we have at least 2 ACs supporting it and about 6 that aren't supporting it.
Thank you for that. Any other further board member comments? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please, Carrie?
Final action on proposal 89. Loring?
No.
Bechtel?
Yes.
Hoffman?
No.
Barrett?
No.
Mueller?
No.
Garner?
No.
Fletcher?
No.
Motion fails, 1-6.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 90. Change the bag limit for general season moose hunts in Units 7 and 15 to include 10 legal antler points set on at least one side in addition to the current antler restrictions.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and I believe a board member needs a break, so maybe we should table this? Do we need to table it, or can we just leave it on and take a break? All right, we'll just take a break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Hey, welcome back, everybody, from that break. If we can get settled in here, we have proposal number 90, is it 90 on the table? And whenever you guys are ready, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 90 is a public proposal which would add moose with 10 legal points on at least one side to the bag limit for general moose season in units 7 and 15. The department opposes this proposal due to increased regulation complexity in that 10 points on at least one antler is not strongly correlated with the age class the current antler restrictions seek to harvest. So the definition of a tine currently in regulations: a point or tine is an antler projection at least 1 inch long and longer than it is wide, with the width measured 1 inch or more from the tip. So this is what we have in our handy dandy regulation book. The current regulations are spike on at least one side, 50-inch antler spread, or 3 or more brow tines. So we refer to this as the selective harvest strategy. Up until 2024, we had moose ceiling requirement in units 7 and 15, where we were able to collect data on antler size and configurations from over 2,000 moose. We can draw upon this data for moose ceiling on the peninsula. For sublegal bulls that we sealed, 18% of those had at least 1 point on one side. So this proposal would add bulls currently not included in the spike 50 or 3 bag limit. Proposal 90 is a public proposal which would add moose with 10 legal points on at least one side to the legal bag limit for moose in units 7 and 15. The department is opposed to this proposal due to increased regulatory complexity and the potential to increase harvest of breeding age and young bulls. The board has previously considered the same request and has not adopted the proposal. Current regulations provide hunting opportunity while protecting breeding age and young bull moose, and the department changes bag limits to allow additional harvest when feasible. There is a requirement for all moose hunters in units 7 and 15 to complete an orientation to aid hunters in determining legality based on antler restrictions, and there is a statewide mandatory education requirement for non-resident hunters to also help them identify legal moose. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. So the definition right now in the book for a tine or a point is directed at brow tines for those antler restrictions that have brow tine restrictions. So if this was passed, and we would then use that same definition for those 10 points on the main beam. Is that the way you're looking at it?
Through the chair, Member Loring, that's correct. Yeah, and we use it mostly for brow tines because we have a current tine limit there, but that definition, I believe, can be applied to any point currently on a moose antler.
Okay, thank you for that.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Should the board wish to adopt this, I would ask that you define that very clearly as a palm point as well. You could use the same definition, but now we're talking about every little projection that'll come off that thing.
Other board members. Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question to the department. How long has this current structure been in place?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, you're referring to the spike 50 or 3? We've gone through several regulations on the peninsula, but I believe this one's been in place since 2019.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe the selective harvest strategy, and I may get the year wrong, started in 1987 on the Kenai Peninsula and was brought to, as Mr. Bottom mentioned, there's been iterations of this, but began in 1987 on the Kenai, brought to us by Mr. Spraker.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
So just to follow up on that, so since 1987, see, there've been 3 or 4 Brightown spike board 50.
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, that's correct.
My feeling is this has been in place a very long time. It seems to be working. We got a very long data set the department has that's worked off this. Going against AO 360, it's going to complicate things. We got ACs that do not support this at all, and I don't tend to support it. at this time. Other board members, questions? Member Loring.
Thank you. I mean, we're already going through all kinds of issues with just the brow tines on trying to decide. We've come to this particular definition, but we've had different ways of defining a point on a brow tine in the past. And I just can't imagine doing that for 10 points. You know, you'd be out there looking at each one, and there's moose I'm familiar with that have points out there. A lot of them are small, you know, and is that a point, is that not a point, and how are you going to determine that in the field? So other than, you know, we've had this spike fork 50 and either 3 or 4 brown tines in place for forever, and I like that. So I just can't support this by the complexity of the 10-point thing.
Other board members on this? Member Batesville?
Yeah, I agree that this has been in place for a long time, and I don't think we need to complicate it any at all, and I can't support this.
Thanks for that. That being said, any more comments from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please, Carrie?
Final action on Proposal 90. Fletcher?
No.
Garner?
No.
Barrett?
No.
Mueller?
No.
Hoffman?
No.
Loring?
No.
Bechtel?
No.
Motion fails, 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 91, shift the moose hunting season and the motorized vehicle restriction in Unit 15C Charlie from September to October.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 91 is a public proposal to shift the general moose season to October 1st through 25. The department is opposed due to a biological concern for increased harvest. Current moose regulations for Unit 7 and 15 include a general season harvest ticket opportunity of September 1 through September 25. In Unit 15, there also exists an early season archery opportunity from August 22 through 29. All of these hunts share a bag limit of spike on at least one side, or 50-inch antler spread, or 3 brow tines on one side. Currently, the majority of the moose season occurs prior to the rut. Proposed season dates would increase overlap with the rut, and vulnerability of bulls to harvest would increase significantly. The selective harvest strategy is important in maintaining a sustainable harvest opportunity, but it's not the only thing. Season timing and season length are also important factors. Data from the Moose Research Center on the Kenai Peninsula shows that cows bred during their first estrus cycle have a higher calf success and overall fitness. Calves are born earlier in the year and have higher birth weights and a longer period of time to grow before the winter. Being born later with a lower birth rate can reduce overwinter survival rate of calves. If a large majority of cows in a population are bred during their first cycle, this also leads to having a more synchronous birth pulse. This aids in calf survival through predator swamping. This is an anti-predator strategy where prey species produce or release offspring in a single pulse in very high numbers, literally overwhelming a predator's feeding capacity, where the predator simply cannot consume all the calves on the landscape at once. An October season in 15C would also make it the only general harvest ticket late season opportunity in the area. 15C is already at high hunter density relative to much of the state, and this late season hunt would likely draw very high interest from hunters who did not harvest a moose during the September season in other parts of the state. Proposal 91 is a public proposal to shift the general moose seasons in Units 7 and 15 to October 1 through 25. The department is opposed to this proposal. Current season dates avoid the rut to ensure long-term sustainable harvest opportunity. Should the board adopt the proposal, the department asks the same season dates be applied to Unit 7 to keep regulations standardized across the Kenai Peninsula. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Questions from board members? Comments from board members? Member Loring.
Yeah, I don't have any questions, but proposals like this come before the board quite often over the past decade or so that I paid attention to it. And we've always opposed those general season harvest hunts that occur during the rut or right after the rut, just because those bull moose are so vulnerable to harvest. And I think the same thing applies in this case. So I just don't like those type of hunts that are right in the middle of the rut. So I would be opposing this because of that.
Thank you for that. Other board members, Member Batchel.
Yeah, I'd also point out that 8 of the ACs were opposed to this, and I would like to mirror what Member Loring said, that I'm just not supportive of this, moving that into the rut.
Absolutely, a lot of biological concern here. The ACs drastically oppose this. Any further comments from board members? Looking up and down the line, I think we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you please poll the board?
Final action on Proposal 91. Garner?
No.
Loring?
No.
Fletcher?
No.
Mueller?
No.
Barrett? Bechtel?
No.
Hoffman?
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 92, shift the moose hunting season on Caligan Island in Unit 15B Bravo from August 20 to September 20, August 20 through September 20 to September 1 through 25.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you're ready, Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 92 is a public proposal that would shift the Caligan Island registration moose hunt RM 572 season dates from August 20 through September 20 to September 1st through September 25th. The department is opposed to the reduction in opportunity provided in this proposal. To orient the board, Caligan Island is highlighted here in red, located within the Cook Inlet, roughly 20 miles off the coast, west off the coast of Soldotna. Moose were transplanted to the island in the late 1950s. This established a unique isolated population that initially boomed due to absence of severe weather and large mammalian predators such as wolves and bears. Current regulations for the RM 572 season, dates of August 20 through September 20, a bag limit of 1 moose. The proposed change would be to September 1 through 25. Caligan Island represents a unique opportunity for moose hunters, especially being on the Kenai and on the road system, and that is the only over-the-counter available tag with a bag limit of 1 moose. This proposal would shorten the season by 7 days. Caligan Island has a population objective of 20 to 40 moose. Our 2024 minimum count was 103 animals. There's a positive C&T finding for moose on Caligan Island with an ANS of 2 moose. Figure here shows harvest levels and hunter participation on Caligan Island since 2015, with regulatory year on the x-axis. On the left y-axis is the number of harvested moose, and the right axis, y-axis, is the number of hunters which utilize their permit. The vertical bars correspond to the number of harvested moose broken down by males in black and females in gray, with the line showing the number of hunters each regulatory year. Over the past 15 years, we have seen an average of 86 hunters and 28 moose harvested annually on Caligan Island. Chronology is also a useful way to look at harvest. This figure shows harvest levels and hunter participation for Caligan Island since 2015, harvest dates on the x-axis and number of moose harvested on the y-axis. The red arrow here indicates the beginning of general moose season in Units 7 and 15 on September 1. Again, Caligan Island represents a unique opportunity with that bag limit of 1 moose, but also that it opens prior to the start of the general season in 7 and 15. So this can allow hunters to participate in both RM 572, and if they happen to be unsuccessful on Caligan, they can then participate in general season units or moose seasons on 7 and 15. We also see that the majority of the harvest occurs prior to the start of that general season. Now, a lot of this we know is an opening day phenomenon, so we would expect this whenever the opener occurs, but aligning season dates with 7 and 15 may decrease overall harvest and participation. While we generally support regulation simplification and the chance of accidentally straying off a Caligan Island into another unit as it is not as easy as it would be going from 7 to 15, where you could just drive down the Sterling Highway and not be aware of that you've moved into another unit. Given its island status, we don't have concerns for that on Caligan. This figure shows our minimum count moose surveys. These surveys are very sensitive to timing and conditions. Again, it's a relatively small area, so if conditions are bad in one spot, we don't really have a lot of room to go run somewhere else. So it's unlikely that the population has seen the level of major changes seen here. We've been doing counts in the fall, prioritizing those and getting much better numbers. In 2024, as I stated earlier, we had a minimum count of 103 moose, well above our population objective of 20 to 40 moose. Again, Proposal 92 is a public proposal that would shift the Caligan Island registration moose hunt season to September 1 through September 25. The department opposes this proposal due to the reduction in hunting opportunity for a population that is currently 3 to 4 times higher than its objective. To meet the board's statutory responsibility under the subsistence law, it should consider whether subsistence regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses if this proposal is adopted. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Questions for the department? Member Loring.
Thank you, Chris, for your explanation. Have you gotten much information from the public about moose spoilage or meat spoilage? It seems to be what the proposer is talking about on that early season. What kind of information have you received about that?
Yeah, through the chair, Member Loring, we appreciate that question. We haven't heard anything specifically. It's known for its flies out there, but certainly we always, we have those early archery moose seasons. We hope that hunters take that into account and harvest accordingly.
Yeah, I think that'd be the case. So would the department have an issue, since we have more moose than we want to have out there, of keeping the original August 20 date, but then amending the season to end on September 25th, August 20 through September 25th? Would that cause an issue with maybe overharvest, or we're still not getting the rut, but what would you think about that?
Through the chair, Member Loring, yeah, as stated, this population is well above its objective. The department believes that additional harvest opportunity exists here.
Other questions from board members? Comments from Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make an amendment. I move to adopt that Proposal 92. We change the language or the season date, shifting the moose hunting season on the Caligan Island in Unit 15B from 20 August through September 25th.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Do you want to discuss your amendment, Member Brett?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Besides providing more opportunity, and we have the moose population to do it. The Kenai Soldotna AC also recommended this amendment in their AC comments.
Thanks for that discussion on this amendment from board. Member Loring.
Yeah, more discussion on the amendment. Yeah, I agree with that, and the department said that they do have the moose out there that could absorb that extra 5 days. And it's because of the remoteness of the area, we don't expect a whole lot more hunters out there, but it does give them the opportunity to hunt later and take care of some of the media issues that the proposer is talking about. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Further discussion on the amendment, Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually really like this amendment for sure. So I like that there's the earlier season. I think that providing the opportunity, we have plenty of animals in the area there. So I'm in support of the amendment.
Thanks for that. Further discussion on the amendment? If not, I think we're ready for the
Call the question.
Question's been called on the amendment. Will you poll the board, please, Carrie?
On the amendment to shift the season for moose hunting on Caligan Island in Unit 15B to 20th August through 25th September. Mueller.
Yes.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Garner.
Yes.
Bechtel.
Yes.
Loring.
Yes.
Fletcher.
Yes.
Barrett.
Yes.
Amendment carries 7-0.
We have an amended proposal in front of us here. Member Rhett, you want to hit the high points of your amended proposal one more time?
Yeah, so the amended proposal is adding additional opportunity because we have a harvestable surplus of moose, and it provides for more reasonable opportunity for subsistence.
I appreciate that. I totally agree with those statements. Other board members on this? If not, Member Loring.
Yeah, thanks. Just real briefly, I'll be supporting the amendment and the proposal as amended based on what Mr. Barrett said, and also it would aid in better care of meat on those later dates.
Thanks for those comments. That being said, I think we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Carrie, will you pull the board, please?
Final action on 92 as amended. Hoffman.
Yes.
Barrett.
Yes.
Loring.
Yes.
Fletcher.
Yes.
Garner.
Yes.
Bechtel.
Yes.
Mueller.
Yes.
92 carries, 7-0. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 93, limit the non-resident permit allocation for Unit 19C Charlie Moose Drawing Hunt DM 549 to up to 10% of the available permits.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. When you're ready, Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 93 is a public proposal. Seeks to limit the non-resident permit allocation for Unit 15 Moose Hunt DM 549 to up to 10% of available permits. The department is neutral. The DM 549 hunt area is approximately 500 square miles and occurs from Deep Creek south to Homer. 15C is currently within IM harvest objective and population objectives. For DM 549, non-residents average 1% of permits, regulatory year 15 through 24. Current DM 549 seasons and bag limits occur October 20 through November 20, and a bag limit of 1 antlerless moose without a calf. We see an annual harvest of 27 moose. There's a positive C&T finding for moose in 15C south of Point Poughkeepsie to the point of land between Rocky Bay and Windy Bay with an ANS of 5 to 6 moose. This is completely outside of the DM 549 hunt area. Here we see a breakdown of the DM 549 resident and non-resident permit winners. During RY 15 through 24, non-residents average less than 1% of permits and a high of 2%. If adopted, a non-resident only draw hunt would be created with up to 10% of permits available. If fewer than 10 permits were issued for DM 549, non-residents would not be eligible to receive a tag. Guides are not required for moose, and 0 non-residents used a guide during regulatory year 15 through 24. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Questions for the department? Comments from board members? Looks like this area has very low non-resident draw. Other board members, any thoughts, comments, intent? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, looking at these numbers that non-resident have been receiving tags for is well within our non-resident allocation policy.
Thanks for that. Further board member comments? Member Bechtel.
Yeah, I'm actually quite supportive of what is being proposed. However, with looking at the non-resident participation, I don't think that proposal is warranted in this case.
Thanks for that. Any further comments from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Carrie, will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 93. Barrett.
No.
Hoffman.
No.
Garner.
No.
Fletcher.
No.
Bechtel.
No.
Mueller.
No.
Loring.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 94, limit the non-resident permit allocation for the Unit 7 Moose Drawing Hunt DM 210 to up to 10% of the available permits.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. When you're ready, Department.
Thank you. Proposal 94 is a public proposal which seeks to limit the non-resident permit allocation for the Unit 7 Moose Hunt DM 210 to up to 10% of the available permits. The department is neutral. DM 210 occurs along the northeast portion of Unit 7 and overlaps into Unit 14C. This draw hunt is used to reduce winter kill in the area. Non-residents average 11% of permits, regulatory year 15 through 24. DM 210 seasons occur August 20 through September 30 with a bag limit of 1 bull and an average annual harvest of 15 moose. This is the breakdown for resident and non-resident permit winners for DM 210. During regulatory year 15 through 24, non-residents averaged 11% of permits and a high of 27%. If adopted, a non-resident only draw hunt would be created with up to 10% of available permits. If fewer than 10 permits were issued for DM 210, non-residents would not be eligible to receive a tag. Guides are not required for moose, and 0 non-residents used a guide during RY 15 through 24. Proposal 94 is a public proposal. The department is neutral on this proposal because it is allocative. In the last 10 years, non-residents have submitted 6 to 18% of the drawing applications for DM 210 and have been awarded between 1 and 8 of these permits available. If the board adopts this proposal, the hunts will be assigned individual hunt numbers for residents and non-residents. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Department. Board members, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Chris, do you know what the harvestable surplus is for 15C?
Through the chair, Member Brett, I do not have an estimate for harvestable surplus in 15C.
Other board members, questions? Comments on this one? Intent on this one? Member Garner.
Yeah, I think once again, another proposal that's falling within the parameters of the non-resident allocation policy, and it's based upon historical data of non-residents allocating over the past, percentages being over the past 10 years. So I would be not in support of the proposal.
Thank you for that. Other board members' thoughts on this? Member Brett.
Yeah, I'd just also like to add to that, the policy allows for maximum opportunity for all hunters within the bounds of sustained yield management practices, regardless of residency, also found in the non-resident allocation policy of the board.
Thank you for that. Further discussion? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Carrie, will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 94. Loring?
No.
Bechtel?
No.
Hoffman?
No.
Barrett?
No.
Mueller?
No.
Garner?
No.
Fletcher?
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 95, reauthorize the antlerless moose season on Callaghan Island in Units 15B, Bravo.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. When you're ready, Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 95 is a department proposal to reauthorize the RM 572 moose hunt on Callaghan Island in subunit 15B. The department supports the proposal, which provides opportunity for moose harvest and to maintain sustainable population levels on Callaghan Island. As we looked at previously, Callaghan Island is highlighted here in red, 20 square miles, and is located within the Coquitlam Inlet, roughly 20 miles west off the coast of Soldotna. Moose were transplanted in the late 1950s, and the population has remained strong due to absence of severe weather and large mammalian predators such as bears and wolves. This is a closer, more detailed view of the hunt area, which is primarily state land. Current regulations for RM 572, season dates of August 20 through September 20 with a bag limit of 1 moose. The number of permits issued is not capped. This represents a unique opportunity for moose hunters on the Kenai, as we are able to offer a registration permit with a bag limit of 1 moose. We issue 118 permits annually and harvest an average of 28 moose. The population objective for Callaghan Island is 20 to 40 moose, and a minimum count in 2024 surveyed 103 moose. There is a positive C&T finding for moose in Unit 15B with an ANS of 2 moose. Figure on the screen we looked at earlier, this includes regulatory year on the x-axis, and on the left y-axis is the number of harvested moose, the right y-axis number of hunters which utilize their permit. Vertical bars correspond to the number of harvested moose, broken down by males in black and females in gray. The line indicates the number of hunters which utilize their permit. Number of harvested moose appears highly correlated with the number of annual hunters. As stated previously, we have the population objective of 20 to 40 moose, and a 2024 count observed 103 animals. These surveys are very sensitive to timing given the relatively small area in which they occur. It's unlikely the population has seen the major changes that we see here in the survey data. Proposal 95 is a department proposal to reauthorize the RM 572 moose hunt on Cowgan Island and subunit 15B. The department supports the proposal. This hunt helps control the moose population on Cowgan Island to keep it within sustainable limits and provides additional harvest opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Department. Questions from board members? Comments from board members? Member Brett.
Yes, we'll just be supporting this. The ACs have the authority over this, and not so much the board. We rubber stamp it, and there's been unanimous consent amongst all the ACs that voted on it.
Thank you for that, Member Brett. Any other comments from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 95. Fletcher?
Yes.
Garner?
Yes.
Barrett? Yes. Mueller?
Yes.
Hoffman?
Yes.
Loring?
Yes.
Bechtel?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 96, reauthorize the antlerless moose seasons in Unit 15C. Charlie.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department.
Proposal 96 is a department proposal which reauthorizes the subunit 15C DM 549 antlerless moose harvest and the targeted AM 550 hunt. The department supports this proposal, which provides opportunity for limited antlerless moose harvest, which may limit browsing pressure and negative human-moose interactions in this area. The DM 549 hunt area is approximately 500 square miles in the southern portion of subunit 15C, from Deep Creek south to the town of Homer. Current regulations for DM 549, up to 100 draw permits may be issued by the department. Season dates are October 20 through November 20 with a bag limit of 1 antlerless moose without a calf. Looking at our harvest, we issue 50 to 65 permits annually and have a relatively high success rate of 62%, and we harvest about 26 moose. Currently, this hunt is comprised of 99% resident hunters. The figure here shows harvest and hunter numbers for DM 549. Regulatory years on the x-axis, number of moose harvested on the y-axis. The bars represent the number of moose and the line represents the number of hunters. As stated previously, we see an average annual harvest of 26 moose. Subunit 15C has intensive management goals with a population objective of 2,500 to 3,500 moose and a harvest objective of 200 to 350 moose. There's also a positive C&T finding for moose in subunit 15C, that portion southwest of a line from Point Bagibshi to the point of land between Rocky and Windy Bay with an ANS of 5 to 6 moose. Moose abundance in subunit 15C has been within or above intensive management population objectives since the inception of the intensive management program. In this figure, the x-axis is regulatory year, the y-axis represents the number of moose, and dots the point estimates derived from population surveys. Vertical lines around the dots represent confidence intervals, and the horizontal dashed lines show the upper and lower ends of the intensive management population objective. This figure shows moose harvest in 15C. On this figure, the x-axis is regulatory year, y-axis is number of moose harvested, and the horizontal lines are the upper and lower ends of the intensive management harvest objectives. We are currently within our harvest objectives for 15C. The AM 550 15C targeted hunt was established in 2015 with the potential to provide opportunity, which may also result in decreased moose vehicle collisions. There's an average of 63 moose vehicle collisions per year in subunit 15C. The department has evaluated the potential to hold this hunt. However, due to the density of private land in the Sterling Highway corridor, concerns regarding safe use of firearms, as this is not a weapons restricted hunt, and lack of evidence that this hunt may be additive to overall winter mortality for moose, no permits have been issued to date. Proposal 96 is a department proposal which reauthorizes antlerless moose harvest for the DM 549 cow hunt and the subunit 15C targeted AM 550 hunt. The department submitted and supports this proposal. Moose in 15C are currently within harvest and population objectives. A limited antlerless moose harvest provides additional opportunity and helps to limit habitat degradation and wildlife conflicts. Antlerless hunts are also a useful way in achieving harvest objectives as set by the board. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for that presentation. Board members' comments on this. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with all the ACs that voted in support of this. The majority of them all were in favor of it, and I support their decision.
Any other further comments? Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually agree with Al, but I wanted to point out that the Central Peninsula AC did have comments, and this is actually in their area as well, or real close to it. But they said that and Chris, maybe you can help me on this too, but the area for the hunt has actually expanded, and that they are concerned because of the structures, and they think that there's fewer moose in the area than what it used to be, and that they have concern on the browse. And they thought it was a really good idea when it was just the Homer bench area, but now it's too big of an area, and it defeats the original objective of controlling the moose population. So just bringing that to light.
Other comments from board members?
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please, Carrie?
Final action on Proposal 96. Garner?
Yes.
Loring?
Yes.
Fletcher?
Yes.
Mueller?
Yes.
Barrett?
Yes.
Bechtel?
Yes.
Hoffman?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 98, clarify the types of roads motorized vehicles are allowed to drive within the lower Kenai controlled use area in units 15C Charlie during the moose season, and exclude the south side of Kachemak Bay.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. When you're ready, Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 98 is a proposal from the Homer Advisory Committee. This would clarify the types of roads open to motorized vehicles within the lower Kenai controlled use area of 15C during the moose season, and also to exclude the south side of Kachemak Bay. The department is neutral on the proposal as is allocated with no biological concern. To orient the board, the map on the screen has subunit 15C highlighted here in red. This is where the controlled use area is currently in effect. Dates have varied since the inception, but have been stable since 1994. So the current regulations for the lower Kenai controlled use area, subunit 15C is closed to anyone using a motorized vehicle except aircraft or boat for moose hunting, including the transportation of moose hunters, their hunting gear, and/or parts of moose from September 16 through 19 and September 22 through 25. However, this does not apply to the use of motorized vehicles on a state or borough-maintained highway or on gravel portions of Oil Well, Brody, and Tustamina Lake roads, or driveways used for direct access to a primary residence or business. So essentially, all roads are closed excepting for those state or borough-maintained roads during those two time periods. Subunit 15C has intensive management population objective of 2,500 to 3,500 moose with a harvest objective of 200 to 350 moose. There's a positive C&T finding for moose in subunit C, that portion southwest of a line from Point Poughkeepsie to the point of land between Rocky and Windy Bay with an ANS of 5 to 6 moose. 15C, general season moose regulations have season dates of August 22 through 29 for archery harvest and September 1 through 25 on a general harvest ticket. There's a bag limit of 1 bull with a spike on at least one side, 50-inch antler spread, or 3 or more brow tines on one side. Moose abundance in subunit 15C has been within or above intensive management population objectives since the inception of the intensive management program. In this figure, x-axis is the regulatory year, y-axis represents the number of moose, and dots the point estimates derived from population surveys. Vertical lines around those dots are the confidence intervals, and the horizontal dashed lines show the upper and lower population objectives. This is an overview of moose harvest in 15C. Figure here shows x-axis is regulatory year, y-axis is the number of moose harvested, and the horizontal line are the upper and lower ends of the intensive management harvest objectives. Harvest levels are currently within IM objectives for 15C. So the chronology of moose harvest in 15C is helpful to better understand the impact of the controlled use area. On the figure on the screen, the x-axis shows date of harvest in 2-day intervals. On the y-axis, number of moose harvested during those time periods, and this is for the last 10 years. The red bars that are seen here represent the current motor vehicle restriction closure intervals. So these are the 2 periods where the road restriction is in effect. Removing the lower Kenai control use area has the potential to increase harvest, but under current season dates and selective harvest strategy of spike 50 or 3, the department has no biological concerns. So you can see that during those closure periods, we do see a reduction in harvest, but with the selective harvest strategy, we don't have any concerns for removal. But the exact effect of removing motor vehicle use restrictions is not able to be predicted. For the second part of the proposal, removal the south side of Ketchimack Bay. Again, to orient the board, 15C is highlighted in light red. The dark red indicates the areas on the south side of Ketchimack Bay that would be removed from the controlled use area. Again, there's a positive C&T finding south of that line, that portion from Point Poughkeepsie to the land between Rocky Bay and Windy Bay with an A&S of 5 to 6 moose. So this area proposed for removal contains the towns of Seldovia, Port Graham, and Nanwalek. Relatively few roads exist in this area, and enforcement is limited. As shown previously on the map, positive C&T finding for moose in that area with an A&S of 5 to 6 moose. Proposal 98 is from the Homer Fish and Game Advisory Committee, which would clarify the types of roads open to motorized vehicles within the LCUA in that area of Unit 15C and exclude the south side of Ketchimack Bay. The department is neutral on the proposal as it is allocated with no biological concern. The department does not maintain road status information that may be necessary for hunters. To meet the board's statutory responsibility under the subsistence law, they should consider whether subsistence regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses if the proposal is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, I request that we table this proposal and take up this same issue with proposal 100. And the Kenai Soda AC and information I've got from the troopers in Homer say that's the best proposal language to deal with this issue. So I'd like to do that and maybe get some comments on that.
Second, to tabling, right?
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion from the board on that?
Or just other than the comments I just made to request that being tabled, then take up proposal 100, which deals with the exact same issue, but the language is more applicable.
I would be in agreement to that. Other board members? Can I ask for unanimous consent on that? Member Garner?
Could, since reading in the proposal that it was coordinated with the Homer and Seldovia, multiple meetings, but the Alaska Wildlife Troopers were kind of involved in this process, maybe hear from enforcement about this proposal and their thoughts on proposal 100.
Captain Johnson?
Through the chair, sorry, I guess I at least was not involved. I'm sure our field troopers in Anchor Point were attending AC meetings and probably had some weigh-in on many of these, but to what point and to what extent on each one, I can't speak directly to.
That being said, Member Gardner, do you have any concerns about tabling this one and going to 100?
No, I'm good.
Okay. I'll ask for unanimous consent on that. I think I'm getting unanimous consent, so we'll table this one.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 100, adjust the Kenai controlled use area in units 15C Charlie to exclude the south side of Ketchimack Bay. Additionally, clarify the types of roads motorized vehicles are allowed to be utilized during the moose season. Restrict the use of motorized vehicles for all big game.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and I imagine probably some of the slides are similar. Feel free to elaborate on ones you need to, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 100 is a public proposal which would clarify the types of roads motorized vehicles are allowed to drive on. apply restrictions to all big game hunters, restrict aircraft use, and exclude the south side of Ketchmack Bay. The department is neutral on the proposal as is allocated with no biological concern. This proposal asks to apply restrictions to all big game hunters. Currently, it only applies to moose hunters. So hunters that were accessing, driving around on those roads claiming to be pursuing other species such as bears or wolves are not included in the restriction. So it's the same regulations that we talked about before, those same closure periods, September 16 through 25. Again, this is seeking to apply it to all big game hunters and well as restrict motor vehicles, including aircraft and boats. To orient the board, this is 15C highlighted here where the controlled use area is in effect. This also seeks to remove the south side of Ketchmack Bay, again, that area in dark red. There's a positive C&T finding for moose in subunit 15C, southwest of a line from Point Poughkeepsie to the point of land between Rocky and Windy Bay, shown by that yellow line with an ANS of 5 to 6 moose. Again, subunit 15C has intensive management population objectives of 2,500 to 3,500 and harvest objectives of 200 to 350 moose and a positive C&T with an ANS of 5 to 6 moose. Season dates in 15C are August 22 through 29 for archery season, September 1 through 25 for a harvest ticket. Bag limit is 1 bull with a spike, 50 or 3 brow tines. Again, we see the same population estimates that we have showing that moose abundance is within or above population objectives in 15C. Same goes for harvest. We are currently meeting IM harvest objectives for 15C. Again, looking at the chronology, you can see in those red bars when harvest occurs during, or how harvest occurs during those closure periods. We do see a reduction in harvest during the current closures. However, we don't have any population concerns or harvest concerns with the selective harvest strategy, and the effect of removing the motor vehicle restrictions is not able to be predicted. Proposal 100 is a public proposal which would clarify the types of roads motorized vehicles are allowed to drive on, apply restrictions to all big game hunters, restrict aircraft use, and exclude the south side of Ketchmack Bay. The department is neutral on this proposal because it is allocative. The department does not maintain road status information that may be necessary for hunters. To meet the board's statutory responsibility under the subsistence law, it should consider whether subsistence regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses if the proposal is adopted. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Department. Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What caught my eye in your presentation was your population objective is, well above your IM population objective of about 700 moose or so, and your harvest, which is the slide right underneath of it, it's been pretty stable right in the middle of, about 300 moose. You didn't provide us with any twinning rates or calf weights or patrician rates, so what's the health of the moose population? Are you concerned about maybe over not having the range to support a moose population that's been growing? I mean, it's a steady growth. Or do you got plenty of habitat there and maybe have to adjust your objectives or allow some more opportunity?
Through the chair, Member Brett, yeah, 15C is an interesting place for moose harvest. Moose harvested per square mile is probably the highest or one of the highest in the state. So there may be a chance that we're maximizing the hunter density down there and as far as the number of moose that we can harvest, but we do believe that population is stable to increasing. We don't currently have concerns with the habitat and the browse that's available. However, we are coming 20 years plus out of a burn in that area, so that may become something that we have to deal with in the future. And also we have that DM 549 cow hunt, antlerless moose hunt to try and address those issues. But right now 15C is a very productive moose population.
Other board member questions, comments? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's, I believe, just one AC that was in support of this proposal. Well, let me make sure I was on the right one. 100. Yeah, and then there was 3 or 4 that were, oh, there it is. And there was 3 ACs that were opposed to this proposal, so there's still some concern about, changing what's been going on down there.
Thanks for that. Other board members' thoughts? Member Batesville.
Yeah, to Member Brett, I'm wondering if it's the difference between designating only applicable during the moose hunt or for all big game was the difference between those two proposals. Proposal 100 is applicable to big game only, and the other one is applicable only for moose hunting.
Member Loring.
Thank you. I think that was the concern, was that a lot of the motorized vehicle use during the quiet time was either, being couched as be recreational or hunting some other species besides moose, so they were then allowed to participate in that ATV use during the quiet time, where they actually were in fact moose hunting, and just using that excuse. So there was some of the comments that I heard, so that's the difference between the two proposals.
Board members, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, what are your thoughts on, are you thinking about trying to stabilize this population? Are you thinking about trying to reduce this population? I mean, you've had steady growth for a long time. I don't know what your management strategy is right now.
Through the chair, Member Brett, yeah, the department is currently happy with the productivity of the moose population. We continue to offer antlerless opportunities. We'll continue to monitor the browse. If the browse does start to show an issue, we have other concerns over moose health, then we could address it then.
So what I think I'm getting here and what I heard in public testimony is, they like the current status quo, but really the current status quo is not harvesting any more moose. They've been fairly stable on their harvest. Am I correct in that?
Through the chair, Member Brett, yeah, that is correct, and we're neutral on this because we don't see it, we see it as a user experience, right? What do the hunters want? Do they want to be able to have times out on this area where it's quiet and free from ATV hunter, or do they want to open it up? It's not really a harvest concern here. So yeah, I think there is a lot of interest in just from folks in just clarifying these types of roads to make it more clear what that interest is, and we're not concerned about any increase or change in harvest from removal or retention of this controlled use area.
Okay, thanks.
Other board members on this. Member Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I have a question for Captain Johnson. Because of this proposal stating that with the aircraft during those timeframes, how would that be enforced in your department?
To the chair, Member Mueller. Off the top of my head, I would have to say probably similar to the similar restriction on dull sheep. I'm not aware of any other restriction for using aircraft to not spot animals except for that one for sheep. And this one doesn't even specify game. It just says all, or I'm sorry, it doesn't specify one species. It says all game. So it would be extremely difficult because as proposed, it's for all game. So that can be everything from grouse up to moose.
I think it says big game. I think it's just big game. Are we on 100? Am I reading that correctly? And so that'll include deer in 20 years here, right? Other board members on this? Well, we kind of skipped ahead to this one from the one that we were on. because the belief that Homer AC had worked with some troopers on this and came up with a better product than the earlier proposals that they saw fit. But when the ACs weighed in on it, the Homer AC was the only one in support of it. And 3 other ACs were opposed to it. Member Gardner.
Yeah, just a comment on the, I kind of was juggling the two, and this one identifies, I think the goal is to identify the roads as well. It identifies platted and improved gravelled, asphalt, or paved borough, state, or municipal road, as the provision does not apply to those. And I think that was one of the, on both parties, clearly defining that.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend not to support this proposal. I think there's a better one that we skipped over, and so I'm not going to support it.
Thanks for that. Other board members? If not, we might be ready for the question on 100.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please, Carrie?
Final action on Proposal 100. Hoffman?
No.
Barrett?
No.
Loring?
No.
Fletcher?
No.
Garner?
No.
Bechtel?
No.
Moeller?
No.
Motion fails, 0-7. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I think now we need to take 98 off the table unless Member Barrett has a favorite one that you'd like to suggest.
Mr. Chair, I move to take proposal 98 off the table.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We've had the department overview from 98, discussion on proposal 98. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the proposal that the AC supported. There was lots of public support also, and there was only one AC that was in opposition to it, and they had, I took it off there. They had, they said if it were to pass, they had what's the oil well? I remember something about an oil well in their comments. Oh, oil road?
Oil well road.
Oh. They were asking to include that. Is that something significant?
Through the chair, Member Brett, yeah, thank you for that question. So our understanding of this is it would just clarify what is currently open. There's currently some confusion between hunters and enforcement, so just clarifying what's open so that way it can be better enforced. So to our knowledge, this would not add any additional roads to what's under the current controlled use area. It would just clarify it for the hunters, for enforcement, so we could see better. That is one of the concerns that we hear a lot about this controlled use area is the enforcement of it and trying to make that better for both parties.
All right, excellent.
Member Loring.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment to add the word game instead of just moose for the use of motorized vehicles.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Big game, excuse me. Yep.
Big game.
We're right back to grouse again, yeah.
Discussion on that, Member Loring?
Yeah, I just think that was a big concern with not only the users, but also with enforcement on being able to enforce the closure to motorized vehicles during those quiet times as an excuse to be in the field hunting other big game. So my amendment would to use the word big game to cover that quiet time or that closed area ATVs.
Further discussion on that amendment? If not, we might be ready for the question on that amendment.
Second, or call the question.
The question's been called on the amendment.
On the amendment for 98 to add big game. Loring.
Yes.
Bechtel.
Yes.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Barrett.
Yes.
Mueller,
Yes.
Garner,
Yes.
Fletcher.
Yes.
Amendment carries. Mr. Chair.
We have an amended proposal 98 in front of us here to change some wording to include big game. Further discussion on this proposal? Intent on this proposal? If not, we might, Member Batesville.
Yeah, as amended, I intend to support this proposal. I think the state made a good presentation, and it was supported by the ACs, and I think it needs to go forward.
Thanks for that. Other board comments, intent? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Sorry, Commissioner.
Yeah, I just having a side conversation with Director Scott here, and I just want to make clear to everybody that disabled people still can hunt with these things under a special permit from the department, so we're not taking that opportunity away from people that may need it to go hunting.
Thank you for that clarification. I think now we might be ready for the question.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please, Carrie?
Final action on 98 as amended. Fletcher.
Yes.
Garner.
Yes.
Barrett.
Yes.
Mueller.
Yes.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Loring.
Yes.
Batesville.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 103 due to previous action taken.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Am I missing something, Department?
To the chair, for proposal 103, it's up to you if you want to take no action. This would move the current closure dates to weekends only after the first week of the season.
I'm going to ask for unanimous consent to take no action from the board. And I see that we're going to take no action.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 104, allow the use of motorized vehicles for moose hunting from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. during September 16 through 19 and September 22 to 25 in the lower Kenai controlled use area in units 15C Charlie.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you're ready, Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 104 is a public proposal to allow vehicle use from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. during current vehicle closure periods in the lower Kenai controlled use area. The department is neutral on the proposal as is allocated with no biological concern. Again, this is the same map we looked at previously where the lower controlled use area is in effect in 15C. So dates have varied since inception, but have been stable since 1994. Action that you just took clarified those roads, but this proposal is seeking to close, or excuse me, to open vehicles between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. Subunit 15C is currently within intensive management and population objectives, and there is a positive CNT finding in subunit 15C with an ANS of 5 to 6 moose. 15C moose regulations are currently August 22 through 29 for a bow and arrow only season, September 1 through 25 on a general harvest ticket with a bag limit of 1 bull with a spike, 50, or 3 brow tines. Same graph that we've looked at previously, the population is at or above in population objectives and is stable to increasing. Overview of moose harvest in 15C. We are currently within our IM objectives for 15C. And again, the chronology of moose harvest as it pertains to the lower controlled use area. The red bars indicate the current closure periods, and we do see a change in harvest, but the exact effect of changing those time periods is unknown. Proposal 104 is a public proposal to allow vehicle use from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. during current vehicle closure periods in the lower Kenai controlled use area in 15C. The department is neutral on this proposal as it allocated with no biological concern. To meet the board's statutory responsibility to the subsistence law, it should consider whether subsistence regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses if this proposal is adopted. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for that. Am I missing something? And I think we probably could have taken no action on this because of our previous action on 98. This proposal, as it's written, would add back just the ability for motorized vehicles for moose and not include all the big game before. Am I under that correct assumption?
To the chair, that's correct.
Thanks for not throwing your shoe at me. Member Brett.
You know, that portion was correct, but there was a time different, you know, there was a schedule that was different. So it's still, you know, worthy of putting it on the table and discussing it. I won't be supporting it. There was a lot of public opposition to it. The Central Peninsula was in opposition to it, and they believed it would have been a current enforcement nightmare, and the current regulations have been well established and work fine.
Thanks for that. Other board, Member Batesville.
Yeah, even though it's listed incorrectly on our list here, the Homer folks were opposed to it as well, even though it's listed here that they were in support of. So,
Thanks for that. Further discussion on this proposal? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Carrie, will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 104. Bechtel?
no.
Fletcher?
No.
Barrett? Loring?
No.
Hoffman?
No.
Mueller?
No.
Garner?
No.
Motion fails, 0-7. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 99, allow motorized vehicles to hunt moose in the area south of Kodiak Bay and south of Fox River within the lower Kenai controlled use area in units 15C, Charlie.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I imagine quite a few of the slides are similar, so feel free to glance over any that you'd like to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to point out, I believe the action that you took on Proposal 98 already excluded the south side of Kodiak Bay. This proposal is specific to just excluding the south side of Kodiak Bay, and I think the board took action through Proposal 98, if that was its intention.
All right, great. That's clear. Member Brett.
I would just point out it was allowing motorized vehicles to hunt moose.
Any other thoughts about that? If not, we have Member Loring.
Yeah, I think the department's correct. I think we already moved the area that this proposal is asking for from the restrictions in the lower Kenai controlled use area, so it would be open to motorized vehicles.
We have this on the table. It's in front of us here, but we can probably have the opportunity here just to do a roll call vote. I'm going to kind of echo the members' remarks for the previous proposal. So, any further remarks?
I'll just reference my remarks I had on 104 and call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Carrie, will you pull the board?
Final action on Proposal 99. Mueller? N- 99. We're on 99. Yeah. Final action on Proposal 99. Mueller?
I've got to make sure I've got the right one up. I'm sorry. This one is the most similar to which one? I'm sorry, guys.
We already did it.
Yeah, from which one, though? That's what I'm trying to remember. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. I can't quite hear you down here. So
Okay,
we
I'm
skipped
sorry.
ahead to 100, and we didn't pass 100. We went back to 98 and passed 98.
Yes,
And
thank you.
Yep, and we just got done not passing 104, and we had 99 ahead of us. And member Barrett pointed out that 99, the difference would be just for moose, to add moose back into that.
Okay, so going back to then 98, so I'll say yes.
No, we have proposal 99 in front of us.
I'm sorry.
Member Garner.
Yeah, I think just point of clarification, proposal 99 is for the reduction in size of the lower Kenai control use area, and that's what's being proposed. That control use area was already reduced in size based off the action taken in proposal 98.
Thanks for that clarification, Member Garner. Are all board members clear on that?
I believe so.
Great. So I think we have the question called and we're ready for a roll call vote.
Final action on proposal 99. Mueller.
Yes.
Hoffman.
No.
Garner.
No.
Bechtel.
No.
Loring.
No.
Fletcher.
No.
Barrett.
No.
Motion fails, 1-6. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 97, 101, and 102 due to previous action taken by the board.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent from the board on that. Going to look up and down here. Do I get unanimous consent? If so, we'll take no action on those three proposals, and let's take a break. All right, and we'll take a 10-minute break. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Hold on, look at that. Welcome back, everybody. In the next couple proposals, there are a few of them that I'm conflicted out of. So we're going to deviate from the roadmap slightly just to save a little bit of carpet wear for me walking back and forth. So we're going to take 105 out of order, and we're going to group it with 106, 107, and 105. So at this point in time, I'm going to hand the chairmanship over to now Chairman Hoffman.
Okay,
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to adopt Proposal 106, change the general season sheep hunts in Units 7 and 15 to a registration hunt with hunt area set by ADF&G.
I second that.
it's been moved and seconded. Department? Go ahead.
Thank you. Proposal 106 is a public proposal which would change the general season sheep hunts in Units 7 and 15 to registration hunts and change bag limit to 1 full curl ram per lifetime for youth hunters. The department is neutral on registration hunts as the current hunt structure is adequate for managing Kenai sheep as regulated by full curl management. The department is also neutral on the 1 ram per lifetime limit for youth hunters as it is allocative. Sheep hunting on the Kenai is currently managed via state harvest tickets with season dates of August 10 through September 20 with a bag limit of 1 full curl ram. There is an early youth season hunt from August 1st through 5th. Non-residents may only harvest a ram in these units once every 4 regulatory years. There are also 2 draw areas that exist for sheep. From 2015 through 2025, there has been an average annual harvest of 7 rams on the Kenai. No robust study of sheep have been performed on the Kenai. This proposal seeks to limit youth hunters to 1 full curl ram per lifetime. 4 sheep were taken during the youth season from 2015 through 2024, and 0 youth have harvested greater than 1 sheep in Units 7 and 15. If this proposal were adopted, the department would be able to set the number of permits given and potentially designate areas for permits. However, with limited information regarding sheep movements, already low harvest, and perceived interest, it is unclear how a single or multiple registration sheep hunts would be constructed. This may result in a real or perceived lack of opportunity through a registration permit as opposed to the general harvest ticket system that we currently use. This is an overview of Dall sheep minimum count surveys and total harvest on the Kenai Peninsula. Figure shows regulatory year on the x-axis and the number of sheep counted on the left y-axis and the number of sheep harvested on the right y-axis. The gray area denotes the number of sheep estimated from minimum count surveys relative to the left y-axis, and the number of harvested sheep is denoted by the black line. Dall sheep numbers have declined dramatically throughout their range in North America in recent decades. The cause of this long-term decline is unclear and likely due to a variety of factors, including altered alpine habitat, changes in wildfire regimes, and overall changes in annual weather patterns. Proposal 106 is a public proposal which would change general season sheep hunts in Units 7 and 15 to registration hunts and change bag limit to 1 full curl ram per lifetime for youth hunters. The department is neutral on this proposal. Harvest is regulated by full curl management, which does not negatively impact sheep population levels. The existing full curl bag limit for the youth hunt is not negatively impacting sheep populations, and to date, no youth hunters have harvested multiple sheep in Units 7 and 15 since it was first established in regulatory year 16. Only 4 sheep have been taken at this time on youth hunt in these units. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Just a quick comment to clarify. So for these youth hunters, the lifetime, it's just for the lifetime of the youths being youths that this is in effect, not after that, once they turn adults.
Member Hoffman, that is correct.
Okay, thank you for that. Board members, any questions to the department? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just going off my notes and from board support. They said proposals 101 to 108, Homer AC in support, currently listed as opposed. I have Homer AC in 106 as in support.
Jim?
We were handed a note that that was incorrect. And looking at the Homer AC,
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Yeah, we were handed a note that proposals 101 through 108, Homer is in support for those proposals. So that's different than what's on the cheat sheet. Am I correct?
Not on mine. I was just Mr. Chairman, I was just clarifying because in our cheat sheet, what we call our AC comments and personal comments, the Homer AC is in the support column.
Correct, and that's what yes, that is correct.
Okay, I'm just making
Can we
sure.
confirm that? Homer is in support of proposals 101 through 108.
Through the chair, Member Brett, just to confirm, the ACPC correction was props 101 through 108. Homer AC is in support. It was currently listed as opposed in the matrix.
Oh, thank you.
Board members, any questions for the department? Thank you for that, Al. Got your name. Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the department, the proposition of going from a general harvest ticket to a registration system, does that allow the department any better management or protection of the animals or gather additional data through those means?
Through the chair, Member Garner, currently we have a required ceiling, so that would not change. So we are collecting information from those harvested animals. There is potential that the department could designate populations or hunt areas and EO those seasons closed as we felt necessary, but under full curl management, we do not have a quota for harvested rams, and that full curl designation sets that limit for us.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another reason I've seen registration hunts be enacted around the state was to collect information such as hunter effort, time in the field, and methods and means. Is that something that the department is interested in this area, in these two units?
Through the chair, Member Brett, yeah, with, excuse me, with harvest ticket, we don't necessarily, it's a conservative estimate of the number of hunters, right? Because folks may come down and hunt that area and not report it. They may report that they hunted another area most. So while we would always like to know effort, and it is an interesting thing to know, full curl management makes sure that we conserve that species so we don't have any concerns at this time.
Thank you.
Natalie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another thing to consider with registration permits is that we do get hunter effort, yes, but we also get considerably better reporting data regarding those who are unsuccessful. It allows us to put them through our failure to report process, which does ensure that additional level of harvest reporting and then the ability to potentially keep them from getting a permit the next year as well.
Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hate to do this, but I think we still have some disagreement on the Homer Advisory Committee votes. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, for the record, Jason Harriman, Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Yeah, so I have the AC votes here in front of me, Member Loring, through the chair. For 101, I have 0 in support, 14 opposed, and 0 abstained on that vote. That's goes the same for 101, 102, 103, 104. 105, it was 0, 12, 2, and 106, it was 5, 7, 0. So I believe that's different than what we were just told.
Everybody understand that? So we're all, go ahead,
Yeah, so basically Homer AC on 106 that we're talking about right now, according to the biologists, they opposed that with that vote. So if we put them in the opposed column, and that would make
7-0.
Yeah.
7-4, none of 4.
So yeah, I understand that, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments to the department? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So You do get quite a bit of information. I know you don't get the unsuccessful to the department, the unsuccessful information on sheep hunters, but when you sheep hunters required to be sealed for those successful hunters, you get significant amount of information with that contact on that, when those hunters are sealed. Correct.
Through the chair, Member Loring, that's correct. Yeah, we collect a lot of information. You know, registration permits may allow us to require a biological sample, but currently we do not have that need.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a little intent, I'm probably leaning towards not supporting this proposal. We have 7 ACs that are opposed to it. There's no ACs for it. The department, I didn't get from them that they were wanting the additional information that you could get with registration hunts. And so currently I'll sit on the fence as opposed, leaning.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I would be opposing it also. I think the department said that they're happy with the full curl management that they're using and the information they get from the sealing data. And I do understand what Ms. Weber talked about as far as the information you get from a registration hunt, but that does put a little bit more of a burden on the department and also on the hunter, because even though he should be turning in his information, if he doesn't, he's banned for that following year or two. So it's something to consider. Thank you.
James?
Yeah, I agree with Member Brett, Mr. Loring, and also the fact that the youth hunt is not ever yielded enough harvest to be of concern, and I'd be opposed to this.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Question been called. Please pull the board. Carrie?
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Final action on Proposal 106. Barrett?
No.
Hoffman?
No.
Garner?
No.
Bechtel?
No.
Mueller?
No.
Loring?
No.
Motion fails, 0-6. Mr. Chair.
I move to adopt Proposal 107, change the Dall sheep hunts in Unit 7 and 15 to a drawing hunts with season dates of 10 August to 20 September.
A second.
Been moved and seconded to go ahead, the department.
Thank you. Proposal 107 is a public proposal which would change general season sheep hunts in Units 7 and 15 to draw permits. The department is neutral on draw permits as the current hunt structure is adequate for managing Kenai sheep as regulated by full curl management. Sheep hunting on the Kenai is managed via state harvest tickets with season dates of August 10 through September 20 with a bag limit of 1 full curl ram or larger. There is an early youth hunt from August 1 through 5. Non-residents may only harvest a ram in these units once every 4 regulatory years. There are also 2 draw hunt areas for sheep. These were established at relatively small areas to address crowding concerns and easily accessible spots. From 2015 through 2025, there's been an average annual harvest of 7 rams. No robust study of sheep has been performed on the Kenai. This is the same graph that we looked at earlier with Dall sheep minimum count surveys in the gray and total harvest for the Kenai Peninsula denoted by the black line. Dall sheep numbers have declined dramatically through their range in recent decades. Cause of this long-term decline is unclear and likely due to a variety of factors, including altered alpine habitat, changes in wildfire regime, and overall changes in annual weather patterns. The department has limited information regarding sheep movements on the Kenai. An already low harvest and perceived interest, it's unclear how a single or multiple draw sheep hunts would be constructed. This may result in a real or perceived lack of opportunity if managed as a draw hunt as opposed to the general harvest ticket system that we currently have. Proposal 107 is a public proposal which would change general season sheep hunts in Units 7 and 15 to draw hunts. The department is neutral on this proposal. Harvest is regulated by full curl management, minimizing most concerns of harvest negatively impacting sheep population levels. The board will need to decide if it would like to continue to provide a youth hunting opportunity separate from the new drawing hunt permit, and will also need to establish up to numbers for drawing permit hunts to be issued in the areas currently open by harvest ticket only. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that information. Just to remind board members for this on-time comment matrix that the Homer AC is in opposition to this proposal, even though it's they're in the box of supporting it, just to make sure everyone's clear on that. Any questions for the department? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not in support of going to a drawing hunt. It doesn't promote conservation, and because we're under the full curl management. And I had one more thing. It's unnecessary. It's an burden department and the people that want to hunt it by having to apply for a hunt and the department making a hunt available through the drawing system.
Jim?
Yeah, I'm not in favor of proposal 107 for the same reasons I wasn't in favor of proposals 106. And I think under the current management strategy, we have a good way forward. So.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with Member Barrett and Member Bastel's comments. It also put the youth hunt in jeopardy also, which is in effect, and it would be available. So I'd be opposed to it also.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Question been called. Please pull the board.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Final action on proposal 107. Loring?
No.
Bechtel?
No.
Hoffman?
No.
Barrett?
No.
Mueller?
No.
Garner?
No.
Motion fails, 0-6. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt proposal 108, change all or some of the general season. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me back up here. Mr. Chairman, I propose to adopt proposal 105, close Dall sheep hunting on the Kenai Peninsula in Unit 7 and 15.
A second.
Been moved and seconded. Go ahead, department.
Excuse me, I will take 1 second to get there. Proposal 105 is a public proposal which would close Dall sheep hunting in Units 7 and 15. The department is opposed due to loss of opportunity and lack of evidence opposing existing full curl management. Sheep hunting on the Kenai is currently managed via state-issued harvest tickets with season dates of August 10 through September 20 and a bag limit of 1 full curl ram or larger. There is an early use season hunt with dates of August 1 through 5. Non-residents may only harvest a ram in these units once every 4 regulatory years. There are also 2 draw hunt units for sheep in the area. From 2015 through 2024, there's been an average annual harvest of 7 rams on the Kenai Peninsula. No robust study of sheep has been currently performed on the Kenai. Same graph as we've seen previously, an overview of Dall sheep minimum count surveys and total harvest on the Kenai. Excuse me. Minimum count surveys are designated by the gray area and hunter harvest by the black line. Dall sheep numbers have declined dramatically through their range in recent decades. The cause of this long-term decline is unclear and likely due to a variety of factors, including altered alpine habitat, changes in wildfire regime, and overall changes in annual weather patterns. Proposal 105 is a public proposal which would close Dall sheep hunting in Units 7 and 15. The department is opposed to this proposal due to loss of sheep hunting opportunity. Kenai sheep are harvested under full curl management, and there is no biological justification for a closure. Thank you.
Jim? Is it? Oh. Dave?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we clarify what the Homer AC is actually voted on this one also? They show in the support section, but. On 105. Just to clarify that we.
They're opposed 012.
Yeah, thank you for that, Dave. Yeah, they are opposed. They're on my sheet that they're marked down as supporting, but to make sure everyone is aware of it, they are in opposition to proposal 105. Any questions for the department on this, board members? Jim?
Yeah, no question for the department, just a statement that I am, for the reasons that the department mentioned and the loss of opportunity, I would not be in favor of this proposal.
Dave?
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Member Baso when listening what the department had to say and their information. They're satisfied with the folk roll management strategy and the way the hunt's going so far, so I will be opposed to it.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be opposed to it. It doesn't go with our non-resident allocation policy, and in one portion, I'll just repeat it again, that well, I miss it. I'll get back, but yeah, right now I'm right there.
Thank you, Al. Question to the department. I might have missed it. How many people are participating in this hunt last year?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, yeah, as stated previously, our harvest ticket numbers are conservative, but we typically see between 55 and 65 hunters reporting as hunting on the Kenai.
Thank you. Al?
Yeah, so I got it. So it says, where there's a suitable harvestable surplus, which in this instance means it's a full curl management, it's the board's policy to allow maximum opportunity for all hunters within the bounds of sustained yield management practices regardless of residency.
Thank you, Al. I think we're getting close here. Board members?
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Question been called?
The board has heard no concern from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Carrie, can you please poll the board?
Final action on proposal 105. Garner?
No.
Barrett?
No.
Mueller?
No.
Hoffman?
No.
Loring?
No.
Bechtel?
No.
Motion fails 0-6. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 108, change all or some of the general sheep hunts in units 7 and 15 to archery hunts only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you're ready, department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 108 is a public proposal which would change some or all of the general season harvest ticket sheep hunts in units 7 and 15 to archery only. The department is neutral. Sheep hunting on the Kenai is currently managed via state-issued harvest tickets with season dates of August 10 through September 20 with a bag limit of 1 full curl ram. There's an early youth hunt from August 1 through 5. Non-residents may only harvest a ram in these units every 4 regulatory years. There's also 2 draw hunt areas for sheep in 7 and 15. From 2015 to 2024, there has been an annual average of 7 rams harvested, and 1 archery sheep harvest has been recorded on the Kenai during the times between regulatory year 2015 and 2024. No robust study of sheep has been performed on the Kenai. This is an overview of Dall sheep minimum count surveys, with minimum counts denoted by the gray area and harvest denoted by the black line for regulatory years 2005 through 2024. Dall sheep numbers have declined dramatically throughout their range in recent decades. The cause of this long-term decline is unclear and likely due to a variety of factors, including altered alpine habitat, changes in wildfire regimes, and overall changes in annual weather patterns. Proposal 108 is a public proposal which would change some or all of the general season harvest ticket sheep hunts in units 7 and 15 to archery only. The department is neutral on this proposal because it is allocative. Changing the method of take would have no biological effect on the population, but would reduce opportunity for non-archery hunters to harvest a sheep. Thank you.
You know, it's going to be my apologies. There's a nuance of this that just occurred to me, and I'm going to have to go join the viewing gallery again. I'm going to hand the gavel off to Chairman Hoffman.
Okay. Board members, this is one more of those ones where we just want to make sure everyone's clear that we're, the Homer AC is in opposition to this, even though they're in the support line on our one-time matrix. We're good there. Any questions for the department for Proposal 108? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just checking some comments with the Alaska Bow Hunters Association. But yeah, there's no ACs in favor of this proposal, 7 against this proposal, with multiple personal comments against it also. I don't see the advantage to providing opportunity, lessening the opportunity for other hunters that participate. Archery hunters could still participate in this as currently regulated.
Thank you, Al. Other board members? Jim?
Yeah, I guess I agree with Al on this, that Member Barrett, that I'm just don't see this as a necessity, and it's not limiting archers at all to what we have there today.
Dave?
Yeah, thank you. There's a large number of hunters participating in this already, and if we change to archery, most of those are probably rifle hunters. They would be completely eliminated from the, from the hunt, so that opportunity would be lost. There is an indication at least one sheep was taken by archers. I know sheep hunting by archery is pretty hard, and there'd be 100 archers up there and not even take a sheep if the circumstances aren't right. So I think that, as Al said and as Member Bashel said, there's plenty of opportunity for archers during the general season that's open right now, so I'll be not supporting this.
Thank you. Dave, anyone want, did we already give the AC breakdown on this proposal?
Yes.
We did. Thank you. I think we're getting close.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Please pull the board.
Final action on Proposal 108. Garner?
No.
No.
Mueller?
No.
Barrett?
No.
Bechtel?
No.
Hoffman?
No.
Motion fails, 0-6. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt Proposal 109, limit the non-resident permit allocation for the DS 150 sheep drawing hunt in Unit 7 and 15A Alpha to up to 20% of the available permits.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. When you're ready, Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 109 is a public proposal to limit the non-resident permit allocation for DS 150 to up to 20% of available permits. The department is neutral. The DS 150 hunt area occurs along the Stirring Highway in the area surrounding Round Mountain from Fuller Lakes east to Juneau Creek. DS 150 has been closed since 2021 due to lack of legal rams surveyed. When open, non-residents have averaged 15% of permits. Current DS 150 season dates are August 10 through September 20 with a bag limit of 1 full curl ram. When open, DS 150 has an average harvest of 1 ram. Here you can see an overview of resident and non-resident permit winners for DS 150, and those areas with the dashes indicate times when the hunt was not open due to not surveying legal rams in the area. During regulatory year 2015 through 2024, non-residents averaged 15% of permits and a high of 66. If adopted, non-residents would not receive a permit, as we do not currently issue, we issue less than 5 permits. Guides are required for sheep for non-residents, and 33% of non-residents used a guide during RY 15 through 24. Proposal 109 is a public proposal to limit the non-resident permit allocation for Unit 7 and 15 sheep hunt DS 150 up to 20% of the available permits. The department is neutral on this proposal because it is allocative. In the last 5 years, non-residents have submitted between 4 and 7% of the drawing applications for DS 150 and have been awarded between 0 and 2 of the permits available. If the board adopts this proposal, the hunts will be assigned individual hunt numbers for residents and non-residents. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Department. Questions from board members? Member Loring.
I think just a quick clarification, you said that 33% of the non-residents use a guide or the remainder 2DK hunters, or did I misunderstand that?
Through the chair, Member Loring, that is correct. For 2DK hunters, they don't have that guide requirement, or it's fulfilled by the 2DK designation.
Thank you, but is that correct, that only 33% of the non-residents that are actually non-residents and the other 66 are 2DK? Did I get that right?
Through the chair, Member Loring, that's correct.
Thank you.
Other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, does the 2DK hunters come out of the resident or non-resident allocation, or up to language?
Through the chair, Member Brett, my understanding is that it would come out of the non-resident allocation if there was one set by the board.
Other board members on this? Comments? Intent? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not in support of this proposal, and I'll reference my comments that I made on when there's a harvestable surplus found in the non-resident allocation policy by the Board of Game.
Thank you for that. Any further comments or intent from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call a question, Mr. Chairman.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons, so this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please, Carrie?
Final action on Proposal 109. Bechtel?
No.
Fletcher?
No.
Brett?
No.
Loring?
No.
Hoffman?
No.
Mueller?
No.
Garner?
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt Proposal 110, open a drawing permit hunt for a goat in an area of Unit 7, east of the Russian River, south of the Kenai River, and west of the Copper River.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 110 is a public proposal which would open a drawing permit for goats east of the Russian River, south of the Kenai River, and west of Cooper Creek. The department is opposed to opening a harvest opportunity in an already established hunt area until minimum count surveys observe at least 50 goats. To orient the board, the Kenai Peninsula is divided into 32 hunt areas across Units 7 and 15. There is a positive C&T finding for goats in Unit 15C in the area outside of the Anchorage-Matsu Kenai non-subsistence area with an amount necessary for subsistence of 7 to 10 goats. The hunt area relevant to this proposal is DG 337, highlighted here in red. So the current mountain goat hunt structure in Units 7 and 15 consists of 32 draw areas with season dates of August 10 through October 15. Registration hunts open as opportunity available based on draw season harvest levels and operate with dates of November 1 through 14. Currently, provided harvest opportunity for only 4 populations greater than 50 animals. This figure shows goat harvest for 7 and 15 with harvest levels denoted by the gray area and number of permits on the black line. Through our draw and registration hunts, we were able to offer a relatively stable number of permits each year and recently are seeing positive trends in overall harvest. This table shows our minimum count surveys for DG 337. DG 337 has never opened under our current management strategy, and our most recent minimum count totaled 21 goats. Proposal 110 is a public proposal which would open a drawing permit hunt for goats east of the Russian River, south of the Kenai River, west of Cooper Creek. The department is opposed to opening a harvest opportunity in an established hunt area until minimum count surveys observe at least 50 animals. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Questions from board members? Comments from board members on this? Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, you said the department were reluctant to open a season until there's a minimum count of 50 goats. If that was a Billy-only harvest, would you consider a lower population or a lower estimate count?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, I think we would leave that up to the board. You know, we've heard concerns on nanny harvest as far as the motivation for those are the reasons that it could be a mistake. You know, so if there was a mistake of harvesting a nanny on such a low goat population, that could potentially give us concerns. But if it was one Billy that was harvested annually, would that negatively impact the population? Likely no.
Thank you.
Other board members? Member Loring?
Yeah, thank you. Chris, looking at the table here with the total goats in this area, it's been pretty low for the last, well, since 2022, it's 22, and then 2024, it's 21, and I suspect that this year it's going to be similar numbers. Is that what you're thinking?
Through the chair, Member Loring, yeah, that is what we expect. Like we stated, this area has never achieved that minimum population of 50 before we offer harvest opportunity, and we haven't seen any major increases at this time.
Yeah, Member Loring.
Just a little intent. I think that the numbers are less than half of what the department wants to see before they open a hunt. I think we're way premature in even considering that at this time until those numbers get, you know, even upper 40s or you know, up above that minimum 50 before we would even consider opening a hunt at all. So I would be not supporting this proposal.
Thanks for those comments. Member Batesville?
Yeah, along the lines of Member Loring, I totally agree that, I mean, you're looking at a subpart of DG 337, and DG 337 is not achieving the population objectives of the management strategy, and so I couldn't support this.
Just echo the sentiment of the two previous board members as well. I think they're sound judgment. With that, no further comments, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Carrie, will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 110. Mueller.
No.
Hoffman.
No.
Garner.
No.
Batesville.
No.
Loring.
No.
Fletcher.
No.
Brett.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 111, create a new registration archery-only hunt for goat in Unit 7 remainder.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you're ready, Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 111 is a public proposal which would open an early registration goat hunt open for bow and arrow only in Unit 7 with season dates of August 16 through August 31. The department is neutral. If adopted, the board should consider if this proposal should be applied to Unit 15 to maintain regulation simplicity. Current mountain goat hunt structure in Unit 7 and 15 consists of 32 draw areas and season dates of August 10 through October 15. Registration hunts open as opportunity is available based on draw season harvest levels and operate with dates of November 1 through 14. Proposed season dates would overlap with current draw hunts. We are currently able to provide maximum harvest opportunity for goat populations greater than 50 animals. This figure shows goat harvest for Units 7 and 15 with harvest levels denoted in the gray area and number of permits by the black line. Through our draw and registration hunts, we are able to offer a relatively stable number of permits each year and are seeing positive trends in overall harvest. From 2015 through 2024, archery take accounts for less than 2% of harvested goats in Unit 7. If this proposal were adopted, goat points would need to be allocated to the new archery season and likely permit numbers would need to be set. Registration hunt areas should be established based on current mountain goat hunt areas in Unit 7, and the board should consider extending this opportunity to Unit 15. If Unit 15 is not included in the adoption of this proposal, the board would need to address how changes will affect Management Area 352, which spans both Units 7 and 15. Proposal 111 is a public proposal which would open an early registration goat hunt open for bow and arrow only in Unit 7 with season dates of August 16 through August 31. The department is neutral on this proposal because it is allocative. As written, this proposal does not address the entirety of the existing hunt area to include portions of the hunt area in both Units 7 and 15. If this proposal is adopted, new registration hunt boundaries should be established based on current mountain goat hunt areas. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for that. Board members, questions? I guess my general first off thought on this is that the overlap in the season dates really add to a complexity of this hunt, and it could lead to hunter conflict. But other board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the other thing that, and we heard some of it in public testimony, that I don't know if archers are any less selective than rifle hunters because they're still both taking nannies, but it would appear to me that as an archer that sometimes I would be less selective because of the uniqueness and the hard difficulty of hunting goats with a bow and arrow. I'd be less selective.
Thanks for that, Member Brett. Any other comments from board members? If not, we might, Member Garner, sorry.
Yeah, just to create the record a little bit, I think having 32 draw hunts in the area, that's kind of inclusive of 7 and 15, adding that this would be a registration hunt during the same time of those draw hunts would add to, I think, hunter conflict in the area.
Thanks for that. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for full disclosure, yeah, there's some problems with this proposal, but if the board would want it to work through it, we could come up with some new dates and, maybe a different bag limit.
Any board members interested in that road? If not, any further questions?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concern from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please, Carrie?
Final action on Proposal 111. Hoffman?
No.
Barrett?
No.
Loring? Nope.
Fletcher?
No.
Garner?
No.
Bechtel?
No.
Mueller?
No.
Motion fails, 0-7. Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I'm looking at my notes here. In the previous proposal, oh no, we'll need to take this one up.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 112, create a registration archery-only hunt for goat in Units 7 and 15 prior to the general registration hunts.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you're ready, Department.
Proposal 112 is a public proposal which would create an archery-only goat registration hunt after current draw hunts and prior to current registration hunts. The department is neutral. To orient the board, Kenai Peninsula is divided into 32 goat hunt areas across Units 7 and 15. There is a positive and customary traditional use finding for goats in subunit 15C outside the Anchorage, Matsu, Kenai non-subsistence area. The board has determined an amount necessary for subsistence of 7 to 10 goats. Current mountain goat hunt structure in Units 7 and 15 consists of 32 draw areas with season dates of August 10 through October 15. Registration hunts open as opportunity is available based on draw season harvest levels and operate with dates of November 1 through 14. From 2015 through 2024, archery take accounted for less than 1% of harvested goats in Units 7 and 15. This figure shows goat harvest for Units 7 and 15 with harvest levels denoted by the gray area and number of permits by the black line. Through our draw and registration hunts, we were able to offer a relatively stable number of permits each year and are seeing positive trends in overall harvest. This proposal offers dates of October 25 through November 1 or November 1 through November 7. So this would require a shift of current registration hunts from which currently occur November 1 through 14 to November 8 through 15 to avoid season overlap. Also, adequate time is needed to gather harvest reports for the draw season prior to the beginning of any registration season, so that way we can properly tally harvest results and set those registration permit levels. Pushing current registration hunts later in the year would increase overlap with the rut period, which could in turn increase harvest rates. Tag numbers would be adjusted accordingly to align with our current Billy and Nanny point system. This proposal changes allocation. Maximum harvest opportunity is already achieved through the current draw and registration permits. Proposal 112 is a public proposal which would create an archery-only goat registration hunt after current draw hunts and prior to current registration hunts. The department is neutral because it is allocative. Maximum opportunity is already provided through the draw and registration permits. If the board adopts this proposal, the department recommends permits also be available in Soldotna and Homer ADF and G offices in addition to those currently listed in the proposal. To meet the board's statutory responsibility to the subsistence law, it should consider whether subsistence regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses if the proposal is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Questions from board members? Comments from board members? Oh, Member Garner.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe maximum harvest opportunity already exists under current structure. You know, with that existing opportunity, this proposal seems to be allocative to a specific user group by means and methods and would not be supporting the proposal.
Thank you for that. Other board members' thoughts? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur with Member Jay Gardner, getting late in the day. And we're also, currently, we are providing reasonable opportunity for subsistence.
Thanks for that. Other board members' comments, intent? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 112. Brett?
No.
Hoffman?
No.
Garner?
No.
Fletcher?
No.
Bechtel?
No.
Mueller?
No.
Loring?
No.
Motion fails, 0-7. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 113, limit the non-resident permit allocation for the Unit 7 goat drawing hunt DG 3322 up to 20% of the available permits.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you're ready, Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 113 is a public proposal to limit the non-resident permit allocation for Unit 7 goat hunt DG 332 to up to 20% of the available permits, and the department is neutral. So DG 332 actually spans between both Units 7 and 15 north of the Sterling Highway near the town of Cooper Landing. DG 332 seasons and bag limits are August 10 through October 15 with a bag limit of 1 goat. Average annual harvest for regulatory year 15 through 24 is 3 goats when the hunt is open, 10% of which being non-resident. Unit 7 and 15 has a positive C&T finding outside the non-subsistence area with an A&S of 7 to 10 goats. This is a current overview of non-resident and resident permit award. Again, the dashed areas are areas where this hunt was not open. During RY 15 through 24, non-residents received 1 tag. A guide is required for non-resident without 2DK, and no non-residents used a guide during RY 15 through 2024. If adopted, non-resident draw-only hunt would be created with up to 20% of permits. If fewer than 5 permits are issued for DG 332, non-residents could not receive a permit under current permit numbers. Proposal 113 is a proposal to limit the non-resident permit allocation for Unit 7 goat hunt DG 332 to up to 20% of available permits. The department is neutral on this proposal because it is allocative. In the last 3 years the hunt was open, non-residents have submitted between 3 and 7% of drawing applications and have been awarded 1 permit. If the board adopts this proposal, the hunts will be assigned individual hunt numbers for residents and non-residents. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Department. Questions from board members? Member Bechtel.
Yeah, through the chair to staff. You said that 1 permit was given out, but they never utilized a guide. Was that 2DK, or do we know?
Through the chair, Member Batesville, yeah, that should have been on the 2DK designation.
Okay, thank you.
Other board members, comments, questions? Member Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be in opposition of this proposal due to the non-resident allocation policy by the Board of Game, and the historical data that we've had here with non-residents participating or receiving permits are well within our policy.
Thanks for that. Member Loring.
Just step back a bit. Can you, to the department, the background here on showing the number of permits, you didn't offer the hunt from 2019 to 2024. Is that just because the population is below that 50 goat threshold, or why was that not offered for those years?
Through the chair, Member Loring, that's correct. Under our current management strategy, if we drop below 50 in our minimum counts, we do not issue permits.
And does that look like it's going to be the case for this next year or two also? I mean, you can't tell for sure, but are they still pretty low?
For the record, Jason Harriman, Last Department Fish and Game. Through the chair, Member Loring, actually, we just changed the boundaries for DG 331 and 332. These hunts used to be split east to west. We just split them north to south based on some information we have on movements on goats. And this was to deal with the fact that we were having a hard time keeping either one of those hunts open. So the hope is to actually have DG 332 open in the future with a limited number of permits, probably less than 5.
Thank you.
Other board members, questions, intent? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you poll the board, please, Carrie?
Final action on Proposal 113. Loring.
No.
Batesville.
No.
Hoffman.
No.
Barrett.
No.
Mueller.
No.
Garner.
No.
Fletcher.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Mr. Chair.
So right now, guys, I'm gonna open it up for a discussion here I'd like to have with the board. We have a lot of proposals in front of us here. We have 113 through 133. I want to be very clear that I'm conflicted out of 128, but I just want to have a talk with the board here. Overwhelmingly, we've decided not to go with these allocative hunts. And I'd like to hear from board members what they feel about addressing the next proposals, 113 through 127, and then 129 through 133 all together. So I know it's a tough question. I hate to spring it on you guys, but I would love to hear from you. Member Barrett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's pretty clear if we follow our non-resident allocation policy that I've been continually citing portions of here and there, or just citing the policy itself, that I don't see where there's going to be one of these proposals that would be outside our following our own policy on allocating to non-residents.
Thanks for that. Other board members, thoughts on that? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with that. I don't see the need to go through all of these when Al conveyed it very well, articulated it very well, that for the sake of time and focusing on these other proposals, I have no problem doing this.
Other board members, they have thoughts on that? Member Gardner.
Yeah, I would concur with all the comments just made now during this discussion and following the comments on the previous allocated proposals where we have referenced the non-resident hunter allocation policy. And I think the verbiage in all of these with the up to may have some unknown consequences to the proposer.
Any further questions from board members or Member Loring?
Thank you. Yeah, unless there's a specific circumstance or a set of issues or criteria in any of those proposals that are different from the rest of them, I would follow along with other board members' comments. If there was something different, I'd like to take that up specifically, but I don't see that at this point.
Then I'm going to ask the board for unanimous consent to take no action on proposal 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 129, 130, 131, 132, and 133. I'm going to look up and down the table and ask for unanimous consent on that. And I have unanimous consent, so we'll take no actions on those. And for the next proposal, I'm going to leave. Do we need a motion for a take no action on that, Department of Law?
Mr. Chair, I believe the board has been taking motions to take no action previously in this meeting. So to remain consistent with that, I would suggest you entertain such a motion or seek one if a board member wants to propose it.
Okay, Member Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to take no action on proposal 114 through proposal 127, proposal 129 through proposal 133.
Second.
All right, so we have that motion seconded, and then I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on that motion. And I look up and down the table here, and I'm getting that affirmation, so we're going to take no action on those proposals, and I'm going to walk out to the gallery. Oh yeah, let's take a 5-minute break because we got some writing to do up here on a blue sheet. Hey, everybody, welcome back. We're back on the record here. 7 board members present, 6:20 in the evening.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move to reconsider Proposal 132.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and now I can ask for unanimous consent to reconsider 132. I'm going to ask for that. Looking down, we have unanimous consent. So, Department, whenever you're ready.
We didn't even ask me why.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 132 is a public proposal to limit the non-resident permit allocation for Unit 15 Goat Hunt DG 362 to up to 20% of available permits. The department is neutral. DG 362 occurs on the east side of Ketchmack Bay from Sadie Cove and Tutka Bay east to the boundary with the Kenai Fjords National Park. Season dates and bag limit are August 10 through October 15 with a bag limit of 1 goat. Average annual harvest is 4 goats with 5% of that going to non-residents. Units 7 and 15 have a positive C&T finding outside the non-subsistence area with an A&S of 7 to 10 goats. Here you can see an overview of resident and non-resident permits awarded. During RY 15 through 24, non-residents averaged 2% of permits with a high of 9%. A guide is required for non-residents without the 2DK designation. No non-residents used a guide during those time periods. If adopted, a non-resident only draw hunt would be created with up to 20% of permits, and if fewer than 5 permits are issued for DG 362, non-residents could not receive a permit. Proposal 132 is a public proposal to limit the non-resident permit allocation for Unit 15 Goat Hunt DG 362 to up to 20% of the available permits. The department is neutral on this proposal because it is allocative. In the last 10 years, non-residents have submitted between 2 and 7% of the drawing applications and have been awarded between 0 and 2 permits. If the board adopts this proposal, the hunts will be assigned individual hunt numbers for residents and non-residents. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Department. Questions from board members? Yeah, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see that look is the same one I got. How's this Proposal 132 different from the ones we took T&A'd?
I don't see any difference at all. I don't even think we needed to reconsider this at
I thought there was
all.
something different myself.
Yeah. I was under the impression that members of the public had come up, anyway, yeah. Director Scott.
Yeah, through the chair, to the chair. This was my mistake. I included an extra proposal in my discussion. It's actually 133, looks like this is the appropriate one.
Thanks for that. We have 132 on the table. I think if any board member wants to state anything for the record, that'd be great. If not, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to take no action on 132 due to the action we took on 131.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on that. I'm getting unanimous consent on that. We'll take no action.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to reconsider Proposal 133.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you're ready, Department.
Proposal 133 is a public proposal to limit the non-resident permit allocation for Unit 15 Goat Hunt DG 363 to up to 20% of available permits, and the department is neutral. DG 363 occurs in the area north of Port Dick to Tutka Bay and the Rocky River east to Taylor Bay. DG 363 has season dates of August 10 through October 15 and a bag limit of 1 goat. Average annual harvest is 9 goats, with 52% of that being harvested by non-residents. Units 7 and 15 have a positive C&T finding outside the non-subsistence area with an A&S of 7 to 10 goats. This is an overview of permits awarded to residents and non-residents during that time period. During regulatory year 2015 through 2024, non-residents averaged 2% of permits with a high of 9%. A guide is required for non-residents without that 2DK designation, and 0% of non-residents used a guide during regulatory year 15 through 24. If adopted, a non-resident only draw hunt would be created with up to 20% of permits, and if fewer than 5 permits are issued for DG 363, non-residents would not be eligible to receive a permit. Proposal 133 is a public proposal to limit the non-resident permit allocation for Unit 15 Goat Hunt DG 363 to up to 20% of available permits. The department is neutral on this proposal as it is allocative. In the last 10 years, non-residents have submitted between 17 and 47% of the drawing applications and have been awarded between 5 and 17 of the available permits. If the board adopts this proposal, hunts will be assigned individual hunt numbers for residents and non-residents. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Department. Questions from board members? I guess I'll start off with one question. On your graph on 311, the non-resident participation, do we have a way to see how much of that non-resident participation was 2DK? If I missed it, I'm sorry. If they come out of a different pool.
To the chair, no, that's a fair question. Looking at it, I would assume if we had no non-residents using guides, then that they all fell into that 2DK category.
So all of these non-residents are 2DK?
To the chair, that does seem suspicious. We'd have to look into that a little bit more.
Any other questions from board members while we're looking into that? Member Loring.
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking at a different chart. This is on the department's A&Rs, and it does have percent of non-resident TDK winners. And in 2017, it was 10%, 2018, 3%, 2019, 4%, then 0, and then 2021, 5%, and after that, it was 0% of 2DK, so I'm not sure if that chart's accurate also, but it does show that there's no 2DK winners from 2021 to 2025.
Mr. Chairman, can we have a brief at ease? We have conflicting information on the screen versus here, and we need to sort that out so the board has accurate information.
Sounds good. We'll take a brief at ease.
If they were counted as non-residents, it wouldn't really matter.
Yeah.
If they were 2DK or not.
Yeah, right. It's just, as you said, you said something completely different with this.
I'm just glad it wasn't me.
Hey, thanks for that. Member Mueller, do you want to speak to your reconsideration?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chris, for sharing the information here and updating us. The reconsideration I would like to take into effect of the proposal 133, so we treat it similar to how we made the decision and voted on 133. So if we were to utilize the 20% towards the non-residents, so we have a hard number to look at moving forward.
Other questions from board members? I guess out of the years that are on this graph, how many years were we over 20%? Like on average? Yeah, Member Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think if we look at table 120-1 from the department, the percentage of non-winners or non-resident winners of this draw, the percentages fluctuated anywhere from 30% in that 10-year duration that's in the policy. The percentages fluctuated from 30% to 7%. So if you were to take an average of that winning percentage, I think this one is more on the border than 133 is in meeting the policy. Within that 15 to 20% overall of non-resident winners. But table 120-1 in the departments shows the percentage of non-resident winners.
Thanks. Other board members on this? Comments, intent. I see calculators out. Member Batesville.
If you add the percent of 2DK winners into that, that brings them up across our same kind of discussion we had before. I've got to do the math, but it does make several more years where they would have exceeded that 20% threshold.
Other board members' discussion. Comments on this?
I'm just looking at the math here. I see 1 year over, it's 2018. I'm trying to figure out where the other ones are.
That was my confusion as well.
We're actually looking at page 125 in the department comments on the table for table 120-1.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you. How are we factoring in the 2DK again? Can I get some clarification on that?
Yeah, Member Mueller.
Yes, thank you. The 2DK, we were on proposal 133, we factored that into the 20% for non-residents.
Oh, Director Scott, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we're drifting into looking at, in the A&R, included in that is the application data. I would encourage, this is what the number of permits that were awarded on the far right-hand side. The distinction between resident, non-resident, the number of permits that each one of those groups received for the hunt. So in 2018, it was 33%. I believe, in others. It's important not to cross-wire the application percentages versus the awarded percentages.
Copy that. Thanks for bringing that back into focus.
So in my quick math, I see 17, 18, and 19 were higher than 20%. The rest of them were,
Yeah, it'd be my thoughts as average over this, that we're well within the threshold of our board allocation policy, but if anybody else, I mean, if anybody else sees that we aren't.
Based on the numbers on the board, those are accurate. I just also have this table that's here, but you've explained that, so appreciate it.
Any further questions, comments from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I've been doing some math and looked at that one, looked at another A&R chart. Yeah, I think our historical average or our historical data shows that we're well within our non-subsistence policy, non-resident allocation policy, excuse me.
Thanks for that. Other firmer, we've reconsidered this. It's in front of us, this proposal. Any further questions on this proposal, comments on this proposal? Member Loring.
I agree with Member Barrett. My math shows that average is 18.1, which is well within the policy.
Thanks for that. Further discussion from board members? If not, we're ready for the question on this one, I think.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 120. Mueller.
No.
Hoffman.
No.
Garner.
No.
Bechtel.
No.
No.
Loring. Fletcher.
No.
Barrett. Motion fails, 0-7. Mr. Chair.
I got kind of lost there. Any other reconsiderations, Member Walder? Not this time? Okay. At this point in time, I'm going to step out into the audience because I have a conflict on Proposal 128.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to adopt Proposal 128, limit non-resident permit allocation for Unit 15C goat drawings, DG 358, up to 20% of the available permits.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department, when you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you. 128 is a public proposal to limit the non-resident permit allocation for Unit 7 Goat Hunt DG 358 to up to 20% of the available permits. The department is neutral. DG 358 hunt area occurs from Sheep Creek and Digglestadt Glacier north to the Fox River and Chernoff Glacier. Season dates, as we discussed before, are August 10 through October 15 with a bag limit of 1 goat. There's an annual average harvest for DG 358 of 3 goats. Units 7 and 15 have a positive C&T finding outside the non-subsistence area with an A&S of 7 to 10 goats. This is the overview for permits awarded to non-residents and residents for DG 358. During RY 15 through 24, non-residents averaged 3% of permits with a high of 20%. A guide was required for a non-resident without 2DK, and no non-residents used a guide during regulatory year 15 through 24. If adopted, a non-resident only draw hunt would be created with up to 20% of permits. If fewer than 5 permits were issued for DG 358, non-residents would not be eligible to receive a permit. Proposal 128 is a public proposal to limit the non-resident permit allocation for Unit 7 Goat Hunt DG 358 to up to 20% of available permits. The department is neutral on the proposal because it's allocative. In the last 10 years, non-residents have submitted between 0 and 13% of drawing applications and have been awarded between 0 and 2 permits available. If the board adopts this proposal, the hunts will be assigned individual hunt numbers for residents and non-residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for the department on Proposal 128? This one is falls in line with a suite of ones that we took in a clump, and the only exception is Member Fletcher is conflicted out on this one. So is that clear to everybody? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, just to build on it a little bit. So yeah, this is another proposal that falls well within our non-resident allocation policy, where the board's policy is allowed to maximum opportunity for all hunters within the bounds of sustained yield management practices, regardless of residency.
Thank you, Al. Any more questions from board members? If not, are we ready for the question?
Call the question.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Final action on Proposal 128. Hoffman.
No.
Barrett.
No.
No.
Garner.
No.
Bechtel.
No.
Mueller.
No.
Motion fails, 0-6. Mr. Chair.
The next one we're getting ready to take on here is Proposal 134. The person that wrote it has asked to have it be withdrawn. That's RC 17. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent, looking up and down the line here, that we will draw that. And with that being said, I need a motion, I guess, to withdraw that. I would entertain a motion to withdraw.
Mr. Chairman, I propose that we adopt 134 to shorten a resident hunting season, reduce the bag limit from 3 to 1, and require registration permits for hunting black bears in portions of Unit 7 and 15, additionally close the non-resident season.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Member Loring.
Yeah, thank you. Based on the information you just gave us about the proposal, we wish to withdraw this proposal. I request that this board withdraw the proposal from consideration.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent to withdraw that. Oh, Member Brett, do you have anything? I'm going to ask for unanimous consent to withdraw that proposal. I have that. We're going to withdraw that proposal. And with that being said, we are going to break till tomorrow at 8:30, where we'll come back here. My apologies to the public for those last few proposals and my absence of being a good mediator up here. I was digging in papers for those of you that were listening at home and not watching.